I woke up in a hotel room with a woman I didn't know, and she was insanely beautiful. And just a few hours later, she became my new CEO. I couldn't remember what happened. And the only logical decision I made that morning was to leave 500 yuan on the nightstand. I even wrote a note. Last night was great. This is your tip. I just didn't know yet that she was the daughter of a billionaire. At work she looked at me with a cold expression and threw the money in my face. You really thought I was that kind of woman? Her voice was calm, emotionless. Much scarier than if she had yelled. I tried to explain. President Lee, yesterday, it was a mistake. She snapped her gaze toward me. The mistake was you deciding to leave me money. As if I were a woman who gets paid. She walked around the desk and came almost right up to me. Starting today, Yifeng, you're reassigned to the Field Research Department. Southern Region. 2 weeks. More than 20 cities. A full report. If you fail, you're fired. And I will personally make sure no one in the industry ever hires you again. It felt like a career death sentence. But I couldn't quit. My sister is undergoing treatment, and I'm the only one providing for my family. So I agreed to follow her order. She took the money and threw it back at me. When I reached for the bills, she suddenly grabbed my wrist. And said, "No one will ever know about last night. Ever. Understood?" I looked at her, and noticed something she couldn't hide. Her ears had turned slightly red. Her face was cold, but that tiny detail gave away her true state. I adjusted my collar, revealing a small scratch on my neck, from her nails. "Hard to forget," I said quietly. "The marks remain. Get out." Li Mengyao's pupils contracted slightly, and she suddenly let go of his hand. Yifeng turned and left. As the door closed, he heard the sound of high heels slamming against it. Out in the hallway, he let out a long breath and realized his shirt was soaked with sweat and sticking to his back. But inside, an inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. His phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a message from his colleague Wang Hai. "Bro, are you still alive?" 1. Back at his workstation, Yifeng noticed his coworkers were sneaking strange glances at him. When he looked over, they quickly lowered their heads and pretended to work. Obviously, the news of him being demoted and transferred by the new president had already spread. "Yifeng, hurry up and pack your things. Get your ass to the market research department. Move it. Don't piss off President Lee." Chen Ming, the director of the marketing department, stood outside the cubicle with a mocking smile on his face. "Damn it, what a suck-up. Whoever's in power, he licks their boots." Yifeng cursed inwardly. Chen Ming was notorious in the group for being a bootlicker. With a distant family connection to the former president, he often made things hard for backgroundless employees like Yifeng. But what could a small-time worker like Yifeng do? He could only silently stand up and start packing his daily odds and ends. Suddenly, the phone next to his computer buzzed. Yifeng picked it up and looked. It was a text from an unfamiliar number, with just a few simple words. "Come to my office. Now." Immediately. After a moment's thought, Yifeng realized it was from Li Mengyao. His heart skipped a beat. He had just seen her. Why was she calling him back? Could it be because of what he said before leaving just now? Was she going to fire him directly? Such a big-shot president, so petty? After cursing silently, Yifeng stood again at the president's office door, took a deep breath, and knocked. "Come in." As he pushed the door open, Yifeng saw Li Mengyao standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, her back to him. Sunlight streamed through the glass, outlining her slender figure. But at this moment, her posture seemed a bit stiff. "President Lee, you asked for me?" Li Mengyao didn't turn around. Her voice was colder than before. "Lock the door." Yifeng was stunned, but did as told. The moment the lock clicked into place, Li Mengyao suddenly bent over, one hand bracing on the windowsill. "President Lee?" Yifeng instinctively took a step forward. "Don't come over." Supporting herself on the windowsill, Li Mengyao shouted sternly, but her voice clearly trembled. Go buy me some sanitary pads." "What?" Yifeng froze, even wondering if he'd misheard. Li Mengyao turned around, her face pale as a ghost, with tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. She bit her lower lip, her eyes full of both embarrassment and pain. This scene felt oddly familiar to Yifeng. "I told you to go buy sanitary pads. Now. Right away." Li Mengyao practically gritted her teeth as she spoke. Only then did Yifeng notice a small dark red stain on her white suit pants. In that instant, he understood what was happening. "No. But last night you..." Li Mengyao turned her face with a cold glare, and Yifeng instantly shut his mouth. "Just started." The pain suddenly intensified. Li Mengyao clenched her delicate hand tightly, her body twitching uncontrollably, and she gritted her teeth in a low voice. "Damn it. Haven't had it for 3 months, and it shows up now of all times." Hearing Li Mengyao muttering to herself, Yi Feng, whose nerves had been on edge, blurted out without thinking. Could it be my doing? Whether it was from the pain or what Yi Feng had said, Li Mengyao's beautiful face instantly turned red, from her nose tip all the way to her earlobes. But her eyes were icy cold, as if she was ready to devour him. I'll go buy them now. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Yi Feng hurriedly turned and left. The elevator went straight to the first floor. Yi Feng quickly walked toward the nearest convenience store, his mind reeling from the surreal events of the day. At the store entrance, Yi Feng ran into several colleagues from the marketing department, including Zhang Chang, who had always been at odds with him. Well, if it isn't our former Team 2 leader Yi Feng? Zhang Chang greeted him with a sarcastic tone. Heard you got demoted? That's tough. Wonder if your new salary's enough to cover your sister's hospital bills. The other coworkers also looked on with schadenfreude. Yi Feng held back his anger and walked straight to the women's hygiene section. Standing in front of the shelves filled with various pads, Yi Feng was momentarily overwhelmed. Day use, night use, cotton soft surface, ultra thin extended, there were so many types it made his head spin. She probably uses only the best, right? Yi Feng picked out a few that looked high-end. Dating someone? Zhang Chang suddenly appeared behind him with a smug expression, eyeing the pads in Yi Feng's hand. Wait, no. Everyone at the company knows you're dragging around a burden. No one's willing to date you. For a friend. A friend? Zhang Chang raised his eyebrows dramatically. What kind of friend asks a guy like you to buy this? Don't tell me, it's a girl you're seeing? Nothing to be ashamed of, man. You've got needs too. Haha. The others laughed with knowing smiles. Yi Feng felt a surge of frustration but held it in. So you really got demoted to market research? Zhang Chang kept piling it on. 2 weeks to cover all of South China? That new president really wants to work you to death. Yi Feng ignored him and went to check out with the pads. The cashier was a young girl. Seeing a man buying so many sanitary pads, she couldn't help but glance at him a few extra times. Need a bag? Yes. A black one, please. Yi Feng couldn't wait to hide the items. As he exited the store, Zhang Chang and the others were still loitering outside, clearly not done with him. After all, Yi Feng was a wage slave who didn't dare to quit. Just as Yi Feng was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. It was from the unknown number. You take this long to buy something? On the other end, Li Mingyao's voice was cold as ice. I've already come downstairs. Where are you? I'm at the convenience store across from the company. After hanging up, he noticed Zhang Chang and the others watching him with teasing expressions. Whoa, the girl's so anxious she called? Tell us, which massage parlor nearby does she work at? We'll go show our support after work. Before Yi Feng could answer, a black Maybach sped over and screeched to a halt right in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Li Mingyao's pale face. Get in. Under the stunned gazes of Zhang Chang and the others, Yi Feng opened the car door and got in. The car sped off instantly. Through the rearview mirror, Yi Feng saw the petrified expressions on Zhang Chang and the others, and a strange sense of pleasure rose in his heart. The car was filled with a faint perfume scent, the same as on Li Mengyao. She sat in the driver's seat, lips pressed tightly together, her face still looking unwell. Where are the things? Yi Feng quickly handed over the black plastic bag. I didn't know what you usually use, so I bought ultra-thin ones, night-use ones, day-use ones, and also the close-fit anti-leak ones. Li Mengyao grabbed it and quickly threw it onto the back seat. No need to explain. She cut off Yi Feng weakly but forcefully. Silence lasted for a few minutes. Yi Feng secretly observed Li Mengyao's profile. Her high nose bridge, long eyelashes, tightly pressed lips, even with such a pale face, she was still unbelievably beautiful. What are you staring at? Li Mengyao suddenly turned and glared at him, though the tips of her ears were slightly red. Nothing. Yi Feng quickly looked away. Presently, are you feeling better? Worry about yourself. If you can't finish the task assigned by the group, you're finished. Li Mengyao said coldly. Get off at the intersection ahead and walk back to the company yourself. Yi Feng nodded. After the car stopped and he was about to open the door, Li Mengyao called out to him again. Remember. Watch your mouth. Or bear the consequences. Her voice carried a threat, which made Yi Feng feel slightly displeased. Don't worry, President, I've always been very good at satisfying my superior's requests. After saying that, Yi Feng ignored the angry look on Li Mengyao's face and got out of the car. Back at the company, Yi Feng clearly felt that the atmosphere was off again. Everyone still looked at him in a strange way. Only this time there was curiosity, awe, and even some flattery. Clearly, just like the news about him being demoted and transferred. The news that the new president of the group personally picked him up had also spread. Brother Feng. Wang Hai slid over in his chair excitedly. I heard you got into the new president's car? Yifeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. News really does spread fast. The whole company is exploding. Wang Hai lowered his voice. Zhang Chang's group came back spreading it, and for some reason, when those guys talked about it, they were shaking all over, and their faces turned green. Hearing that Zhang Chang and the others had been trembling, Yifeng also felt puzzled. Of course they trembled. They dared to call the new president a call girl. She's vicious enough. Just as Yifeng continued packing his things to leave the workstation he had used for 3 years. Yifeng! A loud shout broke his thoughts. Marketing Department Director Chen Ming stood outside the cubicle, his face dark, his eyes full of jealousy. You're pretty impressive, huh? The new president came on her first day, and you're already kissing up to her. Seeing Chen Ming's jealous stare, Yifeng suddenly felt an inexplicably refreshing sense of satisfaction. I've been kissing up long before this. What are you mumbling? Nothing. I said I'm going to report to the research department now. At this moment, Yifeng even felt a bit glad about being transferred. If he stayed here, who knew how much trouble would be waiting for him? Did you finish sorting the client data for the East China region? And you dare leave before finishing it? Chen Ming suddenly raised his voice. Around them, co-workers stopped what they were doing and secretly looked toward Yifeng. Yifeng froze for a moment, then quickly said, that file has information for over 300 clients. It needs at least 2 days to finish. According to the department transfer procedure, I've already handed it over to. I don't care about any procedure. Chen Ming interrupted impatiently. Send me the completed data within half an hour, or forget about getting your bonus this month. After saying that, Chen Ming turned and walked away arrogantly. Wang Hai looked at Yifeng worriedly. Brother Feng, he's obviously making things hard for you. With over 300 clients, just checking them would take a whole day. Yifeng didn't speak. He opened the dense Excel sheet. Name, phone, company, cooperation records. Before, he needed at least 3 coffees to focus on this type of data. But today was strange. Those numbers and words entered his sight like they were carved straight into his mind. He looked at the 20 clients on the first page once, and he remembered all of them. This. Yifeng blinked in disbelief, then scrolled to the next page. The same thing happened again, everything was memorized instantly. At the same time, in the president's office. Li Mengyao had changed into a spare suit skirt and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, letting out a slow breath. Her lower abdomen, which had been hurting so badly that she broke out in cold sweat earlier, no longer hurt at all. She raised her delicate hand and gently pressed her lower abdomen under her shirt. That swelling pain that had lasted for 3 months had disappeared along with the cramps. Her whole body felt unusually light and relaxed. Half a year ago, right after returning to the country, Li Mengyao was dragged into the family's inheritance fight. The huge pressure made her sleepless, leading to endocrine disorders and irregular periods. The abdominal swelling had troubled her for half a year. Chinese medicine and Western medicine did nothing. She never expected? Could it really be because of him? Thinking about it made her ears heat up. In the office area. Brother Feng, when did your typing get this fast? Wang Hai stared wide-eyed as Yifeng's fingers flew across the keyboard. The spreadsheet on the screen was being filled in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yifeng himself was stunned. A task that usually took 2 days, he finished in 25 minutes, and every piece of data was completely accurate. Even after sending the email, Yifeng still felt like it wasn't real. Was this still the same him who'd been scolded since childhood for being slow-brained? However, 3 minutes later, Chen Ming's reply email arrived. There are errors in the file. Bonus deduction has been reported to HR. What? Yifeng opened the attachment and found the so-called mistake that Chen Ming highlighted. It turned out the font in the table wasn't the Kaiti font that Chen Ming personally demanded. Sitting beside him, Wang Hai slammed the desk angrily. He's clearly targeting you. Even if there's a problem, he could let you correct it. Who deducts the bonus right away? Yifeng clenched his fists. One petty action from Chen Ming, and his sister's hospital fee for next month was gone. I'm going to find him. Yifeng stood up, but saw Chen Ming already striding over. You useless piece of crap. You can't even make a simple spreadsheet. Chen Ming shouted loudly on purpose, drawing everyone's attention to embarrass Yifeng. Standing before him, Chen Ming pointed at Yifeng's nose and yelled with jealous anger. Damn it, how many times did I say it in the office? Any file sent to me must use the Kaiti font that I prefer. Yifeng stared at him in anger. But thinking of his sister lying in the hospital, his tightly clenched fist slowly loosened, and he lowered his head. Seeing Yifeng back down, Chen Ming's face filled with pride and a sinister grin. In a low, disgusting voice, he said. You got in the president's car, but not into her bed. Really think you're someone now? I'm making things hard on you. You got a problem with that? The office area fell silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the confrontation. Just then, a cold female voice came from the hallway. Director Chen, quite the display of authority you have there. The crowd automatically parted, and Li Mengyao walked forward in high-heeled shoes. Her white suit skirt outlined elegant curves, her chestnut long hair coiled into a neat bun. Compared with her weakness in the car just now, she was a completely different person. President Li. Chen Ming's face changed drastically. I was only following company regulations. Regulations? Li Mengyao picked up the mouse on Yifeng's desk and opened the rejected file. Let me see what major mistake requires immediate bonus deduction. She skimmed the page quickly, her red lips slightly pressed together. After a moment, she slowly fixed her gaze on the anxious Chen Ming and asked in a cold tone. Because the font you required wasn't used, you deduct his bonus. Is that how you do things, Director Chen? It's like this, the information of over 300 clients needs at least 2 days to sort, but Yifeng did it in just over 20 minutes. He's clearly faking it. Such behavior will bring immeasurable loss to the company. According to company rules he should be fired, but I only deducted his bonus. At that moment Yifeng suddenly spoke. President Li, I did not fake it. I really carefully sorted the information of those 300 plus clients. If you don't believe me you can verify. After hearing Yifeng's words, Chen Ming hastily pointed at him and said. If you truly have not made a single mistake, I'll refuse my year-end bonus. Stop standing there, verify it quickly, whoever dares to favor Yifeng I'll fire. With Chen Ming's words, the others hurried to start checking the spreadsheet Yifeng sent. During the verification, Li Mengyao didn't say a word, sitting in the swivel chair pushed over by Chen Ming and staring at Yifeng. She really couldn't understand why the man she had spent the night with would, when clearly knowing about the faking, still choose to insist. Yifeng also noticed Li Mengyao looking at him. Fixing his eyes on her puzzled ones, he gave a handsome smile. Seeing the smile on Yifeng's face, Li Mengyao's mind immediately pictured how she had entwined with him beneath him last night. Her ears turned red, and she hurriedly turned her head away from looking at him. What a task taking 2 days for one person, 20 people would need 2 hours for. 2 hours later. Wang Hai quickly raised his hand and said aloud. I've checked. My part has no problems. As soon as Wang Hai finished, another colleague raised his hand. I've checked too, no problem. Me too, no problem. +1. As everyone finished checking, they were shocked to find that the file Yifeng had completed in 25 minutes had not a single mistake. Chen Ming, riding high on imagined success and thinking he had Yifeng wrapped up, was stunned when he heard the others. Impossible. You bastards colluded to fool me and President Li, right? I see you don't want to work anymore. At that moment, Li Mengyao still didn't say anything. She stood up, clicked her heels and walked to Wang Hai's side, casually spot-checked some entries and compared them. Then she walked over to other people's desks. A few minutes later, Li Mengyao fixed her gaze on Yifeng, who was full of confidence. Since the random checks had no problems, that meant these people hadn't colluded to trick her. So the question arose, how exactly did Yifeng do it? The answer to that question remained unknown, but one thing was certain, Yifeng had not faked it. No wonder he chose to stand firm instead of lowering his head and admitting fault, what he said was true after all. For a moment, Li Mengyao's look at Yifeng also underwent a subtle change. After a moment of thought, Li Mengyao looked at everyone and said, facts prove that Yifeng did not fake. Hearing Li Mengyao's words, Chen Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. He hastily shook his head and said quickly, impossible. A person cannot finish 2 days' work in 20 minutes. He must have faked it. And you colluded with them to trick me. Hearing you, so you're saying I colluded with them to trick you too? Suddenly hearing Li Mengyao say that, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Chen Ming's forehead at once. Oh no. This is big trouble. Li Mengyao looked at him, then calmly said. Just now everyone heard you. Now we've proven Yifeng did not fake, so I announce the cancellation of Director Chen's year-end bonus. If in the future there is any more slander, you pack up and get out. Li Mengyao didn't look at Chen Ming again. She fixed her gaze on Yifeng's handsome face and softly said. You come to my office. After hearing Li Mengyao's words, she clicked her heels and walked away. Yifeng stared at her gently swaying firm hips and licked his lips. Last night he drank too much and didn't properly appreciate his pretty female president's body. What a loss. At that moment Chen Ming walked up to Yifeng and said through clenched teeth. You brat, playing me huh? We'll see about this. After the threat, Chen Ming angrily walked away. Wang Hai ran beside Yifeng excitedly and said. Brother Feng, I thought you were dead this time. Didn't expect you to turn it around. How did you do it? Tell your brother. Even Yifeng didn't know how he finished 2 days' work in 25 minutes, so he certainly wouldn't tell Wang Hai. He shook his head and gave a perfunctory answer, and then walked out of the office. That woman Li Mengyao calling him, is it because she's run out of sanitary pads? Could it be that I've poked the main artery? President's office. Yifeng knocked on the door. Hearing, "Come in," he pushed open the door and entered. Li Mengyao was bending over looking at documents. Without lifting her head she said, "Close the door." "Oh." Yifeng closed the door then stood at the entrance staring at Li Mengyao without speaking, not knowing why this woman called him here. 5 minutes later, Li Mengyao finally raised her head, looked at the somewhat hesitant Yifeng and curiously asked, "You finished 2 days' work in just over 20 minutes. How did you do it?" To this question Yifeng thought for a moment and earnestly said, "I'd say I have Kato Taka's golden finger. It greatly improved my keyboard efficiency. Do you believe that?" "Who is Kato Taka? Why does he have a golden finger?" Just when Li Mengyao was utterly at a loss, Yifeng laughed and said, "Just joking. Actually I have the power of photographic memory." "You really have photographic memory?" "Of course. I still remember the mole on your butt." "Li Mengyao." Li Mengyao jumped up, pointed at Yifeng and shouted angrily, "If you dare talk nonsense again I'll cut your tongue out." Seeing her getting upset, Yifeng hastily shut his mouth. Li Mengyao glared at him viciously again, took a deep breath, patted her high chest to calm herself, and coldly said, "You may leave now. Come here at 8 o'clock tonight." Hearing that he still had to come to the office at 8 in the evening, Yifeng said unwillingly, "Forced overtime is illegal." "Then pack up your stuff and get out now." "I'm working overtime voluntarily," he said unwillingly, then hurried out. Although he hated capitalists, he still had to work for this capitalist Li Mengyao to earn money for his sister's medical bills. Sigh, endure. 8 o'clock in the evening. Yifeng, who didn't leave after work, came alone to the president's office. Standing at the door, he muttered quietly, "Why did she call me so late? Could it be I'm addicted to pain?" Just when he was about to knock, Li Mengyao's sharp scream suddenly came from inside the office. "Ah!" Hearing the scream, Yifeng had no time to think. He pushed open the office door quickly and said, "President Li, what's wrong? Holy shit!" At this moment Li Mengyao had taken off the small suit jacket she was wearing, jumping while using the jacket to swat at something. And her huge peak rose and fell violently with her body's motion. Yifeng, an old bachelor, had never seen such a seductive scene in his life. For a moment he stared dumbfounded. "Holy shit, do you get to see this without paying? It's almost going to make me faint." At this moment Li Mengyao noticed Yifeng and quickly shouted at him, "What are you still standing there for? Come over and kill that cockroach for me." "Kill a cockroach? So you're jumping and yelling in the office late at night just to kill a cockroach?" Indeed, cockroaches are the archenemy of most women. Yifeng shook his head and walked to the office desk. Sure enough, he saw a cockroach standing on the desk looking at him arrogantly. Li Mengyao hid behind Yifeng and asked anxiously, "Did you see it? Hurry and get rid of it." "Ah, got it," Yifeng said and reached out to grab the cockroach. But the cockroach sensed danger, flapped its wings and flew up. It skillfully dodged Yifeng's large hand, then flew around his body and landed steadily on Li Mengyao's nose tip. When Li Mengyao saw the cockroach on her nose looking at her with its two little eyes, her pupils suddenly shrank. "Ah!" She hastily used her hand to swat the cockroach off her nose, then reflexively jumped and hugged Yifeng who had just turned around, her slender long legs squeezed tightly around his waist. Yifeng also instinctively raised both big hands to support her rounded buttocks. Seeing the cockroach flap its wings and fly out of the office, Yifeng breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, "Don't be afraid, it's already flown out." Hearing the cockroach was gone, Li Mengyao still hugging him tightly said with lingering fear, "It just landed on my nose, I even saw its eyes clearly. Scared me to death. Don't be afraid." Li Mengyao was just about to complain that he couldn't even handle a cockroach, when suddenly she felt two large hands supporting her butt. She looked at Yifeng in front of her and only then realized how ambiguous their posture was. Li Mengyao hurriedly jumped off him, blushing, and questioned, "Where are your hands placed?" Facing her question, Yifeng then realized what he had just done, and hurriedly explained, "You suddenly jumped on me, so that was a reflex, I didn't mean to touch your butt." "You still say that. Shut your mouth." Okay. Seeing Yifeng obediently shut his mouth, Li Mengyao glared at him. Fearing the cockroach might come back, she quickly turned and walked toward the open door and shut it heavily, and only then exhaled. Looking at Li Mengyao who looked like she had survived an ordeal, Yifeng looked at his still warm hands, then said to her, "President Li, you called me here this late at night, surely it wasn't just to have me kill a cockroach for you. And anyway, was that a cockroach? It was clearly a matchmaker god." He even felt a bit regretful that the cockroach left too early. If it had stayed a bit longer, who knows if last night's scene would continue tonight. In response to Yifeng's question, Li Mengyao angrily walked to the desk holding her small suit jacket and said without good mood. Killing what cockroach? I called you here for something important. Come over. Yifeng obediently walked next to her, curious asked. What's up, President Li? Li Mengyao's slender finger clicked the mouse, then opened a spreadsheet and looked at Yifeng, saying. I discovered there are problems with our group's accounts. That's normal. No matter which company, there are always some issues with accounts. But our company's problem is very big, very serious. I suspect the reason our group loses every quarter is tied to these accounts. Hearing Li Mengyao's words, Yifeng asked tentatively. You suspect someone is cooking the books to siphon money from the group? Yes, that's what I mean. Then just call the finance director over and ask them. Li Mengyao shook her head, looking at the spreadsheet on the computer with a serious expression, said. The matter isn't as simple as you imagine. I just took over the group. If I publicly audit now, it's like startling the snakes in the grass. They won't cooperate with me but will instead unite to resist my investigation, wasting manpower and resources, and ultimately we get a false answer. Hearing that the matter was so complicated, Yifeng scratched his head and said, Then I have no idea. After all, Yifeng was just a small employee in the company. Projects here are billions, tens of billions. He really couldn't handle that. What if I say you have a way? Seeing Li Mengyao looking at him expectantly, Yifeng pointed at his nose and asked incredulously. Are you sure I have a way? You said you have photographic memory, right? That's why I called you here. Sit down here and check it for me. Forcibly pressed on her shoulder, Yifeng sat in the boss's chair. He hurriedly said. But President Li, I know nothing about accounts. You don't need to know, that's what I'm for. Tonight I will stay and go through it with you, until we clear all the accounts. Seeing Li Mengyao really treat him like a beast of burden, Yifeng internally felt how displeased he was. But he had no choice, after all she was the boss. Whatever she wanted, he had to do. Who made him the miserable beast? Yifeng took a deep breath, then focused on the spreadsheet on the screen, praying his so-called photographic memory really existed, otherwise tomorrow he'd surely be fired by Li Mengyao for stepping into the company with his left foot first. The numbers and words entered his sight and instantly became extremely clear. The first page of dense numbers, he just glanced and remembered all of them. Li Mengyao saw Yifeng's eyes fixed on the screen, his fingers swiftly scrolling the mouse wheel. She knew he had entered the photographic memory state. So she slowly turned her gaze to his face. She hadn't looked closely at him before. Now that she did, she found he was quite handsome. Thinking that just last night at this time she was kissing this man, Li Mengyao's cheeks inevitably turned red. Half an hour later, Yifeng had reviewed half the accounts. You don't know until you look, and when you look you're shocked. Some accounts were ridiculously fake. For example, the procurement department's purchase of disposable paper cups cost 5 yuan each. On Alibaba, they cost only 1 jiao each. How much shady business is in there, you can imagine. At that moment Li Mengyao walked over holding a cup of coffee. After giving it to Yifeng she quietly said. You must be tired too. Drink a cup of coffee first and rest a moment. Oh, thanks. Yifeng reached out to take the coffee, but accidentally touched Li Mengyao's smooth hand. In an instant, Yifeng's mind flashed back to last night when Li Mengyao interlocked fingers with him, and kissed his lips awkwardly. Li Mengyao hastily withdrew her hand, and looked at Yifeng with a meaningful expression, coldly said. Are you daydreaming again? Put away your filthy thoughts, hurry, and continue looking. Yifeng smirked, then turned his gaze to the computer screen preparing to continue reviewing when the office door was suddenly knocked on. Both of them almost simultaneously looked toward the closed door. Yifeng whispered to Li Mengyao. Did you call someone else over? No, I only called you. Then at this time, who's knocking? Li Mengyao thought for a moment, then asked toward the office door. Who is it? President Li, it's Zhou Jianing. Zhou Jianing, the group's financial director. Today is Li Mengyao's first day working at the group. Coincidentally, this financial director Zhou Jianing was on a business trip, so the two of them had not met yet. Now it seems Zhou Jianing's first thing after returning is to petition the faction head of me. He's standing at the office door waiting. Certainly I cannot not see him. But at this late hour I and Yifeng, a single man and woman alone in a room, plus the daytime rumors, if Zhou Jianing sees Yifeng here, the scandal between me and him will be confirmed. So after brief thinking, Li Mengyao quietly said to Yifeng. Don't stand dumb. Quickly find a place to hide. Hide? Why should I hide? Facing Yifeng's confusion, Li Mengyao coldly said. You don't care about rumors, but I do. Quickly find a place to hide, hurry. Facing Li Mengyao's urge, Yifeng helplessly shook his head, looked at the large office and wrinkled his brow. The president's office is very large, but besides one desk, a few filing cabinets and a coffee machine, there is nothing else. Where can I hide? Thinking quickly, Yifeng set his gaze under the desk. The space under the desk is large enough to hide himself easily. So without word he bent and crawled under the desk. Li Mengyao saw him crawl under the desk. She was about to call him out and tell him to change place, when at that moment Zhou Jianing standing outside the door said, "President Li, I just got off the plane and hurried back to the group. If it is convenient for you, may I report to you face to face?" Faced with Zhou Jianing's reminder, Li Mengyao looked at Yifeng squatting under the desk gazing at her, took a deep breath and sat in the chair, quietly said to him, "No sounds must happen, or you'll bear the consequences." Threatening Yifeng with that, Li Mengyao slid the chair forward to block the view under the desk, then toward the door said, "Come in." The office door was gently pushed open. The 40-something-year-old Zhou Jianing walked in, and looking at Li Mengyao he smiled and said, "President Li, you're working so late. It's my first day at the group and I'm still unfamiliar, so I stayed to do overtime at the company. President Li's enthusiasm for work is exactly what our group lacks. Tomorrow I will call everyone to learn from President Li." Hearing Zhou Jianing's flattery of Li Mengyao, Yifeng also thought no wonder he's reached financial director, his bootlicking skill is truly a masterpiece. "But your bootlicking skill, Zhou Jianing, is still inferior to mine, after all I really touched Li Mengyao's butt." In that instant the explosive scene from last night flashed into Yifeng's mind, making him subconsciously focus on what lay before him. Li Mengyao wore a tight white mid-short skirt, though this angle did not show extremely seductive scene, she could clearly see her evenly slender calves. It must be said the figure of Li Mengyao is truly unmatched, even her calves are perfect. After some small talk, Zhou Jianing got to his point. "President Li, today in Kyoto I visited your uncle. He said your work ability is very strong and told me to be sure to help you manage our Li real estate group well." Hearing Zhou Jianing say this, Li Mengyao slowly fixed her gaze on his sly eyes. Zhou Jianing's words clearly meant, "I am your uncle's man. For your uncle's sake you, newly appointed, cannot burn the fire onto me." How could Li Mengyao not understand the meaning of Zhou Jianing's words? But this time she returned home to take over the family enterprise in the Huaxi district of Donglin City, and she was here to work hard to prove her ability. So no one's threat mattered to her. Thus Li Mengyao refocused on the computer screen and calmly said, "Tell my uncle that he needn't worry. I Li Mengyao have the ability to manage our Li family's enterprise well." This basically told Zhou Jianing, "Bringing up my uncle doesn't work, since the family gave this enterprise to me, I call the shots here. No one else matters." Zhou Jianing also understood Li Mengyao's meaning. He smiled and said, "Since President Li says so, I will certainly go through fire and water without hesitation. Then I will not disturb your work. I'll leave first." Li Mengyao nodded, and said nothing further. But at that moment, under the desk where Yifeng hid, he discovered the cockroach that had flown away earlier had actually returned, and at this time it had crawled onto Li Mengyao's high-heeled shoe. Yifeng could not imagine that guy would show up under these circumstances. Zhou Jianing hadn't left the office yet. If that cockroach crawled onto Li Mengyao's leg, she would certainly scream like she'd seen a ghost. At that time, if Zhou Jianing ran over to see what's up, wouldn't everything be exposed? So Yifeng hurriedly reached out to catch that mischievous cockroach. But the cockroach again sensed danger, so it hurriedly flapped its wings and flew up. Seeing it about to fly away, Yifeng deeply exhaled. What a close call, almost let that guy expose things. However, Yifeng's relief hadn't finished yet. The cockroach, without bias, flew right into Li Mengyao's mid-short skirt. Seeing this, Yifeng's eyes instantly widened. Holy shit! Li Mengyao also heard Yifeng swearing. Not knowing what kind of lunacy this guy was in, she hurriedly raised her foot and viciously kicked him. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianing, one step away from leaving the office, faintly heard someone speaking. This made him turn and look at Li Mengyao curiously and ask, "President Li, did you just speak?" Facing Zhou Jianing's question, Li Mengyao covered her mouth and coughed once, then said, "My throat's a bit uncomfortable. Then I'll go buy you a pack of throat lozenges." "No need, I'll just drink more water." Before Li Mengyao finished speaking, her brows suddenly knit. At this moment she felt something crawling on her thigh. Urgently she fixed her gaze under the desk, then saw Yifeng pointing at her skirt while silently mouthing something like, "cockroach." Realizing a cockroach had crawled into her skirt, this made Li Mengyao's back chill, scalp tingle. Instinctively she was about to stand and scream, but Yifeng hurriedly grabbed her calf, then pointed to the direction of the office door. Li Mengyao immediately understood his meaning. After all, Zhou Jianing was still at the door watching her. At this moment if she stood and flailed and screamed, He would obviously see Yifeng hiding under her desk, and whether they had something going on or not, it would look like they did. Realizing Yifeng must not be seen by Zhou Jianing, Li Mengyao hurriedly gave him frantic eye signals, telling him to quickly remove that damned cockroach from her skirt. Yifeng, giving an expression of "leave it to me," then focused on Li Mengyao's white mid-short skirt, then suddenly thrust his hand in. In the next second, Li Mengyao's pupils shrank. Her slender fingers gripped the desk. At that moment Li Mengyao's brows were tightly furrowed, which made Zhou Jianing stare in surprise. He thought to himself, a second ago she was fine, how did she become like this in the next moment? Zhou Jianing wouldn't have guessed there was Yifeng under the desk, much less how much effort Yifeng had been making to catch that damn cockroach. Thinking she was unwell, Zhou Jianing hurried over and asked with concern. "President, are you feeling unwell? Should I call an ambulance for you?" Seeing him walk over, Li Mengyao hastily shouted. "I'm fine. But I see cold sweat on your forehead." I'm fine, just a little uncomfortable. You go first, I'll rest a moment and I'll be okay." After explaining, Li Mengyao suddenly fixed her gaze under the desk at Yifeng, angrily glared at him, not knowing what the hell this guy was doing. But Yifeng also felt aggrieved. After all, that cockroach was too sneaky, vanished suddenly, and he could only blindly search. Giving her a "I'll handle it immediately" look, Yifeng made up his mind. "Damn it, I sure don't believe I can't catch you, this damn cockroach." Beside him, Zhou Jianing, hearing Li Mengyao say that and looking at her flushed face, thought she truly was unwell, so he nodded and said, "Okay then, President Li, I'll leave now." When Zhou Jianing left the office and closed the door, Li Mengyao hurriedly stood up, slapped Yifeng away, then stood and patted her body. After a bit of patting, she hurriedly asked Yifeng, who was kneeling on the ground staring at her, "Did you kill that cockroach?" With your method, I'm afraid it went to meet its grandmother." Hearing that the cockroach was probably dead, Li Mengyao exhaled in relief. But the next moment she saw the cockroach had flown over again. However, this guy seemed to think outside was too dangerous, so he flew into Li Mengyao's clothes. Seeing this scene, Li Mengyao's normally red face instantly turned pale. Yifeng also saw the cockroach return, hurriedly said, "President Li, don't worry, this time I definitely will catch it." "Hurry up." Coming. Yifeng also got serious. That stinky cockroach kept making him lose face in front of Li Mengyao. Today that ends. Without another word, Yifeng thrust out his hand. "Today I must punish this damn cockroach properly." But Yifeng was anxious, and the more he chased that cockroach the harder it became to catch. For a moment Li Mengyao was furious and said, "Can you do it or not? If not, hurry and get out." Realizing he was completely losing face, Yifeng hurriedly stood up and said fast, "President Li, I can do it, give me a day, apologies, a minute. Then hurry. If in a minute you don't catch it, pack up your things and get out." "All right, I'll get it now." This time Yifeng didn't dare be careless, hurried around her body to search. When he saw the cockroach flap its wings and land on the back of Li Mengyao's head, Yifeng rolled up his sleeves and cursed, "Let's see where you run now." As he finished, Yifeng aimed at the cockroach on the back of Li Mengyao's head and slapped hard. Smack! The crisp slap sounded in the large office, which made the furious Li Mengyao pause. In an instant, the office was silent. Li Mengyao slowly turned her head, felt her scalp, looked at Yifeng standing behind with a pig liver face, gritted her teeth and asked, "I asked you to find that cockroach, instead you hit me back?" "President Li, you misunderstand, I didn't hit you back, I really was hitting that cockroach. If you don't believe me, look." When Li Mengyao raised her hand, she was shocked to find the cockroach missing. Seeing this, Yifeng was silent. "Damn it, now it really seems I can't explain it away. Looks like this time I can pack up and leave for real." Seeing his empty large hand, Li Mengyao raised her hand to slap him, but at that moment she suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping, then saw that little guy who tortured them all night dash into the ventilation duct. Staring at the vent for a moment, eventually Li Mengyao lowered her hand. Although Yifeng's hitting her head was more likely intentional, no matter what, he really was trying to help her catch that cockroach. Glancing at the somewhat awkward Yifeng, Li Mengyao pointed at the chair and said, "Today I'll let you off for now. Sit down and keep looking at the accounts." Seeing that Li Mengyao didn't pursue the matter of him hitting her head, Yifeng quickly nodded and sat down to continue reviewing the accounts. One has to say having money is good. Even at midnight, the pest control company people were still called over by Li Mengyao. But after searching the ventilation duct they still didn't find that cockroach. Helpless, Li Mengyao had them seal the duct for now, at least so that cockroach wouldn't come back tonight to torture her. At 2 in the morning. After Yifeng finished reviewing all the accounts, he said to Li Mengyao, who was dozing beside him, "President Li, I'm done." Hearing Yifeng's voice, Li Mengyao immediately perked up. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at him and asked, "How is it?" "There are huge, huge problems. Every year you make 10 billion, 90% of that has been siphoned off by these guys through fake accounts. No wonder the group loses money year after year." Smack! Li Mengyao slammed the table hard, gritted her teeth and cursed. "These blood-sucking vampires. I'm calling the police to imprison them all. Arresting them may be a bit difficult. After all, some accounts are over 10 years old, the people who took the money already left. Those who dared steal from our Li family's money, even if they flee to the ends of the earth, I will bring them back. You tell me who made the fake accounts and siphoned off, I'll note them down and first thing in the morning I'll deal with them." "All right. At 7 in the morning. Li Mengyao looked at the densely populated personnel list in her hand and coldly said, "If these bastards don't return the money to me, then go spend the rest of your life in prison. You worked hard all night. I'll give you a day off, go home and rest well." Seeing he could finally leave work, Yifeng also said nothing, got up and walked out of the office. Coincidentally, Chen Ming was outside the door, appearing to be preparing to knock. He saw Yifeng coming out of the president's office and was slightly stunned. Yifeng saw Chen Ming's dazed expression and calmly said, "Good morning, Director Chen." "Well, you..." Before Chen Ming could finish, Yifeng cut in. "You here to see President Li? I advise you not to meet her at this time." "Why?" Regarding this question, Yifeng said with a hidden meaning, "I bet she just laid down. You and I have been working all night, my back and waist still ache." Yifeng left a "believe it or not" look and left Chen Ming standing there alone, disordered. After Yifeng entered the elevator, Chen Ming finally reacted and cursed toward the elevator. "Talking big. Is President Li really that cheap? She can look at trash like you, I spit." Chen Ming cursed, then smoothed back his pomaded big slick back hair like a bootlicker, turned around with a smiling face ready to knock on the door. However, when he saw Li Mengyao standing right behind him, looking at him with those cold eyes, Chen Ming's heart stopped beating. "President Li. Director Chen, in Q4 2019 there are 2 infrastructure payments totaling 470 million that you need to explain to me in person." An hour later, Chen Ming didn't even knock on the door and rushed into the financial director's office. He anxiously said to Zhou Jianing, "Director Zhou, you really must help me this time, otherwise I'm finished." Seeing Chen Ming almost crying, Zhou Jianing smiled and asked, "Director Chen, what's wrong that you're so anxious? Sit and tell me slowly. Just now Li Mengyao uncovered my fake accounts and siphoning the group's money over the years, and gave me 3 days to return all the money, otherwise she'll call the police." On hearing this, Zhou Jianing frowned and muttered, "She's only been here 1 day, how does she know our group's accounts so well already?" Just after he spoke, the desk phone in front of him rang. After answering and listening a moment, he nodded and said, "Understood, President Li. I'll come right over." Seeing Zhou Jianing hang up the phone, Chen Ming hurriedly asked, "President Li asked you to come to see her?" "Yes. Then it must be to make you return money too. Director Zhou, what do we do?" "Don't rush. Wait here. I'll go see what her play is." Having said that, he left the office. Chen Ming, in a panic, said, "If I didn't even win the president's favor, fine, but now I have to pay money back too, this time I'm truly done." Half an hour later. Seeing Zhou Jianing push the door and come in, Chen Ming, who had been anxiously waiting on the sofa, quickly stood and asked, "Director Zhou, what did Li Mengyao say?" "What else could she say? Same as to you, she gave me 3 days to return the money, otherwise it's business as usual, i.e., legal. But the tens of millions I skimmed are already spent. I don't have money to return. Maybe Director Zhou, you lend me some and I'll return principal plus interest." Faced with Chen Ming's plea, Zhou Jianing replied irritably, "My money's almost all spent too. I don't even know where to find money to pay my own debts, let alone lend to you." "What? You say you spent your tens of millions?" "Those tens of millions weren't for me to spend. They all went to pay off Li Jianjun." "Li Jianjun?" "Right. He is Li Mengyao's second uncle. If it doesn't work, you get him to sweet-talk Li Mengyao and write off our debt." "That's easy for you to say. I saw Li Mengyao last night, she was unwavering, not buying into Uncle Li's account. This 3 fires thing is going to burn us." On hearing Li Mengyao wouldn't even go easy on her uncle, Chen Ming's sky fell in. He slumped on the sofa, somewhat collapsed, and said, "This time I'm truly finished." "What are you worried about? The real problem is that Li Mengyao on her first day looked into our recent year's accounts and found everything. That's a problem." Seeing Zhou Jianing deep in thought, Chen Ming after a moment had a flash of Yifeng's image in his mind. He hurried to stand and walk to Zhou Jianing, then quickly said, "Director Zhou, there's something I must tell you. Under me there's a guy named Yifeng. He sorted over 300 client records in just over 20 minutes. Normally that takes 2 days. How is that possible? Hey, my big brother Zhou, what time is it? Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes, and the whole department was there. After saying that, Chen Ming thought of something else and quickly added. This morning I saw him at Li Mengyao's office door. Looks like he worked all night. This morning Li Mengyao told us to return money. Last night, he was absolutely auditing. Hearing this, Zhou Jianing frowned deeply and thought. To date, Li Mengyao only has recent year's accounts. If she digs further, the more people will be exposed. Urgent task is to make this Yifeng disappear. A murderous gleam suddenly appeared in Chen Ming's eyes. Or I find some underworld folks and kill him directly. Well, Zhou Jianing would not involve himself in murder, of course. Paper can't wrap fire. If one day everything is exposed, his charges would be much more than simple embezzlement. Zhou Jianing walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the Huaxi district view. After a moment his idea formed. Turning back to Chen Ming, he said in a low voice. You silence a person, you don't necessarily kill him. Director Zhou, what do you mean? Slander trap, Xian Rentiao. Zhou Jianing pulled out a cigar from his suit inner pocket and slowly cut it open. I know some professionals who specialize in this. If we film him in bed with a woman, then accuse him of rape, then send him straight in. Chen Ming rubbed his hands, finally revealing a faint joy on his face. Brilliant. That kid rents in the old neighborhood in the west of the city. No cameras. Perfect for this. Zhou Jianing blew out a ring of smoke, squinted. You've got that woman escort Lin Mimi, right? I remember she's good looking. Right. That girl owes me a lot of money. Use her for this is perfect. Chen Ming pulled out his phone and searched his contacts. I'll contact her now. Meanwhile Yifeng, after buying fresh vegetables and meat at the supermarket, returned to his rented apartment. Having slept none all night, Yifeng lay down and fell asleep as soon as he got home. Yifeng had a dream. Rather than a dream, it was a memory replay. Yesterday Yifeng desperately tried to recall that night's events, but only scattered pieces of memory. But in today's dream, everything was so clear. It was as though Yifeng experienced it a second time. In the dream, vaguely he saw their bodies when touching, a kind of warm blue light flashing where they joined. As time passed, finally, Yifeng collapsed on the hotel bed. Closed his eyes contentedly. Just as he intended to open his eyes and have another round. He opened his eyes and saw his old shabby rental apartment. Damn. I closed my eyes for nothing. With a sigh of regret, Yifeng got up, took a quick cold shower, then changed into ordinary but very clean and neat clothes, and began busying in the kitchen. Finally a day off, I'll cook a good meal for my little sister. Always eating the hospital cafeteria. She's probably sick of it. After an afternoon of busy cooking, evening approaching, Yifeng quickly packed his 3 signature dishes. When Yifeng opened the door to go deliver the food to the hospital, a woman wearing a miniskirt, a tube top revealing her navel, walking with her hips swaying, happened to arrive at his doorway. Little brother, did you order in-home service? Seeing her finish speaking, she reached out her hand and touched toward his pants, scaring Yifeng, who hastily shook her off and stepped back. As he stepped back, Yifeng looked at the lewd woman and said, Hey, big sister, you got the wrong person. I didn't order an in-home service. Unit 3, 401. How could you be wrong? Don't be shy, little brother. I have no money. No money is okay. This time it's just a trial. Seeing the woman pounce on him even after hearing he had no money, Yifeng was frightened and backed away repeatedly. Although this kind of thing is a dream for most men, Yifeng knew well that pies don't fall from the sky. Even if a pie did fall, it wouldn't land on his head. In his rental flat, the woman, seeing Yifeng not falling for it, revealed a trace of ruthlessness in her eyes, then suddenly grabbed her hair messily. Then she reached and pulled down the small vest she was wearing, exposing a trembling semicircle. She also tugged her short skirt down to the calves, revealing red lace panties. Suddenly she slapped herself hard, then covered her face and cried out. Somebody! Help me! I'm being molested! Faced with the woman's operation, Yifeng was stunned. Turning, looking at the woman sitting on the floor as though she had just been molested, he said numbly. No big sister, just the 2 of us are in this room. I stood and did nothing. However the woman, crying and shouting, said. You were the one molesting me. Somebody, help! Holy crap, you bitch are scamming me? Just as Yifeng's words dropped, the door was suddenly and roughly pulled open, then 3 big burly men barged in, with tattoos of 2 banded fish on their arms. One of the men pushed Yifeng hard with his hand, cursing. So it was you molesting my wife, huh? Only when the men appeared did Yifeng realize he had walked into a honey trap. To be honey trapped in his own home, this was truly weird. More importantly, he hadn't even taken off his pants and you guys came in already, bit too eager, don't you think? Faced with the man's shove, Yifeng backed up a step and said, "If you've got something to say, say it. Don't just lay hands on me." The burly man who had pushed him told someone to shut the door and asked, "Say it, settle privately, or make it public." Seeing he truly was in a trap, Yifeng also sneered with anger. He roughly knew this was a setup. He put down the food box in his arms and asked speechlessly, "What do you mean by private? And what about public?" "Simple. Private means you pay us 1 million yuan and this matter ends here. Public means we send you to the police and you'll spend the rest of your life in prison." The burly men were demanding a king's ransom because they knew Yifeng couldn't pay 1 million. That way they could legitimately send him to prison. Otherwise sending him to prison right away would violate the professional ethics of a honey trap scam. Yifeng also saw that these guys didn't want a private settlement, their goal was to send him to jail. If that was the case, then they must have made full preparations. No matter how he explained, he'd be innocent but still couldn't prove it. So whether private or public, the outcome was the same, jail for him. Realizing he had fallen into someone's scheme, after a moment's thought, he said to the burly men, "If I refuse both those options? Refuse? Then I'll beat you to death and feed you to dogs. The local gangs have no manners. Since you don't play fair, I also know a bit of fists." After saying that, Yifeng struck a boxing stance. Actually he didn't know boxing, he just wanted to scare these guys. Though the odds were low, what if he actually panicked them? However, the fact proved Yifeng was overestimating. The burly men, seeing Yifeng still threaten them, rolled up their sleeves and cursed. "Ha, you think you can train with us, huh? Beat him." As the lead burly guy shouted, he charged at Yifeng with fists first, and Yifeng instinctively put his arm up in front of him. Crack! Hearing a bone crack sound, Yifeng's mindset collapsed. These guys were brutal, they broke his arm immediately? "Ah! My hand!" Suddenly hearing the burly man scream, Yifeng was startled. Wasn't his arm broken? Why didn't he feel any pain? For a moment Yifeng was completely stunned, and hurriedly dropped his arm to check. Just now the burly man punched him, but his arm had no injury. That was a bit absurd. Meanwhile the burly man held his broken fist and looked at Yifeng in pain. His punch had done nothing to Yifeng, but instead he broke his own fist. Could he be a martial arts master? But the information Yifeng got said he was just a miserable office worker. Thinking that over, the burly man concluded maybe he hadn't had enough sun recently and his bones were weak. After reassuring himself mentally, the burly man stepped back, pointed at the stunned Yifeng and cursed. "All right you guys, kill him." His two big brothers didn't think much, they charged Yifeng. But to Yifeng their punches seemed in slow motion. He could even see the trajectories clearly. Yifeng blinked his eyes, easily dodged one man's punch, and lightly dodged another man's kick. After both missed, they were stunned. Their moves were slow motion to Yifeng, but Yifeng looked very agile to them. Realizing Yifeng must be a trained guy, the two didn't dare be careless. One of them spread his arms to lunge for a bear hug. But facing this slow motion attack, Yifeng still easily dodged, then gently patted the man's back with his palm. Bang! Just a light contact and the man went flying, smashed the coffee table and fell heavily. Seeing this the remaining man was shocked. Yifeng looked at his hand and said in surprise, "What the heck, when did I get this awesome?" Reason unknown for now, but now he no longer had to take this humiliation. With a nimble leap he came in front of the man, and before the man could react, he threw a punch. So fast the man didn't even have time to respond. Bang! This man, like his brothers before, crashed into the wall then slammed to the ground. The first burly guy saw his two friends down and instinctively locked eyes on Yifeng. And Yifeng had by now gradually accepted his little bit of badassery. Having suffered half a lifetime, he finally felt triumphant. "Bring it on. I'll take 10. Next door. The neighbor grandpa heard the crying and shouting next door, hurried back and shouted loudly. "Everyone stop it at once. If you keep fighting I will call the police." 3 seconds later the door opened, and then a burly man with a bruised face and a terrified woman walked out, each holding one of the men. Grandpa saw this and backed a few steps in fright. After the group fled in panic, a young man walked out. Grandpa saw the young man was unharmed, thought he was an accomplice of those guys, and hurriedly said, "If you don't stop I'll call the police and arrest you." In response to Grandpa's warning, Yifeng gestured with his hand and said, "Grandpa, you've misunderstood. I'm the one who got beaten." "You? Got beaten? You've not a scratch on you, and those people you talked about are bruised and 2 of them passed out, you trying to fool this old man." Seeing he couldn't explain things clearly to this grandpa, Yifeng did not further explain, picked up his food box and walked off. On his way by electric scooter to the hospital, Yifeng only then remembered he forgot to ask those guys why they set up a honey trap for him. By now they were long gone, trying to find them would be harder than climbing to heaven. Damn it, why did I forget to ask? Just as Yifeng was very depressed, he suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone and dialed the number of Li Mengyao. The phone connected, and Yifeng immediately burst out. President Li. From now on find someone else to check accounts. I'm done. If I keep doing this, I reckon I won't have my life. You don't know what your beast of burden employee has just gone through. For the 20-minute ride, Yifeng like a wronged little wife kept talking nonstop. That look, more wrong than Doi. Only when he arrived at the hospital did Yifeng hang up the phone. At that time, Li Mengyao sitting in the group president's office, looked at the disconnected phone and the corner of her eye twitched awkwardly a few times. This mouth, a waste if you don't go tell crosstalk jokes. Joking aside, after hearing Yifeng's experience, Li Mengyao's handsome brows furrowed slightly. This honey trap he encountered, could it really be devised by someone inside the group? No matter what she did, cautiously Mengyao also felt that the honey trap Yifeng met was probably not that simple. When Yifeng walked into the ward, a female college student-looking girl was lying on the bed reading a book. Her eyebrows seemed to frown yet not frown, her eyes seemed about to cry yet not cry. In her cheeks a double sorrow was born, the sickness attacked her whole body. Tear sparkles dotting her eyes, gentle short panting. When still she was like a beautiful flower shining on water, when moving she was like a weak willow leaning in the wind. Using the expressions used to describe Lin Daiyu would be perfect for this girl. The girl with her eyes sideways seeing someone come in the ward slowly looked up, saw Yifeng smiling at her, quickly put down her book and a sweet smile showed on her face. Brother, you're here. Her voice seemed like a heavenly sound, and it swept away Yifeng's grievances and gloom from the honey trap. He raised the packed meal box in his hand and smiled. Yui, brother bought you something good to eat, all your favorites. Not again the cafeteria? I literally can't stomach it anymore. Seeing Yui's wronged look, Yifeng walked to the bedside, picked up a box and said, Silly girl, how can we have cafeteria every day? I cooked them for you, you love them. Don't believe it, look. Oil-braised big shrimp, red-braised beef, wow, even sweet and sour pork? Brother, you didn't rob a bank, did you? Look at you. My brother can't earn money? Alright, hurry and eat while it's hot. Yui used chopsticks to pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork, bit into it and said happily. So good. Brother, you try some too. Seeing Yui pick up a piece and hold it near his mouth, Yifeng waved his hand and smiled. I already ate some, you eat. Come on, eat. Hurry. Unable to resist Yui's plea, Yifeng opened his mouth and ate the sweet and sour pork. Seeing Yifeng obediently do what she said, Yui asked expectantly. Tasty? Yep, delicious. Brother, if I hadn't met you this time, I doubt I'd even be lying in a hospital bed eating sweet and sour pork. I'd probably be under some overpass waiting to die by now. Seeing Yui suddenly bring that up, Yifeng picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth corner and said, You're my sister. Even if I had to sell pots and pans I'll get your illness cured, I won't let you suffer even a little. But after all we're not blood related, we just happen to stay in the same orphanage for a few years. Why are you so good to me? Never mind a few years, even if just one day you're still my sister Yifeng. Brother, thank you for being so good to me. Watching Yui's moved expression, Yifeng rubbed her head and smiled. Okay, you hurry and eat. Yifeng stayed with Yui at the hospital until 8 at night, then left the hospital and prepared to go home and have a good sleep. But at that time his phone rang. Taking it out he saw it was an unknown number. Yifeng answered politely. Hello, what can I help you with? Come to the group and find me. After the person said that and hung up, Yifeng was slightly startled, looked at his phone blankly and said, You don't even say who you are, and tell me come to the group. Which group should I go to? Wait, that voice sounds familiar? Yifeng thought carefully, suddenly remembered the voice that moaned under him last night. In an instant Yifeng knew it was Li Mengyao who called him. He frowned and muttered. How many phones does President Li have anyway? Can't be calling me to audit again? Didn't I say the risk is too high? I'm done. This woman really treats me like a beast of burden? Whatever, I'm not going. 20 minutes later, Yifeng walked into Li Real Estate Group. Though his mouth was still tough, the person is under the roof, must bow. The president's office. Yifeng knocked on the door. Hearing come in, he pushed open and walked in, looked at Li Mengyao sitting in the boss chair working and asked. President Li, it's so late, why did you call me over? Not to catch cockroaches again, right? Not catching cockroaches. There are some accounts from 10 years ago. Come and check them for me. 10 years ago? Those people are long gone. Checking their accounts is even meaningful. I told you to do something, you do it. Enough with the nonsense. Seeing Li Mengyao's domineering manner, Yifeng shrugged and unwillingly walked over. Arriving at the desk, looking at the thick folder in her hand, he asked, "Where do I start?" "Here." Yifeng took the folder ready to look, but out of his peripheral vision he was drawn to Li Mengyao's neckline. Maybe because it was hot, Li Mengyao had undone 2 buttons of the shirt, resulting in a beautiful scene half-covered appearing in Yifeng's sight. Must say, this paipa half-hidden ambiguity is even more imaginative than full exposure, and made Yifeng subconsciously say, "No wonder you became the boss, that cleavage is deep." Suddenly hearing Yifeng's words, Li Mengyao lowered her head along his gaze and saw that she was already exposed, hurriedly covering her chest with her hand, and angrily said, "Where are your eyeballs looking?" Seeing that her peeking was discovered, Yifeng withdrew his lascivious gaze, rubbed his nose and said, "Since you dared to be exposed, are you still afraid of me looking? I was just cooling off, was I looking for you? If you hadn't said so earlier, I'd have thought you were looking at me because I was too boring, and you were finding some fun for me. I looked at you as fun. Hurry to the sofa and check the accounts for me." "Fine then." Yifeng sat on the sofa and finished reading a thick accounting book in an hour, and to the busy Li Mengyao he said, "General Manager Li, I've finished. At least 70% of this book's accounts have problems, and I've already marked with a pen the problematic ones. Now can I get off work? It's only a few o'clock and you want to leave? There's more here, take them and keep looking." Seeing Li Mengyao somehow get over 10 folders, Yifeng's face turned dark. This woman's attitude toward him now was no less than back when she was at the hotel. She really was coming for him to the death. But the difference was that earlier it was torment, and this time it was enjoyment. He recalled the image of Li Mengyao biting his earlobe and panting nonstop, and Yifeng thought to himself he didn't know if in this life he would have the chance to experience it again. He shook his head, stood and went to the desk, hugged more than a meter-high stack of folders in his arms, then returned to the sofa and continued reading. Not knowing what this was, he was shocked upon seeing it. Li Mengyao had pulled out accounting books from 30 years ago. If Yifeng remembered correctly, the Li Real Estate Group had just been founded 30 years ago. And the Li family had just caught the golden period of real estate development, earned a fortune, and that's how the Li family has the glory they do today. Looking at the yellowing ledgers, Yifeng muttered, "In those days the batch of people who embezzled, they probably are long dead." But whether they were dead or not was none of his concern. He focused on finishing the work early so he could go home and sleep sooner. By the time Yifeng got busy, it was midnight 12. Li Mengyao, holding a packed meal, walked into the office, and seeing Yifeng still with his head down reading ledgers, a look of admiration appeared on her face. She wasn't afraid of a man lacking ability, only of a man not trying. Although she didn't want to have anything to do with Yifeng in the future, she still hoped he could do well. After all, they had once been husband and wife for one night. Walking to the desk, placing the meal boxes, she said to busy Yifeng, "Yifeng, take a break, come over and eat something." Hearing about a midnight snack, Yifeng, who was already famished, got up, looked at the meal boxes on the desk and said, "You almost had me starving. I thought I'd have to starve until dawn." "Don't worry. You work for me, I absolutely will not shortchange you. Hurry, come over." Although the midnight snack that Li Mengyao ordered wasn't luxurious, it cost at least 2,000 yuan. Li Mengyao took a bite of rice, saw Yifeng devouring his food and asked, "What do you think, with so many people sucking the blood of our group, where's the problem arising from?" At this question, Yifeng paused while gnawing on ribs. After a moment, he shook his head, ate while saying, "Sorry, General Manager Li. I'm just an ordinary employee, I can't answer that kind of question. Remember, don't lie to me, because I know you already have an answer in your mind." Hearing Li Mengyao say that, Yifeng thought a bit, then tossed the rib aside, wiped his greasy hands with a wet wipe and said to the waiting Li Mengyao, "Actually, the problem is simple, it lies with your Li family members." "Good, continue." "If your Li family members had not tacitly permitted those presidents, directors and project managers, at most they'd be small thieves, but definitely not stealing billions or tens of billions. So someone in your Li family allows them to do this. Of course the purpose is to keep the profits from flowing to outsiders." Hearing Yifeng's analysis matched her own suspicion, Li Mengyao put down her rice bowl and coldly said, "The worst thing a company can face is inside betrayal. How many cases are in front of our eyes, yet they not only don't restrain themselves, they become more and more outrageous. It's killing me with anger." After she finished her words she slammed the table, her peaks rising and falling with breath, and Yifeng secretly swallowed. It's no wonder Yifeng is unsuccessful. After meeting a beauty like Li Mengyao, which man could come out on top? Seeing Li Mengyao turn her gaze to him, Yifeng hurriedly withdrew his gaze, then kept his head down eating his meal. Watching Yifeng eating with relish, Li Mengyao thought for a while, then softly said to him, I'm planning to establish a department that is solely responsible for recovering the funds that have been embezzled from our group. After all, with such a huge workload I can't do it alone. Hearing that, Yifeng picked up a water cup and asked, Who are you planning to put in charge of that department? You. BFF. Yifeng sprayed the water he had just drunk, then pointed at his face in disbelief and asked, Did I hear wrong? You want me to collect debts? How come you can't? Don't you already know whether I can? Hearing Yifeng say that, Li Mengyao was slightly stunned. But since she was so smart, she soon realized what Yifeng was implying. Strictly speaking, Li Mengyao didn't know much about that type of knowledge, she just felt that night with him was pretty comfortable. So she wasn't sure whether Yifeng was capable or not. But the issue wasn't that now. Smack! Li Mengyao slammed the table heavily and pointed at Yifeng, scolding. If you dare talk nonsense again, see if I'll cut out your tongue. What nonsense did I talk? In your eyes, am I not capable? You still say that. How can I not say it? Look at the entries you marked in the books, which one wasn't done by me? Is my work ability noticeable or not? Seeing Yifeng refer to his work ability, Li Mengyao, mistakenly thinking he meant bed ability, turned red. No one would have thought that this guy would say such serious words at this moment. Aware of her guilt, Li Mengyao lowered her head, looking at her shoe tips and muttered. I didn't know you meant work ability. I wasn't talking about work ability, what else could I be talking about? Oh, did you misunderstand that I meant bed ability? Hearing Yifeng raise the topic awkwardly, Li Mengyao hastily raised her head and angrily said. Shut up. Fine, I shut up. I'm done eating, I'm going to pee. With that Yifeng got up and left the office. Li Mengyao muttered quietly. This bastard, clearly telling him not to talk, he still insists on talking, it's killing me. No sooner had she finished speaking than the lights in the room suddenly went out, the entire office and even the office building plunged into darkness. Yifeng had just walked out and saw the hallway lights gone, he hurriedly turned and shouted. General Manager Li, did you fail to pay the electricity bill? Paying the electricity bill isn't my responsibility either. Then how am I supposed to go to the bathroom? Go to hell to pee, hurry inside. You're scared? Facing Yifeng's rhetorical question, Li Mengyao replied evasively. I'm not scared, I'm afraid you'll steal something in the dark. Seeing her brazen expression, Yifeng shook his head helplessly. This woman is good-looking, with a good figure, her bed skills are average, the main issue is her mouth is too stubborn, she wasn't soft like that night when he kissed her. Stumbling in the dark, he walked into the office, following the route he remembered, saying, Why don't you turn on your phone's flashlight? My phone is dead, you're blaming me, you turn yours on. Mine's dead too. I'm done with you, just use my voice to come over. Fine. Yifeng reached out his hand and felt something soft in front of him. His brow slightly furrowed, he muttered. Why does this feel familiar? Suddenly realizing what he'd touched, Yifeng pulled his hand back quickly and apologized. Sorry General Manager Li, I didn't know you were in front of me, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. But Li Mengyao's voice came from a bit further away. What nonsense are you talking about? You weren't in front of me? Damn, then why was there a woman in front of me? Yifeng froze, and subconsciously grabbed again. At this moment, a faint sound of a blade being drawn entered his ears. Although the sound was very light, he still heard it clearly. The next second, a sharp short blade slashed toward his throat. Thud! Sitting on the office chair waiting for Yifeng to come over, Li Mengyao heard something fall to the ground and quickly asked. Yifeng, was that you falling? But she didn't get Yifeng's reply, which suddenly gave her a bad feeling. Realizing there was someone else in the room, Li Mengyao hurriedly felt around beside her. She touched a folder, grabbed it in her hand, and nervously said into the darkness ahead. I don't care who you are, leave right now, or I guarantee you'll regret it. Facing her threat, the response was still silence. Tick, tick, tick. Hearing the sound of the clock turning, Li Mengyao's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. And in the darkness she couldn't see, a figure was quietly approaching her. In just a few breaths, the figure appeared in front of Li Mengyao. The figure gripped the short blade tightly, then slashed straight toward Li Mengyao's throat. Just as the blade was about to cut her throat, a big hand suddenly grabbed her slender wrist. The woman who was about to assassinate her paused slightly, and the next second Yifeng's cold voice entered her ears. Trying to kill me with a lousy knife, you're too naive. Seeing Yifeng still alive, the woman froze, then immediately reacted. She reversed her grip, and the blade that was originally meant for Li Mengyao swung backward straight toward Yifeng. But she didn't know that at this moment Yifeng was like he had night vision goggles on, seeing her every move clearly. Calmly stepping back, dodging the fast blade, he grabbed the woman's left wrist, the one holding the knife, and forcefully snapped it downward. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking entered the woman's ears, shocking her. To break her wrist single-handedly so easily, how strong was this man? More importantly, she was not an ordinary killer but a top-class assassin. Killing a special forces soldier was as easy as drinking water. Yet here she was having her wrist broken by an unarmed ordinary man. But even so, the woman didn't give up. She suddenly lifted her leg and kicked toward Yifeng. Her kick was fast, but in Yifeng's eyes it was just normal speed. He quickly moved behind her, spread his arms, and tightly grabbed her. Yifeng only had strength, but no fighting techniques at all. And this was his first time encountering something like this. So although he temporarily subdued the assassin, he didn't know what to do next. Yifeng suddenly switched to a chaotic flailing style, patting left, grabbing right. Facing Yifeng's unintentional touches, the woman's eyes widened sharply, and the next second a chilling aura burst from her. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Let alone being humiliated in a way no woman could endure. Now that this bastard had grabbed her, he still dared to take advantage of her. This was something she could not accept. So she threw her head back, slamming the back of her head hard into Yifeng's chin. Yifeng was still stunned. Although something similar happened with Li Mengyao before, she even put his hand on her body. That was when they were drunk, and she forgot everything afterward. Taking advantage of a woman while fully sober, this was his first time. Of course, when he was a kid in the orphanage he had taken advantage of girls, but he was small then, so it didn't count. So right now Yifeng forgot how dangerous the situation was, fully absorbed in the wonderful feeling of taking advantage. The woman's head smashed into his chin, making his mind go blank. Taking the chance, the woman broke free of his hold, grabbed the short blade with her uninjured right hand, and stabbed toward Yifeng's chest. Just at that moment, a folder suddenly hit Yifeng's head, followed by Li Mengyao shouting, "You bastard trying to assassinate me, I'll beat you to death. If I'm alive today, you won't be. If you're alive, I won't be." Hearing Li Mengyao's curses and Yifeng's screams, the woman went silent. Just now was her best chance to kill Yifeng, but because of Li Mengyao's interruption, the chance slipped away. Now Yifeng would definitely react. Killing him would be harder. And this man might be a legendary martial artist. If he really was, then he wasn't someone she could handle. So after only a moment of thought, the woman decided to give up on assassinating Li Mengyao. If she stayed, she might not kill Li Mengyao, and she herself would definitely die here. So without hesitation, she tiptoed and quickly ran out of the office. Meanwhile, unlucky Yifeng was knocked to the ground by Li Mengyao and was now being pinned and beaten by this woman. He held his head and shouted loudly, "Stop hitting me! You've got the wrong person. Wrong my ass. You killed Yifeng and now you want to kill me. I'm not done with you. I told you, you got the wrong person. Why won't you believe me?" Yifeng blocked her blows desperately. Angry Li Mengyao suddenly felt a big hand on her front, and her rage exploded. She threw away the folder, then in the dark pressed herself onto Yifeng, showed her white teeth, picked a random spot, and bit down hard while growling. "Still daring to take advantage of me, I'll bite you to death, you bastard." Yifeng, whose neck was being bitten hard, pushed at her head and yelled anxiously, "Ah! It hurts. Someone help. Help." 3 seconds later, chaotic footsteps came from the hallway, and several security guards rushed into the office with flashlights. The security captain was about to speak, but after seeing the scene before him, he froze instantly. It looked like they were seeing something they shouldn't. From his angle, Li Mengyao was lying on top of Yifeng, greedily kissing his neck. And Yifeng had one hand pushing her head, the other on her chest, with a very satisfied expression. When the flashlight beam shone on the face, Li Mengyao instinctively looked at the person she had bitten. She wanted to see just who this assassin trying to kill her really was. But when she saw Yifeng grimacing in pain, she froze. She quickly let go, looked at him, and questioned, "Why is it you?" Facing her question, Yifeng said angrily, "I already told you you were hitting the wrong person, and now you even bit me. Damn it, I thought you were the one trying to kill me. Where did she go? The security's already here, of course she ran away. She just ran like that? That pisses me off." As Li Mengyao gasped for breath, Yifeng's other hand rose and fell along with her breathing. Li Mengyao noticed something, looked down, and the next second her face turned red. She quickly slapped away Yifeng's big hand. She got up from him, straightened her messy clothes, and coldly said to the security guard standing hesitantly at the door, "That person definitely didn't get far. Even if you have to turn Donglin City upside down, you must catch her for me." 2 a.m. Yifeng sat on the sofa, holding an ice pack to his head, secretly glancing at Li Mengyao who sat in the boss chair with her arms crossed in anger, and sighed lightly. That female assassin's target definitely wasn't him. After all, when he pretended to be cut and fell to the ground, she went straight for Li Mengyao. So her target was clearly Li Mengyao, and he was just an innocent victim. He wondered what kind of person Li Mengyao had offended for them to send an assassin after her. If it weren't for his eyes suddenly seeing like daylight, he and Li Mengyao might really have died here tonight. But Yifeng was also confused about what was happening to his body lately. First, he got photographic memory, then great strength in the afternoon, and now night vision like daylight. So many strange powers in just 2 days? Could it be that his genes had suddenly evolved, giving him these abilities? Suddenly, Yifeng remembered the vivid dream he had during the day. That strand of warm blue light. Normal people don't glow blue in dreams, right? Could all these changes be related to that blue light? This is just too mystical. For a moment, Yifeng couldn't figure out what was happening. What he regretted most was not seeing what that female assassin looked like. Her body was pretty nice, so her face was probably not bad either. Thinking about accidentally taking advantage of her, Yifeng slowly brought his left hand to his nose, and a pleasant fragrance entered his nostrils. Gotta say, the perfume on that female assassin was really nice. Then he sniffed his right hand, another scent entered his nose, this time Li Mengyao's perfume. Just as Yifeng was alternating between sniffing his left and right hands, the head of security rushed in and said to Li Mengyao, "President Li, we checked the surveillance and found it was a woman who sabotaged the building's power switch. She's likely the one who tried to kill you." Hearing the assassin was a woman, Li Mengyao asked coldly, "Did you find her?" "No. She probably left our building long ago." "What did she look like?" "She was wearing a mask, we couldn't see her face clearly." Seeing the person came fully prepared meant she was well planned. It wouldn't be easy to find her. Besides, catching the assassin meant little, it was more important to find the person who hired her. After thinking for a moment, Li Mengyao looked at the head of security and said, "Got it. You can go." After he left, Li Mengyao turned to Yifeng, who was still sniffing his hand, and asked, "Who do you think wanted to assassinate us?" "President Li, let me correct you, wanted to assassinate you, not us." Hearing that, Li Mengyao gracefully crossed her legs and said calmly, "That's not certain." "How's it not certain? I'm just a poor wage slave. People push me around every day. Why would I offend anyone?" Suddenly, Yifeng seemed to realize something. He looked at Li Mengyao and said, "In the evening, I was set up in a honey trap. Like I told you on the phone, I don't think it was just some random trap, it felt like someone deliberately set it up to get me thrown in jail." "Keep talking." "I haven't offended anyone recently. If I had to name someone, it'd be Chen Ming. After losing 500 to 600,000 yuan of year-end bonuses to me in a bet, him getting revenge is understandable. I just didn't expect him to go this far. That guy's really petty as hell." Seeing Yifeng gritting his teeth, Li Mengyao shook her head and said softly, "If it were just about losing his bonus, he wouldn't use that method to get back at you. At most he'd get someone to beat you up." "So what do you mean?" "Because you helped me check the accounts, and that implicated some people. They want you to stop helping me. But they don't dare to kill you, so their only option is to try and send you to prison with some dirty trick." Hearing Li Mengyao's analysis, Yifeng stood up and said coldly, "I'm not letting this go." If it were something else, Yifeng might have swallowed his anger. After all, society teaches people to avoid making big things worse. But this was about his innocence and his future. If he was labeled with a charge like harassment, his whole life would be ruined. So if Yifeng backed down now, he wouldn't be a man. Seeing the furious Yifeng, Li Mengyao clenched her slim fists and said coldly, "I just wanted them to return the money they took from the company. But they set you up with a trap, and when that didn't work, they sent an assassin to kill us. Since that's how it is, I won't be polite anymore." She looked him in the eyes and continued, "From now on, I'm creating a collection department in the company, responsible for recovering all the embezzled money over the years. You're the department manager now, reporting directly to me. I want all the money back within 2 days." Hearing she wanted him to collect debts, Yifeng quickly waved his hands. "I'm not doing a job that makes enemies." Facing his refusal, Li Mengyao calmly said, "Don't rush to refuse. The department manager role is level 17, with a 600,000 yuan annual salary, a 300,000 yuan year-end bonus, and 1% commission for each debt recovered. Will you do it or not?" Annual salary, 600,000. Year-end bonus, 300,000. But the most important part, commission. According to what Yifeng currently knew, those people had embezzled nearly 50 billion yuan from the company over the years. If he could recover all the money, that would mean at least 500 or 600 million in commissions. With that kind of money, he could drive luxury cars, live in mansions, and hang out in clubs with models. However, Yifeng also knew that 99% of that money had already gone into the hands of the Li family. With his current ability and status, it was basically impossible to recover it. But even if he could get back the remaining 1%, the commission would still be 5 million yuan. Add that to the salary and year-end bonus, it would be enough for him and Yui to live a good life for the rest of their days. Sure, collecting that money wouldn't be easy. He'd definitely offend a lot of people. But they had already made a move against him, there was no reason to keep holding back. Besides, he was no longer the same Yifeng as before. So full of confidence, Yifeng didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. I'll do it. Good. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Go home and rest now. Be at work by 8 a.m. tomorrow and start recovering the debts. The next day, Yifeng got up after a few hours of sleep. Before leaving, he walked to the balcony, poured some water on a pot of red succulent plants, and said, "Old guy, stay alive. I'll get us a big house one day." After making a promise to the plant, Yifeng left home. Li Real Estate Group. Zhang Chang, who was chatting with others in the lobby, saw Yifeng walking in with purpose and instinctively prepared to mock him. But then he remembered Yifeng got into Li Mengyao car the day before yesterday. Though he didn't believe Yifeng could actually land someone like Li Mengyao, what if they were really involved? Then mocking him like before would just be digging his own grave. So instead of confronting Yifeng directly, Zhang Chang loudly said to the people around him, "Old Lu, there's this dog in our company lately, wagging its tail and circling around President Li all day. So annoying." Although Zhang Chang didn't say who the dog was, everyone knew he meant Yifeng. Others joined in with sarcasm. Where did this stray dog come from? Why not just beat it to death? Well, President Li likes it for now. Once she gets bored, that dog will become a stray again. Exactly. A dog is still a dog. Just because the boss likes you for a moment doesn't mean you're human. In our eyes, you'll always be a dog. You're so right, ha ha ha. Yifeng naturally heard all their mockery, but he didn't say a word. Their time to cry would come soon enough. As soon as he returned to his old desk, Wang Hai came rushing over. "Brother Feng, why didn't you come to work yesterday? Something happen?" "No, I pulled an all-nighter the night before, so I didn't show up the next day." "All right, I was worried something happened." After Wang Hai spoke and returned to his desk, Yifeng paused and asked, "Wang Hai, want to switch departments?" "Of course. Who in their right mind wants to stay in marketing? Why, you got something. The company just set up a new department and needs people. If you're interested, I can help you get in." Seeing Yifeng wasn't joking, Wang Hai quickly returned to him and whispered, "When did the company create a new department? How come I didn't hear anything? It was set up just last night. So, are you in or not? The pay's at least double what you get in marketing." "For real? I'm in. Who do I talk to?" Yifeng patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "Talk to me. You? That's right. I'm the new department's manager. Come on, let's get your ID badge." When Wang Hai put on the collection department badge, he was completely dumbfounded. This was a real estate development company, not a loan company. Why the hell was there a collection department now? Looking at Yifeng walking ahead, Wang Hai asked, "Brother Feng, what's this collection department all about?" "You'll find out soon." Yifeng walked into office group 1 in the marketing department, right up to Zhang Chang, who was chatting and laughing with coworkers. Zhang Chang sneered and said sarcastically, "Well, if it isn't our former Team 2 leader, Yifeng. Not buying tampons for President Li today." The others chimed in. "Yifeng, no use coming to us. We don't need tampons. You could try the restroom. Maybe the cleaning ladies have some." Haha. Laughter erupted across the office. Before, Yifeng would have turned red with anger and swallowed the insult. But this time, his face was expressionless as he opened the folder in his hands and read, "Zhang Chang, after the company's audit, you have 352 fake reimbursements over the past 3 years, totaling 186,500 yuan. The company is giving you one chance to make it right. Pay it back by the end of today, and that'll be the end of it. Otherwise, the company will take legal action." As Yifeng's firm voice rang out, the laughter instantly stopped. Zhang Chang's smile froze. He never expected Yifeng to demand that he repay company money. Panic started to set in. He'd already spent that 180k long ago. Where was he supposed to get it now? Besides, he stole that money with his own skill, why should he return it? Thinking this might be revenge for the earlier mockery, Zhang Chang stared at Yifeng and said coldly, "You better have proof, or I'll sue you for slander." "Proof? It's all here. You claimed the expenses were for client meals, but after checking, I found you only treated 36 clients. The rest were completely made up. Yifeng dropped the folder in front of him. Everything he said was true. Zhang Chang hesitated and said, "Even if what you said is true, what does it have to do with you? Don't forget, you're in marketing." Yifeng raised the ID badge hanging around his neck, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Sorry. President Li just created a new collection department. I'm the department manager, appointed by her personally. Now you tell me, does this concern me or not?" Seeing "Collection Department Manager" written on the badge, Zhang Chang was stunned. Yifeng ignored him, turned to the others, and said, "Lu Tianliang, Zhao Shan, Zhang Jijun, Han Wenkai, you all know how much you stole from the company. Return the money to finance by the end of the day, or the company will call the police." After speaking, Yifeng turned to leave. Zhang Chang suddenly jumped up, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Looking into his furious eyes, Yifeng smiled and replied, "How could I dare? I'm just a dog wagging its tail around President Li, remember?" Yifeng sarcastically replied and shook off Zhang Chang's hand, then quickly left with Wang Hai. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Zhang Chang's body began to tremble. At that moment, a coworker said anxiously, "I already used that money to pay off my mortgage, how am I supposed to pay it back now? My 100,000 yuan went to help my wife's brother buy a house, I can't pay it back either." Seeing everyone panicking, Zhang Chang sat back down and scoffed. "What are you all freaking out about? It's not like we're the only ones who faked reimbursements. Everyone in the marketing department does it. Why should we be the only ones who pay it back? If none of us pay, let's see what Yifeng can do. But he said if we don't pay by the end of the day, he'll report us to the police. He's just bluffing. Between all of us, there are over 1,000 fake claims. No way he can verify them all in one day. Just ignore him." "True. Okay, Zhang Chang, we'll follow your lead. Trust me, we'll be fine." Zhang Chang looked at the office door and said coldly, "I'm not paying a damn thing, let's see what that dog can do." "Brother Feng, what if Zhang Chang and the others just don't pay? What then?" Yifeng, walking into the purchasing department, replied, "If they don't pay, they'll be eating prison food. The company's really going to call the cops? What, you think I'm joking with you?" Yifeng turned and shouted into the department, "Where's Manager Chen from purchasing? I'm here to collect." The entire day, Yifeng and Wang Hai rushed between departments. He had already emailed everyone who owed the company money that morning, but knowing many wouldn't take it seriously, he chose to confront them personally. 4:30 p.m. Wang Hai collapsed on the sofa in Yifeng's new office, groaning, "My legs are about to break from all this walking. Think of it as exercise. Come on, let's go check if anyone's paid up. I'm exhausted. Let's wait a bit. Wait too long and finance will close, get up." Yifeng dragged Wang Hai to the finance department. After checking, they found no one had paid back a single cent. No surprise. If collecting money were easy, Li Mengyao would have just told the department heads to pass the message down. She wouldn't need to hire Yifeng to lead collections. But Yifeng had already expected this. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and said after the call connected, "President Li, I've notified all the employees who owe money, but none of them have paid." "Got it." After Yifeng hung up, Wang Hai asked curiously, "What did she say?" "You'll see soon enough. Time's almost up, let's head out." Just as Yifeng walked out of the company building, he saw Zhang Chang and dozens of employees waiting at the entrance. Zhang Chang spat on the ground and cursed. "Didn't you say if I didn't pay you'd have me arrested? Well, here I am, come on, arrest me." Wang Hai couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward. "Zhang Chang, you stole company money and now you're acting like the victim? Don't play innocent with me. Like you didn't take money too. Yifeng, don't think just because you've latched onto Li Mengyao you can show off. I'm not paying, and I've told everyone else not to pay either. What are you gonna do about it?" With Zhang Chang leading the charge, the others shouted, "Let's be real, I've got money, but I'm not paying a damn thing." "Yeah. We're not paying. My brother-in-law's a vice president, one call and you'll be out of here." That name drop made it clear this wasn't Wang Hai's fight. Yifeng calmly said, "Your brother-in-law is VP Wang, right? Well, I already notified him too. If he doesn't pay, he'll get arrested too." Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked out of the building and coldly said, "I'm right here today. Let's see who dares arrest me." Seeing his brother-in-law arrive, the man ran over and said, "Uncle, it's Yifeng, he said he'd have you arrested." VP Wang walked up to Yifeng and demanded, "You said you'd arrest me?" Yifeng replied calmly, "VP Wang, it's not me, it's President Li who's calling the police. Don't try to scare me with her. You're just her damn lapdog. And you're barking at me? You've got a death wish." If Yifeng's my dog, then what does that make you? The cold voice from behind made VP Wang freeze. Li Mengyao, in high heels, walked up beside Yifeng under everyone's gaze and stared at the sweating VP Wang. So you're VP Wang? Let me make this clear, anyone who dares not return the money they stole from the company will be reported to the police. Don't think your title makes you untouchable. People like you only shame the company. As president, I'm officially firing you. VP Wang panicked. I was appointed by headquarters, you can't just fire me. Remember, Li Real Estate's Huaxi branch follows my word. If I say you're fired, no one can stop it. Then she turned to the terrified Zhang Chang and asked. You led the refusal to repay, right? President Li, it was all a misunderstanding. Yifeng's falsely accusing me, I never took company money. Tell the police then, not me. She turned to the legal department head and said. I gave them a chance. They didn't take it. Call the police. Yes, President Li. Hearing that, those who only owed a few thousand couldn't take it anymore. Getting arrested over such a small amount wasn't worth it. President Li, don't call the police. I'll pay right now. With one person leading, the rest followed. In no time, all but Zhang Chang rushed to finance to repay their debts. Even VP Wang slipped away, likely to gather funds or call in favors. Li Mengyao walked up to Zhang Chang, who was soaked in sweat, and said coolly. Sure, Yifeng clung to my leg, but so what? I like it. You wish you had the chance, but you never will. You're not worthy. Then she walked away and got into a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. As she left, Yifeng walked up to Zhang Chang and said mockingly. I honestly didn't think you had such guts. I personally support your decision not to pay. Stand strong against the company. After tossing that sarcastic comment, Yifeng walked past. Zhang Chang gritted his teeth and cursed. Yifeng, you bastard. I won't let this go. Yifeng was in a great mood today. Promotion, raise, and best of all, Zhang Chang totally humiliated. Feeling good, Yifeng stopped by a small restaurant near the hospital, packed some dishes, and happily went to the hospital. Walking into the room, he smiled and said, Yui, look what I brought. Why? But his words stopped mid-sentence. Because at that moment, a beautiful woman was sitting by Yui's bedside, chatting. Yui smiled and said, Brother, do you remember Sister Wanwan? Wanwan. Instantly, an image of a little girl with pigtails flashed in Yifeng's mind. Her name was Lin Wanwan, his best friend from the orphanage. Their bond had even gone beyond that of ordinary childhood friends. Yifeng vividly remembered one stormy night when the scared Lin Wanwan crawled into his bed, hugged him, and said she'd marry him when they grew up. But he was just a little kid, he only wondered why boys' and girls' bodies were different. Later, Lin Wanwan left the orphanage. He heard she was adopted by a couple overseas, and they never contacted each other again. He thought he'd never see her again, but now, here she was. Looking at the smiling Lin Wanwan, Yifeng quickly put down the food and walked over to her, grabbing her hand with a smile. Wanwan, 20 years just flew by. You've gotten so beautiful. Wanwan winced and pulled her left hand back. Yifeng asked with concern. What happened to your hand? Nothing much. I tripped and sprained it. Noticing the bandage on her wrist, Yifeng paused, his gaze slowly darkened. Rental apartment. After Yifeng opened the door and walked in, he smiled back at Lin Wanwan and said, The place is a bit messy, don't mind it. As he spoke, he started tidying up the clothes on the sofa. Lin Wanwan stepped inside and looked around the room, softly saying, Your place is small, but it's quite cozy. As she finished speaking, she suddenly froze when she noticed a potted succulent on the windowsill. She turned and asked Yifeng, who was quickly tidying up. Yifeng, this succulent is the one you gave me before you left the orphanage. You still kept it? Of course. You gave it to me, how could I just throw it away? I didn't expect it to live for 20 years though. Yeah, 20 years have gone by in a flash. Lin Wanwan sighed, her thoughts drifting back to 20 years ago. She once had a happy family, with loving parents. But a car accident took their lives, and took away the carefree childhood she should have had. Her relatives didn't want to adopt her, so she was sent to an orphanage. At first, she struggled to adjust, clinging daily to the succulent her mother gave her on her birthday. The older kids at the orphanage bullied her constantly, making each day feel like a year. Until one day, one of the older kids tried to steal her succulent. That was the first time she fought back, only to be beaten badly in return. As she lay on the ground, tightly clutching her plant, a boy shorter than her charged over. Even though he was smaller and lighter, he used all his strength to knock the older kid over. He straddled the bully and shouted as he punched. If you dare bully Lin Wanwan again, I'll kill you. To Wanwan, Yifeng appeared like an angel in her miserable childhood. From then on, she developed a special feeling for him. She followed him around like a little tail every day. Yifeng never seemed annoyed. Instead, he studied, played, and ate with her, and even crawled into her bed to comfort her on stormy nights. Back then, Yifeng was the most reliable person in her life. So at just 6 years old, Lin Wenwen silently promised herself she would marry him one day and build a happy family together. But that dream disappeared when she was adopted by a foreign couple. She still remembered the night before she left. She crawled into Yifeng's bed, gave him the succulent she'd protected, and told him to take care of it until she returned to marry him. Yifeng just mumbled something unclear and went back to studying her body out of curiosity. As she recalled those days, Lin Wenwen felt overwhelmed with emotion. Yifeng now walked over with a glass of water, handed it to her, and smiled. "I thought I'd never see you again in this life. I didn't expect we'd meet again. Flowers bloom and fall in their time, meetings and partings are just fate." She quoted poetry to express her feelings and reached out with her right hand to take the glass. But then, either by accident or on purpose, Yifeng suddenly let go. Lin Wenwen instinctively caught the falling glass in a flash, not spilling a single drop. Seeing this, Yifeng had his answer. He smiled slightly and said, "Wait here a moment. I'll go to the kitchen and get you some grilled starchy sausages." Seeing him rush off, Lin Wenwen quickly called out, "No need to trouble yourself. I don't eat those. They're almost expired. It'd be a waste to toss them, so just hang on." He grinned and went into the kitchen. Lin Wenwen chuckled. "He's still as carefree as he was when we were kids." She turned to look at the succulent again, her thoughts returning to that only happy moment in her painful childhood. Yifeng entered the kitchen and shut the door behind him, muttering anxiously, "I never would have guessed the assassin who tried to kill me and Li Mengya was Lin Wenwen. Why of all things would she become a killer?" He clearly remembered snapping the female assassin's left wrist, and now Lin Wenwen's left wrist was injured too. To test her reflexes, he had deliberately let go of the glass. As expected, she reacted faster than a normal person. Now he was sure, Lin Wenwen was the assassin. Even though they were once close enough to share pants as kids, if she tried to kill him and Li Mengyao, she was now his enemy. Yifeng tossed away childhood sentiment, grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter and snarled, "Talk! Who sent you to kill me?" But then he shook his head. "No, a knife won't scare her. I need to tie her up. Damn, I don't have rope. Wait, I'll use my belt." Yifeng quickly unbuckled his belt, held the knife in one hand and the belt in the other, and nodded with satisfaction. "This should do it." Just then, the kitchen door opened. Yifeng spun around. Unfortunately, without his belt, his pants slipped down. Lin Wenwen entered, about to tell him not to bother with sausages, only to see him pants down, holding a knife, looking furious. She froze, then rushed over and grabbed the hand holding the knife, shouting, "Yifeng! Don't do it." Yifeng thought she knew he'd figured out her identity and growled, "Too late to regret it now. I know I broke my promise, but you can't castrate yourself." "Castrate? Yes. You're doing this because I didn't come back and marry you, right?" "Yifeng. What the hell is going on? This woman lived abroad 20 years, did her IQ drop?" Realizing she misunderstood, Yifeng quickly explained, "You got it all wrong. I'm not castrating myself, I'd never ruin my future happiness like that." "Then what are you doing?" I'm cutting sausages for you." Hearing that lame excuse, Lin Wenwen looked down at his SpongeBob boxers, blushed, turned away, and muttered, "Still as inappropriate as ever." Blushing, she spun and hurried to the living room. Yifeng saw the opportunity. He grabbed the belt, ready to wrap her up and interrogate her. But he forgot, his pants were still around his ankles. As he stepped forward, he tripped, falling face first. In panic, he reached out, and accidentally grabbed Lin Wenwen's loose skirt. Rip! Yifeng hit the floor hard, holding a torn piece of fabric in his hand. Looking down at the cloth, he instinctively looked up, his eyes widened. Oh! My God! Because Yifeng had accidentally torn Lin Wenwen's skirt, her long, slender, beautiful legs were now fully exposed before his eyes. Wow! While Yifeng was stunned, Lin Wenwen also finally realized what this guy had done to her. Ashamed and angry, she snatched the torn skirt from his hand and ran out of the kitchen, face flushed red. As the kitchen door slammed shut, Yifeng blinked. Feeling guilty, Yifeng walked out of the kitchen and looked at Lin Wenwen, who was sitting on the sofa sulking. He swallowed and cautiously said, "Wenwen, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to tear your skirt." Hearing his apology, Lin Wenwen took a deep breath and looked at him, speaking calmly. "Forget it, I won't argue with you. Do you have any clothes I can wear?" "I really don't. I live here alone, just a bachelor." "Yui doesn't live with you?" "No. Why not? Why should she live with me?" In response to his question, Lin Wenwen said with a subtle tone, I thought you two were so close, maybe you were living together. Well, come on, you and I are even closer, are we living together? Yifeng's reply left Lin Wenwen speechless. She shook her head and said, fine, forget it. Do you have a sewing kit so I can fix my skirt? I can't leave your house looking like this. Looking at the torn skirt covering her legs, Yifeng scratched his head awkwardly and said, sorry, I don't even have a sewing kit. No sewing kit? What kind of life are you living? Single bachelor life. Then hurry up and find a girlfriend. It's always better to have a woman at home. She suddenly added with a smile, I think Yui suits you. Hearing that, Yifeng waved his hand, walked to the wardrobe, and opened it while searching for clothes. No thanks on Yui. I've always seen her like a little sister. Besides, even rabbits don't eat the grass by their own burrow. Better to keep the benefits in the family. Yifeng thought, with how thin Yui is, what fat benefits. He took out his tracksuit and turned around, handing it to Lin Wenwen. If you don't mind, wear mine for now. Guess that's the only choice. Can you go out first? Oh, right. Seeing Yifeng rush out of the living room, Lin Wenwen helplessly shook her head. A minute later, Yifeng, who was in the kitchen debating whether to tie her up, heard Lin Wenwen say he could come back in, and return to the living room. Although Lin Wenwen was 1.7 meters tall, Yifeng was 1.87. So his clothes looked oversized and baggy on her. But even so, the sportswear logo was stretched tight. Seeing her chest push up the fabric, Yifeng muttered. She was all skin and bones as a kid, didn't expect she'd grow up this well developed. What did you say? Nothing. Seeing his guilty face, Lin Wenwen didn't think too much. She brushed her hair back, picked up her torn skirt and said, I'll return your clothes after I go home and change. No rush. I'm in no hurry to wear them. Okay then, I'm off. She waved at him and walked toward the door. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then looked at her slender back and said, Wenwen. She slowly turned and looked at him, curious. What is it? Could I get your number? We finally met again, I don't want to lose contact with you. Hearing his request, Lin Wenwen suddenly smiled. She walked to the table, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote down a number, handing it to him. This is my temporary number while I'm in the country. Temporary? You're leaving again? Yeah, I'm just here to handle some things. Once I'm done, I'll be gone. Hearing that, Yifeng thought, looks like she won't rest until she kills Li Mengyao. Though he wasn't close to Li Mengyao, they had at least been intimate. Yifeng didn't want her to get hurt. Lin Wenwen didn't know what he was thinking. She assumed he didn't want her to leave and said, the matter I'm handling is a bit tricky. It won't be resolved anytime soon, so I'll probably be staying a while. Oh. Seeing that even with such a clear hint Yifeng didn't get it, Lin Wenwen said nothing more. She said goodbye and left. After all, they lived in two completely different worlds now. It was impossible to return to their orphanage days, so there was no need for lingering attachments. As the sound of the door closing reached his ears, Yifeng looked at the number in his hand and muttered. What exactly did Wenwen go through abroad? Why did she become an assassin? Though he didn't know the details, Yifeng knew she must have gone through something unimaginable. Since Lin Wenwen wasn't going to stop until she killed Li Mengyao, and since he had once slept with her, Yifeng decided to call and warn her. At that moment, Li Mengyao was wearing a short silk nightdress, lazily half-lying on a soft sofa. With a wine glass in her left hand and a phone in her right, she listened to Yifeng's warning. After sipping some wine, she said meaningfully, How do you know she's going to try to kill me again? Don't tell me you know the assassin? Yifeng froze. He didn't expect this woman's sixth sense to be so strong. She even guessed he knew Lin Wenwen. But Yifeng also knew she was just speculating, so he explained. I don't know her. I just analyzed things today and figured she'd make another move. Then let her come. I, Li Mengyao, am waiting. Stop showing off already. Go hire a bunch of bodyguards. Ignoring his concern, the slightly tipsy Li Mengyao said calmly. I don't need protection. She hung up. Yifeng, furious, cursed. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Why the hell did I let her take my virginity? Grumbling, he figured that Lin Wenwen would likely strike tonight. If Li Mengyao died, that would ruin his dream of earning millions and marrying a rich beauty. So Yifeng quickly called Li Mengyao's driver, got her address, and rushed over. In front of a 3-story villa, Yifeng frantically rang the doorbell, but no one answered. Shit! Don't tell me Lin Wenwen already made her move. Panicked, he noticed the second-floor balcony door was open. Taking a deep breath, he said, Haven't played basketball in a while, let's see if I still got it. With a powerful leap, Yifeng was stunned to find himself landing directly on the second-floor balcony. Landing smoothly, he said in disbelief. Damn! I can jump this high now. No time to be amazed, Yifeng rushed into the villa through the balcony. Seeing scattered slippers, a silk nightdress, and sexy lace panties on the floor, he turned toward a room with light coming from it. Could it be a pervert broke in? He quickly approached the door and gently pushed it open a crack. When he saw a breathtaking figure showering inside, his jaw dropped. At this moment Li Mengyao was standing under the shower. And Yifeng's mind conjured up a poem. Form graceful reflected in flower's shadow. Slender figure like a willow's branch. Beauty and brilliance beyond words. Magnificent and unmatched, tips one over. Just as Yifeng began to daydream, his ear twitched. There was a sound downstairs. From Yifeng's preliminary knowledge, Li Mengyao lived alone and did not have a maid. So who was downstairs? Was it the assassin Lin Wenwen, or Li Mengyao's lover? But his feeling was that Li Mengyao didn't seem like someone loose. So most likely it was Lin Wenwen. Yifeng regretfully withdrew his lustful gaze. After all, next time it might be hard to see Li Mengyao bathing again. He looked around, then hid behind the curtains. Just as Yifeng hid there, a masked woman tiptoed upstairs. She first scanned the second floor, then fixed her gaze on the bathroom door. Because she wore a mask, Yifeng couldn't see her face, but instinct told him this woman was Lin Wenwen. Sure enough, she would not give up. Seeing her take out a short blade from her pocket, Yifeng sighed deeply in his mind. Although one side was his white moonlight, unattainable love, the other side was the woman he had a one-night stand with, but after all, he still needed the latter to make his fortune. So Yifeng quietly slipped from behind the curtain and crept toward Lin Wenwen. At this moment Yifeng walked soundlessly, so even a top assassin like Lin Wenwen did not notice him. Lin Wenwen reached the bathroom door, opened it slightly. Seeing Li Mengyao showering, she prepared to rush in and kill her. But at that moment a strong arm wrapped around her waist from behind. Lin Wenwen was shocked. Realizing she had walked into a trap, she swung the knife toward the man behind her, Yifeng. Yifeng reached out and grabbed the wrist holding the knife. If he wanted, he could break her hand in seconds. But Yifeng couldn't do that. Earlier in the office he didn't know she was Lin Wenwen, so he'd accidentally injured her left wrist. Now that he knew she was the assassin, he still felt a bit sorry for her. So unwilling to hurt Lin Wenwen, Yifeng pressed her wrist to the wall roughly. Fearing she might break free, he pressed his body against hers tightly. Because of this, the two of them ended up in an ambiguous pose. Yifeng's intention was simply to subdue her, he had no ill intent. Yet during the physical control, unavoidable contact occurred. Yifeng clearly felt Lin Wenwen's rapid breathing and tense body, which made him realize the pose was inappropriate. He quickly tried to reposition and create distance. Lin Wenwen was struggling fiercely, and suddenly noticed the man restraining her acting strangely. She sharply observed Yifeng's deliberate body shift, and recalling their previous encounter, her anger surged. "It's you again." Lin Wenwen gritted her teeth. It was this guy who disrupted her plan last time, and now he dare. Reaching that, she didn't hesitate, lifted her foot, and with her heel stomped hard on the top of Yifeng's foot. In pain, Yifeng immediately loosened his hold. Taking the chance, Lin Wenwen freed herself and struck him with an elbow. Yifeng turned away to dodge. He hurried to explain. "Wait. You misunderstand, I was just..." "Shut up." Lin Wenwen didn't give him a chance to explain. Her sharp attack continued. Yifeng had to focus entirely on defense, quietly cursing inside. This misunderstanding looks like it won't be cleared up anytime soon. Suddenly Yifeng felt ripping pain on the top of his foot, so reflexively he released Lin Wenwen and jumped in place holding his foot that had been stomped. Lin Wenwen spun around to kill the man, but at this moment the sound of running water abruptly stopped. Realizing Li Mengyao must have finished showering, Lin Wenwen immediately thought, should I fight this man first or kill Li Mengyao first? But she quickly realized that with this man here she couldn't kill Li Mengyao, and indeed she couldn't defeat this man. So after a brief thought, Lin Wenwen abandoned the assassination attempt. Without even looking at the man beside her, she dashed to the second-floor balcony and leapt off. Yifeng, seeing Lin Wenwen run away and about to pursue her, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and naked Li Mengyao, holding a towel and drying her dripping hair, stepped out. In an instant, their eyes locked. Slightly drunk Li Mengyao, seeing Yifeng standing at the door holding his foot in pain, sobered instantly. She hurried, barefoot, to Yifeng, pointed at his nose and asked, "How did you get into my home?" "I entered from the balcony." "You entered through my balcony? On what permission?" "I came to protect you, of course. If I hadn't arrived in time, that assassin would have killed you." Hearing someone came into her home to kill her, Li Mengyao's brows furrowed. After thinking, she looked at Yifeng who'd been staring at her body with lascivious eyes and asked, "Where's the assassin?" Facing her question, Yifeng swallowed and said, "I chased her off." "Chased her off? Where did she run to?" The balcony. I'll go check. As she turned to run toward the balcony, Yifeng hurried. Presidently, maybe put your clothes on first before going to the balcony? If someone walks by, you might be exposed. After his reminder, Li Mengyao realized she wasn't wearing clothes. With a scream she covered herself with her arm and scrambled back into the bathroom. Watching the door slam shut, Yifeng sighed helplessly. Seems this woman is also pretty careless, but I cannot deny her body is damn attractive. As a seasoned peeping wolf, Yifeng had watched countless illicit videos, but not a single female lead had a body like Li Mengyao's. A moment later, Li Mengyao sat on the sofa wearing a bathrobe. Her half-covered, half-exposed form, two long legs crossed, toes polished in transparent pink, every part triggered Yifeng's nerves, making him think, there really is such a perfect woman in the world. Even more, that such a perfect woman once slept with me. Seeing Yifeng's uneasy, embarrassed face, Li Mengyao said harshly. Cut it out. As if you've never seen a woman before. I haven't. Bullshit. Really. Before that night with you, I never even held a girl's hand. I'd always been single. Hearing his explanation, Li Mengyao raised an eyebrow. His awkwardness seemed genuine. Could it be my first time was with a pure little boy? If that's true, maybe I didn't lose out. Suddenly Li Mengyao's impression of Yifeng changed. With the alcohol kicking back in, she felt her heart pounding and said, "Come over and massage my feet. Then tell me in detail what just happened." A woman's feet are not easily touched by someone else. When Li Mengyao asked Yifeng to massage her feet, it sounded like commanding a slave, but in fact it marked a huge change in her attitude toward him. Up to now, Yifeng had been involved with only one woman, Li Mengyao, so he was not very clear on all the rules and nuances. He thought Li Mengyao simply wanted him to massage her feet, so after swallowing, he sat beside her. When he saw Yifeng extending his hand toward her feet, even Li Mengyao, doing this for the first time, became nervous. When her white tender feet were gently held by Yifeng, Li Mengyao felt as if struck by electric current, her body stiffened, her breathing quickened. Yifeng gently kneaded Li Mengyao's exquisite jade feet, then suddenly smiled and said, "Presidently, are you a little nervous?" Facing Yifeng's question, Li Mengyao gripped the sofa armrest tightly, then hurriedly shook her head. "I'm not nervous. You can't fool me. Just by looking at you I can tell you're nervous. I'm not going to do anything with you, relax." As Yifeng's words ended, he began skillfully giving Li Mengyao a foot treatment. And I must say, after Yifeng's gentle touch, Li Mengyao actually slowly relaxed. She let out a slight sigh, leaned her back against the sofa, looked at Yifeng who was focused on massaging her feet, and asked, "Your technique is quite skilled. Have you done it before?" When I was studying I worked part-time as a technician for a while." "A legitimate technician?" "Of course. I sold art, not my body." "Ha, I don't believe your bullshit." "Really? The only time I lost my virginity in this life was to you, after drinking." "You still say so?" Seeing Li Mengyao getting upset, Yifeng quickly shut his mouth. Li Mengyao glared at him, yawned, then asked tiredly, "Speak. What happened just now?" "I guess that assassin would come back for you, so I called to warn you to be safe, but you didn't care at all. I worried something bad would happen, so I came to check on you. It just so happened I ran into that assassin ready to strike, and then I drove her off." Listening to Yifeng's explanation, Li Mengyao was silent. Since her parents died one after another, it seemed no one had cared about her safety anymore, so Yifeng's concern moved her. She wiggled her toes and asked, "Why do you care about me so much?" To that question, Yifeng grabbed the playful toe, kneading it while he said, "Because you're my boss. Isn't it very normal for a subordinate to care about his boss?" "Just that?" Seeing her ask this, Yifeng looked into her eyes, which held a trace of desire, and smiled slightly. "They say a one-night husband gives 100-day debt of gratitude. We after all were husband and wife for one night. Me the ex-husband caring for you the ex-wife, doesn't that make sense?" Facing Yifeng's tease, Li Mengyao unusually did not get angry, but in a tone laced with seduction said, "Ugh, smooth talker." Except for that passionate night, this was the first time Li Mengyao showed a seductive side to Yifeng, drying his throat in the process. Just as Yifeng swallowed and prepared to strike while the moment was hot, Li Mengyao slowly closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually steadied. Seeing her fall asleep like that, Yifeng, words on his lips, shook his head slightly. He didn't continue massaging her feet, instead he picked up a blanket and gently covered her. Looking at her delicate face he murmured, "No matter how strong you appear on the outside, inside you're still a fragile little woman. I know our statuses differ greatly, so I never fantasized. I only hope you find a harbor you can rely on and spend your life happily." When Yifeng quietly left, Li Mengyao's eyelids fluttered, then a faint curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. The next day, Yifeng, asleep, was startled awake by a knock. Wearing boxers, he opened the door with his eyes closed, dissatisfied. Knocking so early, did someone die at your place or your mom give birth? Whoa, morning temper already bad? Hearing Lin Wenwen's voice, Yifeng hurriedly opened his eyes. Sure enough, Lin Wenwen stood at the door smiling at him. Yifeng quickly apologized. Sorry Wenwen, I didn't know it was you knocking. Please come in. Lin Wenwen entered the rental room. She saw Yifeng move to the single bed looking for clothes, and said, I'm just here to give back your clothes. I'm leaving. Hearing Lin Wenwen about to leave, Yifeng hurriedly turned and said, Don't rush off, let me make you breakfast. Originally Wenwen intended to stay and talk, but since it was morning and Yifeng only wore SpongeBob boxers, SpongeBob's wide laughing mouth seemed to say, Come on baby, let's fight because we know each other well. This made Lin Wenwen a bit shy. Although as children they studied each other's bodies in bed, they had grown up and couldn't be careless anymore. So facing Yifeng's offer, Lin Wenwen shook her head and said, Maybe another day, I'm leaving. After speaking, Wenwen glanced again at the laughing SpongeBob, then blushed and walked away. Seeing her go, Yifeng said worriedly, I was protecting Li Mengyao last night, but I was protecting you too. If you really killed Li Mengyao, then the Li family won't let you go for their reputation. Although no one in the Li family cared about Li Mengyao, she was still their member. They wouldn't let her die ambiguously. Once they trace it to Lin Wenwen, they'll hunt her worldwide. Because Li Mengyao publicly announced she'd call police last night, most employees who took money from the group flocked to finance to repay. Yifeng looked at the queue of employees repaying and felt delighted. For each repayment he gets 1% commission. Of course there were some stubborn ones refusing to admit they embezzled. For these, Yifeng simply called the police, didn't bother with words. As for Zhang Chang, he still insisted yesterday he wouldn't repay, but after being warned face-to-face by Li Mengyao, he scraped together 180,000 and paid when Yifeng used the restroom. As for Zhou Jianing and others, no move yet, rumor says they all went on a business trip to Kyoto. Whether it was a real trip or to dodge debt is unclear. A chaotic day passed. Yifeng visited Yui in hospital as usual, and at 10 o'clock planned to go home and sleep. But suddenly he thought of Lin Wenwen. This woman failed yesterday, might she try again today to assassinate Li Mengyao? For a moment Yifeng wasn't sure, so he headed to Li Mengyao's home. Before even reaching, he sensed something was wrong. It seemed many people were hiding around. Just as Yifeng felt uneasy, a gunshot rang out from Li Mengyao's home. Then masked Lin Wenwen dove from the second-floor balcony, clutching her bleeding arm. But the next second, several cars blocked the road. Then dozens of bodyguards ran in from all sides, surrounding Lin Wenwen so tightly she couldn't escape. Seeing the bodyguards appear, Lin Wenwen's face turned grim as she said, It's over, I've walked into a trap. Lin Wenwen was indeed trapped. Li Mengyao could not allow someone to attempt to assassinate her again and again. So after nearly being killed at home the other night, Li Mengyao decided to use herself as bait to draw out this assassin. As expected, Lin Wenwen appeared. At this moment, protected by her bodyguards, Li Mengyao walked to the balcony on the second floor and looked coldly at Lin Wenwen, who was surrounded, and said, If you confess who ordered you to kill me, I may spare your life. Facing Li Mengyao's persuasion, Lin Wenwen turned her head and looked at her with determination, saying, Today I fall into your hands, consider me unlucky. But I would rather die than reveal the employer's information. Heh, you've got some backbone. Li Mengyao sneered, then said calmly to the captain of the bodyguards beside her, Leave her alive. I don't believe you can't crack her mouth. Yes, President. Everyone, go and seize her. With the captain's order, dozens of bodyguards rushed toward Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen was skilled in assassination, but her close combat ability was average. On top of that, her left wrist was fractured, her left arm had just been shot, and she was facing dozens of muscular bodyguards, so from the start of the fight she was at a disadvantage. And these bodyguards knew no mercy. Their aim was to subdue her as quickly as possible, so their methods were crude and violent. In only a few seconds, Lin Wenwen had taken several punches. But even so, she did not give up. After all, giving up now meant giving up her life. Surprisingly, Lin Wenwen's survival instinct exploded and she used her short blade to force the bodyguards back. Because Li Mengyao wanted a live suspect, the bodyguards could not use guns. Facing Lin Wenwen's fierce blade attacks, they truly found her hard to subdue. Just as the situation began to stalemate, a giant man 2 meters tall and 330 pounds rushed in. He quickly ran behind Lin Wenwen, opened his arms and from behind tightly wrapped her. Lin Wenwen's pupils shrank, she struggled to break the man's hold. But the man's strength was too great. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. Seeing other guards approaching, Lin Wenwen knew she had failed, and that her short life was about to end. In the life-or-death moment, she slipped into memories. Young herself lying on the filthy ground, a boy taller and bigger beating her viciously, and she clutching the succulent her mother gave. At that moment of despair, a little boy appeared next to her like an angel. Recalling how that boy, Yi Feng, protected her in her childhood, Lin Wenwen's eyes revealed a hint of regret. "Sorry, I broke my promise. If there is another life, I will definitely marry you." She murmured the words and shut her eyes. But then she suddenly saw the little boy who had saved her life. This time the boy was running toward her with all his might, just like 20 years ago. Seeing the boy knock down the group of bodyguards, Lin Wenwen's face curved into a sad smile. "Before I die, I still get to see you, I have no regrets." With that, she shut her eyes. At that moment Lin Wenwen believed she was hallucinating, and indeed she was, mistakenly seeing adult Yi Feng as the childhood boy. Lin Wenwen had been his best friend in childhood, his only white moonlight, so no matter what she could not allow anything to happen to her. Yi Feng pulled the short-sleeve shirt he wore over his head, cut 2 holes in it to observe ahead, then gritted his teeth and charged into the crowd assaulting Lin Wenwen. After a barrage, Yi Feng knocked the bodyguards down and ran to Lin Wenwen's side. No time to check her injuries, grabbing her hand he prepared to run. But at that moment the bodyguards had reacted and surrounded them again. Yi Feng had no intention of fighting them, he simply grabbed Lin Wenwen, lowered his shoulder, and charged through the ring. On the balcony, Li Mengyao saw a man knock down a group of bodyguards, then run off with Lin Wenwen, and her face turned ice cold as she said, "They have accomplices, get them, live or die." Because the bodyguards pursued so tightly, Yi Feng had no choice but to drag Lin Wenwen into a nearby bar. Coincidentally the bar was hosting a masked dance party. Everyone present, men and women alike, wore masks. Masks came in all kinds, even a jigsaw-style mask. A group of handsome men and beautiful women were wildly dancing in the floor, like animals in nature displaying for mates. When Lin Wenwen was dragged into the dance floor, she only then realized she had escaped undetected. She quickly turned her eyes to the man pulling her and was about to ask who he was when the man suddenly stopped. Yi Feng saw a group of bodyguards had already entered the bar, searching for them. Without hesitation, he pulled off the half-face painted mask from the man beside him, then grabbed a fox face half mask from a woman's face, and dragged Lin Wenwen deeper into the crowd. Seizing the moment, Yi Feng tossed the short-sleeved shirt on the ground, put on the half-face mask, and turning to Lin Wenwen said, "Don't just stand there, put this mask on quickly or we'll be in trouble when the bodyguards arrive." Looking at his exposed eyes and mouth and hearing his voice, Lin Wenwen tentatively asked, "I feel like I know you." "Ah, now's not the time for that." "Fine, I'll put it on you." Yi Feng didn't waste words, he quickly pushed the fox half-mask onto her pale face. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the bodyguards entering the dance floor and his brow furrowed. "Looks like today we'll have to take down the bodyguards." Then Yi Feng thought of something. He whispered to Lin Wenwen, "We'll act like we're very close, so they won't suspect us." "How do we act?" "Like this." He reached out, cupped Lin Wenwen's face with both hands, and under her confused gaze, gently kissed her lips. Lin Wenwen's mind instantly went blank at Yi Feng's move. Feeling Yi Feng's awkward kiss, Lin Wenwen was completely stunned. After all, she never imagined Yi Feng would kiss her at this moment. Seeing Lin Wenwen not reacting at all, Yi Feng quickly let go of her lips and whispered, "I know this is a bit sudden, but if we don't do this, they'll notice us. So please bear with it, and quickly hug me." Hearing Yi Feng's urging, Lin Wenwen finally realized why he kissed her. Even though the situation was urgent, how could he just kiss her like that? Just as Lin Wenwen was about to flatly reject him, Yi Feng saw a group of bodyguards approaching and immediately kissed her again. Seeing this, Lin Wenwen began to struggle, but Yi Feng directly pinned her against the wall and started kissing her forcefully. At that moment, 2 bodyguards walked over and stood beside them, sizing them up. Yi Feng noticed these 2 guys were suspicious of him, so he gently let go of Lin Wenwen's soft red lips and said to the bodyguards, "What's up, bros? You want a taste too?" Faced with Yi Feng's enthusiastic invitation, the 2 bodyguards looked at them one more time, then went to check on others. Realizing he had successfully tricked them, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Lin Wenwen in front of him, even though half her face was covered by a mask, he could still tell she was blushing. Yi Feng felt a bit awkward for a moment. After all, he had just kissed his white moonlight, the woman he secretly liked, so how could he ease the awkwardness now? Maybe just invite her to a hotel to do something more interesting? No, she might think he just wants her body. Though, truth be told, Yi Feng did. After all, with a figure and looks that didn't lose to Li Mengyao, few men wouldn't be tempted by Lin Wenwen. Just as Yi Feng was lost in thought, Lin Wenwen quickly pushed him away. Although she was angry, considering he did it to save her, her anger lessened a bit. Lin Wenwen wiped the saliva off her lips, looked at the awkward Yi Feng, and said, "No matter what, you saved me. Thank you." Seeing that Lin Wenwen was still a bit bothered about him kissing her, Yi Feng scratched his head and said, "It's nothing, just lending a hand." Lin Wenwen stared into his eyes for a moment and asked tentatively, "Do we know each other?" Yi Feng was about to reveal his identity when suddenly a man and a woman appeared with several bodyguards. Seeing that it was the couple from whom he had stolen the masks, Yi Feng gritted his teeth and cursed. "Just stole your masks, no need to snitch. So damn petty." After cursing, Yi Feng quickly said to Lin Wenwen, "Looks like we can't stay hidden anymore. I'll find a way to draw them off, sneak away when you get the chance." As he released her waist, Lin Wenwen quickly said, "I'll go with you." "No. Women only slow me down when I draw my blade." After showing off a bit, Yi Feng left Lin Wenwen. He went straight to the DJ, snatched the microphone from his hand, and shouted, "You bunch of idiots. Yeah, you guys in suits. Aren't you looking for me? I'm right here, come and get me." With that shout, the bodyguard spotted him and rushed toward him. Yi Feng threw away the mic and bolted. Lin Wenwen watched as the man who had just risked himself to save her attracted all the bodyguards away, and murmured, "Why does this man seem familiar to me? Who is he really?" After running out of the bar, Yi Feng dashed into a small alley, turned left and right a few times, and shook off the bodyguards. He quickly threw away the mask on his face, looked at his bare left foot, and cursed. "Damn it, lost a shoe too. Daddy, your daughter's calling you." Suddenly hearing the custom ringtone he set for Li Mengyao, Yi Feng quickly reached into his pocket. But when he pulled something out, he froze for a second, then looked at the lace panties in his hand and muttered, "Who stuffed underwear in my pocket?" Guessing some woman must have stuffed them there while he was escaping from the bar, Yi Feng shook his head and casually tossed the panties away. He answered the call and said, "Hey daughter, no, I mean, President Li, what's up? Where are you? I just visited my sister at the hospital. I was about to head home. Come to my place." As soon as she said that, she hung up. Looking at the phone screen, Yi Feng frowned and said, "Could she have found out it was me? But I had my face covered, she shouldn't know." After thinking it over, Yi Feng decided to go to Li Mingyao's house. If he went, maybe nothing would happen. If he didn't, it would look suspicious. Li Mingyao's house. When the door opened, Yi Feng looked at her in her nightgown and asked, "President Li, what's wrong?" Li Mingyao didn't reply. She turned around, walked over to the sofa on her long legs, sat down, picked up her wine glass with her left hand, gently swirled the wine, and asked Yi Feng, "Where were you an hour ago?" "The hospital." "You're sure?" "Of course. My sister can vouch for me." "President Li, what's going on?" Hearing Yi Feng's answer, Li Mengyao stared into his eyes. When a person lies, their eyes tend to dodge. But Yi Feng was acting completely normal, showing no signs of panic. So after staring at him for a while, Li Mengyao couldn't detect anything wrong and said calmly, "Nothing, just asking." Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Seeing Yi Feng trying to leave, Li Mengyao said domineeringly, "Did I say you could leave? Sit down." "What for?" "Just sit, less nonsense." Seeing how bossy she was, Yi Feng curled his lips and sat next to her. At that moment, Li Mengyao put her beautiful legs on his, looked at him, and said, "Keep massaging my feet." After she said that and playfully wiggled her toes, Yi Feng looked at her oddly. Was this woman flirting with him? But aside from being handsome, well-built, having a sweet voice, being gentle, and skilled in bed, what other charms did he have? Why would she flirt with such a useless guy? Though confused, Yi Feng didn't overthink it. He reached out, grabbed her delicate feet, and gently started massaging. As Li Mengyao felt her body relax like never before, she let out a long sigh. Yi Feng's foot massage skills were really something, even Li Mengyao was getting addicted. Looking at his handsome face and watching him massage her feet made her heart race. After a moment, she bit her lip and asked, "Yi Feng, do you think my feet are pretty?" Faced with this question, Yi Feng seriously looked at Li Mengyao's feet and sincerely said, "A beautiful foot moves like drifting clouds, graceful and charming, stirring the heart." Hearing Yi Feng even quote poetry, Li Mengyao felt delighted and said, "Didn't expect you to know poetry too." "Of course. Otherwise, what was the point of going to college?" "What was your major in college?" "Chinese language and literature." "Chinese language?" Seeing Li Mengyao looking surprised, Yi Feng shrugged and said, "I've always had a strong interest in ancient literature, so I chose Chinese language and literature as my major." But the truth was, when Yifeng was in high school, he heard from classmates that the Chinese language and literature major had lots of girls and very few boys. A guy entering that major would be like a little lamb falling into a den of wolves. Being a groom every night wouldn't be a problem. Naive and innocent, Yifeng believed it. After his college entrance exam scores came out, he immediately applied to the Chinese language and literature major at a local university. But when Yifeng excitedly stepped onto the university campus, he realized he was too naive. Although it was true that the major had lots of girls, and they were all delicate like flowers, the good-looking ones had already been snatched by guys from other departments at the basketball court. The leftovers were not to his liking. At the time, Yifeng wasn't smooth-talking, didn't know how to sweet-talk girls, and had no money to dress well, so even in a den of wolves, no wolf came to eat this little lamb. Just like that, Yifeng remained single for 4 years in college. He thought that after leaving college, he could find a girlfriend in society. But after stepping into the real world, he realized just how harsh reality was. Li Mengyao had no idea about Yifeng's true thoughts. She thought he genuinely loved literature, so she curiously asked, "Since you majored in literature, why are you working in our company's marketing department? That doesn't match your major. These days, it's hard for liberal arts majors to find a job. My college classmates, those with money went into business, those with connections got into public institutions. As for someone like me, with no money and no connections, I just do whatever job I can get." "That's true. So what was your dream back then?" "To become a novelist. I even wrote a few novels before, but unfortunately, they got banned." Hearing that Yifeng had written novels, Li Mengyao suddenly became interested. "Why were they banned?" "Because the content was too explicit. I just don't get it. What I wrote was more proper than Jean Pingmei, so how was it considered too explicit?" Seeing that this guy didn't write proper novels, Li Mengyao immediately lost interest. She put her wine glass on the coffee table, sighed slightly, then closed her eyes and said, "Can't you write a serious novel? Who reads serious novels? TCH. Seeing Li Mengyao curl her lips and then start breathing evenly, Yifeng realized she had fallen asleep again and shook his head slightly. He picked up a blanket and gently covered her, then looked at her beautiful face and softly said, "Hope you have a good dream. Good night." The next day, Li Mengyao was in her office listening to the finance department manager's work report when her phone received a message. She glanced at it. It was from her second uncle, Li Jianjun, saying that this weekend would be the 80th birthday of the Li family's patriarch, Li Mengyao's grandfather. Since going abroad for study a few years ago, Li Mengyao had never celebrated her grandfather's birthday. Now that she had returned to the country and taken over the Li family's business in Huaxi district of Donglin City, it was time to go back and see the old man. After thinking for a moment, Li Mengyao replied, "Got it," then said to the finance manager, "That's all. Go tell Yifeng to come see me." A moment later, Yifeng knocked on the door and came in, looking at her curiously. "President Li, you wanted to see me? This weekend, go with me on a business trip to Kyoto." "But I have the weekend off." "Well, I'm telling you now that you don't. Stop complaining and get out." Seeing how domineering this woman was, Yifeng silently cursed all the women in her family, then left with a displeased look. Weekend, Kyoto. When Yifeng rode in the Rolls-Royce into an estate, he saw a castle that he had only seen in movies. In a place like Kyoto, where land is so valuable, there was actually such a big castle. The owner must be incredibly rich. But when he saw the words, "Li Residence," above the castle gate, he seemed to understand something. Damn, Li Mengyao brought him to her family home. No way, they had only slept together once, why was she already introducing him to her family? Things were moving too fast. But thinking carefully, it didn't seem likely. If she really was bringing him to meet her family, she would have told him beforehand. What on earth was this woman planning? While Yifeng was lost in thought, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the castle. Then a suited butler personally opened the back door and respectfully said to Li Mengyao, "Young miss, welcome back." Li Mengyao lightly nodded, got out of the car, and asked the butler, "Where's my grandfather?" "In the birthday banquet hall." "All right. Yifeng, stop spacing out and get out of the car." Hearing her urging voice, Yifeng finally came back to his senses. He quickly got out of the car and asked her in confusion, "President Li, why did you bring me to your home?" "What, I'm not allowed to bring you to my house." "That's not what I meant, it's just a bit sudden. You didn't mention it before." Realizing Yifeng misunderstood, Li Mengyao calmly said, "Today is my grandfather's birthday. I just needed someone to carry my bag, so I brought you. Take this." Seeing her hand over her purse and sway her hips as she walked into the castle, Yifeng curled his lips and grumbled, "Knew it, just brought me here as a laborer. Capitalists really aren't good people." After entering the luxurious castle with Li Mengyao, Yifeng finally realized that the lives of rich families shown in movies were just the tip of the iceberg. Just one painting on the wall, he had seen it in a museum before. With the Li family status, there's no way they'd hang a fake. Which meant, the museums. The more he thought, the scarier it became. Yifeng didn't dare think further. When they followed the butler into the grand birthday banquet hall, a lively scene unfolded before Yifeng's eyes. The massive hall had over 100 tables, and each was nearly full. Damn, your grandpa is really impressive. Facing Yifeng's shock, the unfazed Li Mengyao calmly said, "My grandpa is an old-school capitalist. Every year, lots of famous people come to celebrate his birthday. You call your grandpa a capitalist? Because he is one. Enough talk, go with me to greet him." Just as Li Mengyao was heading toward the head table, a sharp and sarcastic voice reached their ears. "Well, look who it is. Turns out it's our Li family's dear young lady. So you finally remember you have a grandfather?" Hearing that voice, Yifeng instinctively turned around. Not far behind him stood a dignified and elegant woman. She looked to be in her early 40s, but was extremely well-maintained, clearly the kind of person who never lifted a finger for chores. Facing the woman's sarcastic tone, Li Mengyao still wore her cold expression. "Second aunt, I'm only back to celebrate my grandfather's birthday, not to compete with my second uncle for the family inheritance. So there's no need for this attitude. Listen to yourself. Do you really think the Li family's assets can be taken by a little girl like you who hasn't even fully grown?" Hearing second aunt say this, Li Mengyao narrowed her eyes. Just then, Yifeng suddenly interrupted. "I disagree with that statement." Seeing Yifeng dare to interrupt, second aunt said coldly to him, "Who are you? Is this your place to speak? Who I am isn't important. I just want to correct your claim that President Li hasn't fully grown. I can confirm, she has." Before Yifeng could finish, Li Mengyao suddenly realized what he was about to say and fiercely pinched his waist, making his face twist from the pain. She gave him a vicious glare, then turned to second aunt and said, "I didn't come back today to argue with you. I'm not in the mood either." After she finished speaking and dragged Yifeng away by the waist, second aunt was so angry she spat and cursed. "Is that how you talk to your elders? All your years of studying must have gone to the dogs." After walking some distance, Li Mengyao coldly questioned Yifeng. "Will you die if you don't speak?" "President, I was just being truthful. After all, you really have grown fully. You damn well better shut up." Furious, Li Mengyao lifted her foot and gave him a hard kick on the calf. At that moment, a sexy woman in a tight pencil skirt came over, clinging to a handsome man in a suit. The woman looked at the annoyed Li Mengyao and teased. "Mengyao, who's this handsome guy? Aren't you going to introduce him to your sister?" Li Mengyao looked at the woman, released Yifeng's waist, and said flatly, "Just a friend." "Just a friend? Then give him to me. I could use a double shot tonight." After she said that and reached to grab Yifeng's arm, Li Mengyao instinctively stepped in front of him and said unhappily, "Li Mengyao, if you want to be slutty, go find someone else, don't harm my friend. Don't be so stingy. It's not like you're using him." "Who says I'm not using him?" As soon as she said it, Li Mengyao realized she misspoke and quickly corrected. "That's not what I meant." But her explanation sounded weak to Li Mengyao, who giggled and said, "Don't explain, I get it. Handsome, come find me when you get bored of her." After flirting with Yifeng, Li Mengyao swayed her hips and walked off, hanging on the man's arm. This made Yifeng frown deeply. He had thought a big family like the Li's would be full of classy, well-spoken elites. Instead, it felt like he was visiting a brothel. Just missing a madam at the door waving a handkerchief and calling out, "Sir, come in for some fun." Still, credit where it's due, Li Mengjiao's little but looked nice, though it probably had plastic surgery. Seeing Yifeng staring at Li Mengjiao's behind, Li Mengyao smacked him hard on the head and snapped, "Look again and I'll dig your eyeballs out. Give me the bag." Li Mengyao snatched back her purse, took out a delicate box, then deliberately swayed her hips as she walked away. She refused to believe her all-natural curves couldn't beat Li Mengjiao's fake ones. Seeing her act like that, Yifeng rubbed his head and muttered, "Women really love to compete, even over who sways their hips better." Li Zhong, sitting on the head chair, never stopped smiling. After all, who doesn't like receiving gifts, especially on their 80th birthday? Since many people were giving birthday wishes, Li Mengyao and Yifeng had to line up. Just as their turn came, Li Mengjiao suddenly cut in. She shoved Li Mengyao aside with her butt, then smiled at Li Zhong and said, "Grandpa, this is a South Sea pearl from your granddaughter. May you stay youthful like the pine tree, blessed through all seasons. Like the stones of Nanshan, may peace and good fortune follow you year after year. Wishing you longevity and happiness." Seeing this, Li Mengyao thought to herself that things were bad. because what she had prepared was also a South Sea pearl. And whether in quality or size, hers couldn't compare to the one Li Mingjiao just offered. If she presented her pearl now, she'd completely lose face. For a moment, Li Mingjiao didn't know what to do. Yi Feng also noticed her pale face and the sweat forming on her forehead. He quietly asked, "What's wrong, President Li? Your period's still not over." Li Mingjiao really didn't have the energy to scold him right now. She turned her head and anxiously said, "I prepared a South Sea pearl too, but it's clearly not as good as Li Mingjiao's. If I give mine now, I'll never be able to hold my head up in the Li family again." Hearing her anxious tone, Yi Feng realized how serious this was. Just from how her second aunt and Li Mingjiao treated her, it was obvious her position in the Li family wasn't strong. If something went wrong with the birthday gift, her situation would only get worse. Though it didn't concern Yi Feng directly, since he had slept with Li Mingjiao, he couldn't let her lose face at this critical moment. So he started thinking fast. After Li Mingjiao gave her gift, she turned to the visibly nervous Li Mingjiao and said with a smile, "Mingjiao, you haven't celebrated Grandpa's birthday in years. You must have prepared something generous this time. Come on, show us country bumpkins what you've got." Seeing herself being put on the spot, Li Mingjiao didn't know what to do. But she couldn't just say she hadn't prepared a gift, that would be even worse. So she took a deep breath to calm herself and was about to present her South Sea pearl. But Yi Feng suddenly smacked his forehead and said regretfully, "Mingjiao, I'm so sorry. You told me to hold the gift and I totally forgot. I'll go get it from the car right now, be right back." After saying that, Yi Feng ran off in a hurry, which made Li Mingjiao frown slightly. This guy clearly knew she had the gift in her hand, so why say that? Could it be, he was trying to find a better gift? But at this moment, where could he find one? Li Mingjiao wasn't sure if Yi Feng could actually get a better gift. But after thinking for a bit, she decided to trust him. What if he really could? So she turned to Li Zhong and said apologetically, "Sorry, Grandpa, my friend went to get the gift. Please wait just a bit longer." Hearing this, Li Zhong smiled and said, "Gift or no gift, I'm already very happy that you came to celebrate with this old man. Come here, let me take a good look at you." After running out of the banquet hall, Yi Feng started to panic. He had only been focused on helping Li Mingjiao save face, and completely forgot that he didn't have the means to get a better gift. But he had already said it, and now Li Mingjiao was on the hook because of him. If he couldn't come up with something impressive, she'd have him skinned the next day. Yi Feng was anxious, but then he caught sight of that famous painting, the one that should be hanging in a museum, and his eyes lit up. This might actually work. Half an hour later. The gift-giving session was basically coming to an end, but Yi Feng still hadn't returned. This made Li Mingjiao feel utterly hopeless. As expected, he still wasn't able to help her. If it were just that he couldn't help, it wouldn't matter that much. After all, she still had the South Sea pearl she had prepared earlier. Although it wasn't as good as the one Li Mingjiao had given, it was still a birthday gift nonetheless. But that bastard Yi Feng had boasted on her behalf, then ran off himself, leaving her here to be humiliated. The more Li Mingjiao thought about it, the angrier she got. She wished she could immediately issue a global warrant to arrest him. At this moment, Li Mingjiao spoke with a sarcastic tone. "My dear sister, it's been half an hour already. Where exactly did your friend go to fetch the gift? Did he go to Mars or something?" Hearing this, Li Mingjiao just kept a cold face and said nothing. Although Li Zhong was also somewhat displeased, she was still his granddaughter, so the old man waved his hand and said, "This old man doesn't lack anything. If there's no gift, then so be it. Everyone is here now, let's start the banquet." Though he said this, everyone could see the unhappiness on the old man's face. At this moment, an old man with a dragon head cane, supported by a young woman, walked over. Seeing Li Zhong's unhappy face, he smiled and said, "Old Li, doesn't look like you're having such a good birthday." Faced with the sarcasm, Li Zhong coldly replied, "Old Wang, who told you I'm not having a good birthday?" In response to Li Zhong's question, Wang Weigua, the president of the Celebrity Calligraphy and Painting Association, spoke with a hidden meaning. "Do I need to ask? You've received so many gifts, yet not a single one is worth showing off. Just some ordinary gold, silver, and jewelry. TSK, such a shabby birthday celebration." Faced with Wang Weigua's sarcasm, Li Zhong's face couldn't hold up anymore. At his age, the one thing he didn't lack was money. What he lacked was something to show off in front of other elders. Even though he had received many valuable jewels today, every rich family has those. What he wanted were rare, famous paintings or calligraphy. But it was unclear whether his descendants didn't understand him, or just didn't have the ability. In any case, not a single proper piece of famous artwork had been gifted. For a moment, Li Zhong was furious but had no way to defend himself. Wang Weiguo, seeing this, smiled even more gleefully. Their two families had competed their whole lives, but Li Zhong had always been one step ahead. He thought he would never get a chance to surpass him, but now the opportunity had come. Seeing Li Zhong's face turn dark purple from anger, Wang Weiguo patted the girl beside him and said with a laugh, "Xiangling, hurry and show this old man the painting I received for my birthday a few days ago." "Yes, Grandpa." Wang Xiangling nodded, opened the rectangular box in her hands, and took out a delicate scroll. With help from others, she slowly unrolled it. People at the scene who knew their art exclaimed excitedly, "That's Scenic Beauty of Pine Stream. Songshi Yuxing too." Hearing the name Scenic Beauty of Pine Stream, everyone knowledgeable about art crowded around. After all, this was a painting by Dong Qichang, a famous artist from the Ming dynasty. It was said to have fetched a sky-high price of 26 million a few years ago. No one expected Wang Weiguo to get his hands on it. Li Zhong trembled with anger upon seeing the scenic beauty of Pine Stream. Aside from envy and jealousy, what he felt more was rage. Just look at what others received, celebrity paintings and rare treasures. And look at what he got, gold, pearls, ginseng, and lingji mushrooms. How could that even compare? Truly, comparing goods makes you want to throw them away, comparing people makes you want to die. Li Zhong was so angry that his heart rate sped up, and he looked like he might have a heart attack. The rest of the Li family at the scene all hung their heads in shame. Normally, their gifts were fine, but who knew Wang Weiguo would come to show off? Now it was over. The old man's pride had been completely destroyed. Li Zhong glared at Wang Weiguo's smug face, gripping his chair arm tightly. Unwilling to admit defeat, Li Zhong turned his gaze to the only one who hadn't presented a gift, Li Mengyao, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Mengyao, why hasn't your friend returned with the gift yet? Why don't you go find him?" The old man was clearly hinting to Li Mengyao, "Go buy a painting now, no matter the cost, but it has to outshine Scenic Beauty of Pine Stream." Of course, Li Mengyao understood Li Zhong's meaning, but a painting of that level couldn't be bought just like that. Even if she started looking now, it might take half a year to come across one. So, faced with Li Zhong's hopeful eyes, Li Mengyao silently lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Li Zhong completely lost hope. It seemed that today not only would he be humiliated, but the entire Li family would lose face as well. Wang Weiguo, knowing full well how to strike while the iron is hot, spared no mercy and mocked. "Old Li, I say you should just stop celebrating birthdays altogether. Receiving a bunch of trash, I'm embarrassed on your behalf. Ha ha ha." Wang Weiguo's unrestrained laughter echoed through the banquet hall, piercing everyone's ears. Just as his laughter lingered, like a thorn in the hearts of the Li family, Yifeng ran back in, drenched in sweat. As soon as he entered, he saw an old man laughing at Li Zhong while the whole Li family remained silent. He quickly ran to Li Mengyao's side and whispered to her, "It's done." "Done what? Stop embarrassing me here." "No, you haven't even looked, how do you know it's embarrassing?" "You don't know shit, shut up." Wang Weiguo also heard their exchange and sensed a perfect chance to further mock Li Zhong. He pointed at Yifeng and loudly said, "This young man must have prepared a gift even more precious than my Scenic Beauty of Pine Stream. Come on, show this old man what you've got? Ha ha ha." Hearing Wang Weiguo's sarcastic laughter, Li Zhong knew he had completely lost today. He took a deep breath and weakly said, "It's not about how valuable the gift is, it's the thought that counts. It's all right, Mengyao, go ahead and present it." They had already lost enough face, what's one more time? Hearing this, Li Mengyao sighed deeply and turned to Yifeng. "Then go and present the gift to my grandfather." "All right." Yifeng didn't think too much. He walked confidently up to Li Zhong, unrolled the scroll in his hands, and loudly said, "Patriarch of the Li family, this is the Mandarin ducks in lotus pond painting, which Mengyao bought from someone for 100 million. It is now presented to you as a birthday gift." As soon as those words were spoken, the entire room erupted in shock. Li Zhong looked at the Mandarin ducks in lotus pond painting in front of him. Not only did he show no excitement, but his expression grew darker and darker, and his body even began to tremble violently. Wang Weiguo, seeing that Yifeng had actually brought out a Mandarin ducks in lotus pond painting, burst into uncontrollable laughter, even to the point of tears. At this moment, Li Mengjiao said coldly to Li Mengyao, whose face had turned extremely pale, "Li Mengyao, are you trying to anger Grandpa to death on purpose?" Li Mengyao also hadn't expected Yifeng to bring out the Mandarin ducks in lotus pond. They all knew that a real Mandarin ducks in lotus pond painting was already hanging in the first-floor main hall of the Li family's residence. That meant the one Yifeng presented must be a fake. Not only did it fail to win honor for her grandfather, it dragged his reputation through the mud. Li Mengyao was beyond regretful. Had she known Yifeng was this unreliable, she would never have brought him here today, no matter what. Li Mengyao hurried to Yifeng's side, grabbed his arm, and gritted her teeth. Hurry up and put that junk away. Junk? Mengyao, this is a genuine piece. Pfft. Just as Yifeng finished speaking, Wang Weiguo, who was drinking tea, sprayed it everywhere. He wiped the tea from his beard and laughed while looking at the confused Yifeng. Young man, are you saying this Mandarin ducks in lotus pond painting is authentic? Yes. It's 100% real. Clearly you don't know anything. The Mandarin ducks in lotus pond hanging in your Li family's first floor hall is the one I gave to Li Zhong a few years ago after losing a bet. If yours is real, are you saying the one I gave him is fake? Hearing that, Yifeng nodded seriously. Yeah, is that so hard to understand? Ha ha ha. I'm dying. Old Li, the intelligence of your descendants is really worrying. Facing Wang Weiguo's unrestrained mockery, Li Zhong was speechless. Earlier, not receiving a decent gift was just mildly embarrassing. But now, receiving a fake painting from his granddaughter, right in front of the original owner, was utterly humiliating. Li Zhong glared fiercely at Li Mengyao, unable to understand why his own granddaughter would treat him this way. Li Mengyao knew there was no way to explain herself. Now she just wanted Yifeng to take the painting and get lost, and then she could find a chance to apologize to Li Zhong. But no matter how she pulled, Yifeng didn't budge. Yifeng gently pushed Li Mengyao away and calmly said to the still laughing Wang Weiguo. Sir, may I ask, why are you so sure this painting of mine is a fake? Why ask? Because it clearly is. In that case, I boldly propose a bet. If this painting of mine is real, you give your scenic beauty of Pine Stream painting to the Li family patriarch. If it's fake, you can deal with me however you like. How about that? Seeing that Yifeng was basically placing Li Zhong's dignity in front of him for a slap, Wang Weiguo had no reason to refuse. He agreed without hesitation. Second aunt, seeing the Li family about to be completely embarrassed by Yifeng, quickly shouted at Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao! Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Get your man and get out of here. Li Mengyao suppressed her anger and coldly grabbed Yifeng's arm. If you keep messing around, don't blame me for being rude. Facing her threat, Yifeng looked into her angry eyes and softly said. No matter what, we did spend one night together. I wouldn't set you up. Trust me, I'll help the Li family regain all the face it lost. Staring into his firm gaze, Li Mengyao was momentarily stunned. For some reason, at that moment, she actually believed Yifeng could restore the Li family's reputation. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Yifeng and reminded him. If you fail, the consequences will be more than you can imagine. I know. Don't worry. Giving her a reassuring look, Yifeng turned to Li Zhong and said. Patriarch of the Li family, I need some experts in landscape painting to verify whether this Mandarin ducks in lotus pond is genuine. Li Zhong didn't respond to him, but looked at Li Mengyao and asked hoarsely. Mengyao, are you sure? Facing her grandfather's question, Li Mengyao glanced at the calm Yifeng, thought for a moment, and decided to trust him. Grandpa, the Mandarin ducks in lotus pond I prepared for you is definitely real. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Li Zhong slammed the armrest and loudly said. Good. I believe my granddaughter wouldn't try to fool me with a fake. Old Zhao, Old Lu, Old Zhang, stop just watching. Come verify this painting for me. A few reputable elders gathered around Yifeng's painting and examined it for a long time. Then, looking at the nervous Li Zhong, they said. Old Li, this painting really does seem to be genuine. Hearing that, Li Zhong's cloudy eyes lit up instantly. Meanwhile, Wang Weiguo, who had been waiting to see him humiliated, suddenly widened his eyes. He quickly raised his cane and shouted at the elders. You bunch of old fools, are you spouting nonsense? Well, you can verify it yourself. I'll verify it. I want to hear your excuses afterward. After Wang Weiguo carefully examined the Mandarin ducks in lotus pond, he made a shocking discovery. The painting was actually genuine. Impossible. This is impossible. There's only one authentic Mandarin ducks in lotus pond in the world, how can there be two? Seeing Wang Weiguo begin to doubt reality, Yifeng calmly reminded him. If only one is real, and the authentic one is in my hands, then the one you gave to the Li family patriarch. He didn't continue, but the implication was clear. Wang Weiguo pointed at Yifeng and yelled. You little bastard. Are you saying the one I gave Li Zhong is fake? Whether it is or not, let's go take a look and find out. At this point, even Li Zhong suspected that the one Wang Weiguo gave him was a fake. Now that the tables had turned, he quickly shouted. Everyone, to the first floor hall. First floor hall. Everyone gathered around the Mandarin ducks in lotus pond hanging on the wall and examined it for a while before reaching a conclusion. This painting is nearly identical to the real one, but it lacks the aura. So, this painting is a fake. After hearing Elder Lu's verdict, Li Zhong instantly straightened his once hunched back. The old man was back on his feet. Li Zhong looked at the dumbfounded Wang Weigua and coldly said, "You old bastard, you actually dared to fool me with a fake painting. If Mengyao hadn't bought the real one, I would have died never knowing the truth." Facing Li Zhong's accusation, Wang Weigua shook his head violently. "Impossible. You must have swapped the real one I gave you with a fake. Right. I stamped the back of the painting with my seal. Just take it down and check if it's my stamp, that'll prove it's the one I gave. Take it down. Someone, take down the painting." As the crowd carefully removed the painting, Li Zhong hurried over. Even he was a little nervous. After all, things like switching the real with a fake weren't unheard of. If that were true, he'd be humiliated beyond the Pacific Ocean. When he saw the back of the painting, his eyes suddenly widened. He pointed at Wang Weigua and shouted, "Wang Weigua! Open those dog eyes of yours and look carefully, doesn't this bear your seal?" Wang Weigui also saw his own seal. Dumbfounded, he muttered, "Impossible, this is impossible." Suddenly realizing something, Wang Weigua rushed over and snatched the painting from Yifeng's hands, flipped it over, and shouted, "The real one must also have my seal?" "What?" Upon seeing the back of Yifeng's painting was clean, with no seal at all, Wang Weigua's pupils shrank sharply. Li Zhong also saw that there was no seal on the back of the mandarin ducks in Lotus Pond painting Yifeng brought. He pointed at the dumbfounded Wang Weigua and cursed, "You old bastard Wang! You actually dared to fool me with a fake painting. Your Wang family is really shameless as hell." "No. The one I gave you was real." "Real, my ass. The facts are right in front of us, everyone saw it, and you still want to argue?" Wang Weigua saw everyone pointing fingers at him and realized he truly couldn't explain himself today. After all, his personal seal was unmistakably on the back of the fake painting. He didn't know how this had happened. He guessed that the painting might have been a fake when he first bought it, so he quickly said to the furious Li Zhong, "I must have been tricked when I bought it. I'll go find that guy now." But it had been more than 20 years. Where could Wang Weigua go to find someone? He was just trying to find an excuse to get out of this mess. However, after taking only 2 steps, Yifeng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Sir, does the bet between us still count?" Wang Weigua paused upon hearing this. After a moment, he snatched the painting from Wang Xiangling's hands, turned to Yifeng, who was smiling, and coldly said, "Of course I keep my word. This scenic beauty of Pine Stream is yours now." Seeing him throw the painting over, Yifeng quickly caught it and smiled. "Very generous of you, sir." Xiangling, we're leaving." Seeing her grandfather walk away angrily, Wang Xiangling looked deeply at Yifeng, said nothing, and left. Yifeng carried the scenic beauty of Pine Stream in both hands to Li Zhong and smiled. "Patriarch of the Li family, congratulations on receiving a famous painting." Seeing Yifeng about to gift the painting to him, Li Zhong patted his shoulder and asked, "Young man, do you know how much this painting is worth?" "I don't, but I know no amount of money is more important than making you happy." "Good. I like you, young man. Mengyao, you really found me a good grandson-in-law." Li Mengyao, who had been staring at Yifeng, still wondering how he managed all this, suddenly heard Li Zhong say that and hurriedly explained. "Grandpa, you're mistaken, he's not." "No need to explain, I understand." Li Zhong had that "I get it" expression, then laughed heartily as he put his arm around Yifeng's shoulder. "This birthday is the happiest one I've had in 80 years. Come, grandson-in-law, drink with me." Seeing Li Zhong pulling Yifeng away, Li Mengyao quickly shouted, "Grandpa, you've really misunderstood." But with joy flooding his heart, Li Zhong didn't listen to her at all and happily walked into the banquet hall with Yifeng. Li Mengyao gently shook her head, looking at the fake mandarin ducks in Lotus Pond painting, murmuring, "How on earth did he pull all of this off?" The birthday banquet continued until the evening. In high spirits, Li Zhong kept pouring drinks for Yifeng, making him run to the restroom to vomit several times. Seeing Yifeng barely able to sit up, Li Mengyao said to the still excited Li Zhong, "Grandpa, it's getting late, we need to head back." "Head back where?" "This is your home. Both of you stay here tonight." "But Grandpa, are you trying to make me angry?" Seeing Li Zhong puff up with anger, Li Mengyao sighed lightly and shook her head. "I'll do as Grandpa says." "That's more like it. Butler, come take Mengyao and my grandson-in-law to rest." The butler put Yifeng on the bed and left. Li Mengyao looked at Yifeng, who was passed out on the bed, sighed, and said, "Clearly you can't handle alcohol, but you still drank so much." She shook her head and ignored him, taking her bathrobe and heading into the bathroom. With Yifeng in this state, it was lucky he was still alive, so she wasn't worried about him peeking at her while she showered. As Li Mengyao was enjoying her bath, Yifeng, still drunk, frowned and sat up reflexively, covering his mouth and looking around. In his hazy state, he only saw a door and thought it was the bathroom. Without a second thought, he opened the door and ran in. Yifeng was looking for a toilet, but the scene in front of him made his eyes widen. "Get out!" Yifeng sat on the sofa holding his forehead. Although seeing Li Mengyao's naked body had sobered him up a bit, the alcohol hit him again. At that moment, Li Mengyao walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. She looked at Yifeng on the sofa and coldly said, "I never thought you were this kind of person." Hearing her angry voice, Yifeng slowly lifted his head and looked at her angry little face, blankly asking, "What kind of person am I? Pervert? Creep? Freak? You misunderstood. I didn't peek at you on purpose. I just wanted to find a place to throw up. You think I'm 3 years old?" Seeing that she didn't believe him, Yifeng was about to explain, but then he noticed her open neckline and blurted out, "Does that look 3 years old?" "Huh?" When Li Mengyao realized what Yifeng meant, she was furious and rushed up to start hitting him. Yifeng didn't dare fight back and kept dodging, saying, "My bad. Please stop hitting me. Now you know you're wrong? Too late, I'll beat this pervert to death. Damn it. I've really been too nice to you." Yifeng suddenly grabbed her wrist and pinned her down on the bed. His usually gentle eyes now surged with dark intensity, his knuckles widening from the force. "You really don't know what I'm thinking right now?" Yifeng's voice was hoarse, and each word carried the heat of alcohol. Li Mengyao's eyelashes trembled, and the silk scarf at her neckline loosened as she struggled. She suddenly realized how dangerous their proximity was. "Sober up." She tried to kick him, but he pinned her knee down. Her hair spread out like ink across the white bed sheet. Yifeng braced himself above her, his Adam's apple moving. All his restraint broke into ragged breaths as she squirmed. "Don't move." He suddenly gripped the hand that was trying to slap him, leaving crescent-shaped red marks in his palm. Li Mengyao froze. She had never seen such a violent side of him, it was tearing apart his last shred of rationality. A sudden burst of fireworks outside startled both of them. The glass reflected their entwined shadows. Yifeng saw the red in the corners of his eyes in the reflection, then suddenly let go and took a step back. "Sorry." He yanked off his tie and threw it on the floor. As he turned, he knocked over a vase. Clear water spread over the shattered pieces, like something about to cross the line but halted abruptly. "You're not getting away tonight. Bastard." Li Mengyao gritted her teeth and cursed. She tried to struggle, but Yifeng's strength was too great, making her resistance completely useless. She sighed deeply in her heart. Looking at Yifeng, who seemed to be savoring a delicious feast, the anger from being violated instantly dissipated. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't actually dislike Yifeng, she even admired him a lot. This man was brave and intelligent, stayed calm in the face of trouble, had a good personality, was gentle, and listened to her. Aside from not having money, he basically had no shortcomings. But in her eyes, that one flaw wasn't even a problem. After all, she had more than enough money. If she could be with him, it actually seemed like a good choice. First, after what happened today, Li Zhong had a very good impression of Yifeng. Second, if she was with him, her family wouldn't keep trying to arrange a political marriage for her. However, suddenly thinking of something, Li Mengyao shook her head and stopped thinking about it. In the end, fatigue overcame desire, and Yifeng fell asleep right on top of Li Mengyao. Seeing that this guy could fall asleep even in this situation, Li Mengyao said helplessly, "Really drank too much, he's useless now." She pushed the sleeping Yifeng aside and sat up, looking at the kiss marks on her chest. She said with annoyance, "Not gentle at all." She reached out wanting to slap him a few times to vent her anger, but seeing his sleeping face, she couldn't bring herself to do it. After all, he didn't intentionally violate her. She'd deal with him after he sobered up. Shaking her head, Li Mengyao straightened her bathrobe and walked out of the room. The next day. By the time Yifeng woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. The first thing he did after sitting up was clutch his head, then said in pain, "Damn it, how much fake liquor did they make me drink last night? You're awake?" Suddenly hearing Li Mengyao's cold voice, Yifeng quickly turned his head toward the bedside. He saw Li Mengyao sitting in a chair, coldly watching him. Looking around the room, Yifeng asked curiously, "Where is this?" Seeing him like this, Li Mengyao crossed her arms and said coldly, "Don't think pretending to have amnesia will get you out of this." "Amnesia? President Li, what did I do last night? What do you think?" Faced with her counterquestion, Yifeng frowned slightly. At this moment, Yifeng truly didn't remember what happened afterward. He only remembered being forced to drink cup after cup by Li Zhong. After thinking for a while, Yifeng shook his head. "I really don't remember. How about you tell me what I did last night?" Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Li Mengyao thought about it and decided not to hold it against him. After all, they had already done worse things before. Him taking some small advantage was no big deal. So Li Mengyao stood up and said calmly, "If you don't remember, then forget it. Hurry up and get dressed, we're heading back." After she finished speaking, she walked out in high heels. Yifeng stared at her swaying hips and muttered, "What on earth did I do last night? Could it be she slept with me again?" Li Zhong had wanted Li Mengyao and Yifeng to stay a few more days. After all, Yifeng not only helped him turn things around yesterday, but also completely embarrassed his old rival, Wang Weigua. Li Zhong genuinely liked him. But Li Mengyao insisted on returning. There was a ton of company business waiting. Seeing that, the old man didn't say anything more. Just as the two walked out of the castle, a Bentley drove up. The back door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out. "Mengyao, where are you two going?" Facing the man's question, Li Mengyao, who was about to get into the Rolls-Royce, looked at him and replied calmly, "Second uncle, we're heading back to Donglin City." "Leaving so soon?" "Yes." Seeing she was about to get in, Li Jianjun walked up and smiled. "I know you've been auditing the company's accounts lately. Zhou Jianing used to work under me. A few days ago, he came to me begging for help. You know your second uncle, I can't refuse him. So, could you do me a favor and stop checking his accounts?" Realizing Li Jianjun was pleading on Zhou Jianing's behalf, Li Mengyao smiled and said, "Sure. Mengyao, I knew all those years of pampering you as a child weren't in vain. As long as you help Zhou Jianing pay back the money, I'll stop. Otherwise, no matter what, I'm taking that money back." After saying that coldly, she got into the car, and the smile on Li Jianjun's face slowly disappeared. Inside the car, seeing Li Mengyao radiating an icy aura, Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "Presidently, aren't you pushing too hard? What if they get desperate? Haven't they already? They even hired assassins. Why should I keep pretending nothing happened?" "That's true." After Yifeng said that and went quiet, Li Mengyao turned to him and questioned, "What's the deal with that painting?" Yifeng knew she was asking about the mandarin ducks in Lotus Pond, so he answered a bit smugly, "You still don't know my capabilities?" Hearing that, Li Mengyao instinctively glanced at his crotch. Thinking he meant that, her face instantly flushed, and she angrily cursed. "Pa! You pervert! Is there anything else in your head besides dirty thoughts?" Covered in her spit, Yifeng wiped his face and speechlessly said, "I meant my photographic memory, what were you thinking about?" Realizing she misunderstood again, Li Mengyao quickly turned her head to look out the window and defensively said, "Well, you didn't explain clearly. So now it's my fault? Whose else would it be? All right. Yesterday after I left the banquet hall, I borrowed a brush and rice paper from your butler, then ran to the storage room and painted a fake mandarin ducks in Lotus Pond on the spot. Then, when no one was paying attention, I swapped it with the real one." After hearing that, Li Mengyao looked back at him and curiously asked, "What about the seal? I could copy the painting perfectly, what's a seal in comparison? As for the real seal, I covered it with paint that matched the color of the cardboard, so no one noticed it. But if Wang Weigua had carefully examined the area where the seal was covered, he definitely would have found something wrong, right?" "Yeah, but too bad Wang Weigua was so stunned he instinctively assumed he'd been tricked, so he didn't bother checking carefully." Hearing this, Li Mengyao stared into his eyes and asked, "What if he hadn't been stunned?" Yifeng met her gaze and smiled. "I bet he would be. You're that confident? Life is a gamble. As long as the odds are better than 50%, I'll take the bet." And as it turns out, I won. Although Yifeng said that, Li Mengyao knew he must have been 100% certain. Even if Wang Weigua had checked the seal, he wouldn't have found anything. So the question was, where did his confidence come from? Seeing Li Mengyao fall into deep thought, the corners of Yifeng's mouth curved slightly. In fact, what he drew at that time was not one painting, but two. One was exactly the same as the real one. Unless you used professional equipment, it was very hard to tell real from fake with the naked eye. The other one he intentionally drew to be slightly worse than the real one. The one he gave to Li Zhong was not the real one. He had hidden the real painting inside the ventilation duct above the storage room. Yesterday, while drinking, he used going to pee as an excuse to secretly mail the real painting. By now, it should have already reached Donglin City. That painting was worth 50 million. He was really going to get rich this time. When the Rolls-Royce drove near Yifeng's home, Yifeng quickly pushed the door open and got out of the car. After all, 50 million was lying at the delivery station waiting for him to pick it up. After greeting Li Mengyao, Yifeng ran toward the delivery station near his home. Yifeng hurried home holding the package. After locking the door and closing all the curtains, he carefully opened the package. He excitedly unrolled the painting. Confirming that it was indeed the real mandarin ducks in Lotus Pond, he said excitedly, I'm rich. I'll never have to let people bully me again. Marrying a rich beauty and reaching the peak of life is really just around the corner now. But excitement was excitement. Yi Feng wasn't stupid enough to sell the painting now. If word reached Wang Weiguo or Li Zhong, he'd be screwed. He packed the painting again, put layer after layer of plastic bags over it, and placed it on top of the wardrobe. Dusting off his hands, he smiled and said, "In a while I'll find a way to sell this painting abroad, and then for the rest of my life I can enjoy good food and good drink with you." Just as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door. Yi Feng opened it and saw a pretty girl standing there, wearing a pink JK skirt with 2 long, white legs exposed. She looked about 18 or 19. Yi Feng asked in confusion, "Girl, who are you looking for?" The girl answered expressionlessly, "Already pretending not to know me? We just met yesterday." "Yesterday, oh. I remember, you're the old Wang's granddaughter. Why are you here?" Seeing that Yi Feng recognized her, Wang Xiangling clenched her small fists and coldly said, "No reason. I just came to beat you up." "Beat me?" Before Yi Feng could react, Wang Xiangling suddenly lifted her slender long leg and kicked at him fiercely. Yi Feng quickly took a step back, dodging the kick, and questioned her. "Are you crazy? What did I do to you?" He said this, but inside he knew very well this girl came to take revenge. After all, he made her grandfather lose huge face in public. It was normal for her as a granddaughter to come take revenge. Wang Xiangling was surprised that Yi Feng actually dodged her kick. She looked thin and weak, as if she couldn't even lift a chicken. But she had trained in martial arts since she was young. Defeating 10 or 8 grown men was no problem. Yet Yi Feng dodged her kick. Was he also trained? For a moment, Wang Xiangling wasn't sure, and she carefully observed Yi Feng. Yi Feng saw her staring silently and said impatiently, "I don't want to argue with you. I'm calling the police." He turned around to get his phone from the living room, but Wang Xiangling suddenly moved. She rushed behind him, jumped high into the air, and swung her fist toward the back of his head. But Yi Feng suddenly tilted his head, making her punch miss. However, Wang Xiangling didn't panic. She landed on his back, wrapped her arm around his neck, and tried to choke him. But Yi Feng simply grabbed her arm and forcefully pried it open. Wang Xiangling didn't expect Yi Feng to be this strong. Instinctively, she tried to use her other arm to choke him. But Yi Feng suddenly jerked his body, and in an instant she lost control of her balance and slammed hard into the wall. Yi Feng turned around and coldly said to the frowning, pained Wang Xiangling, "My patience has limits. If you keep being reckless, don't blame me for not going easy on you." Hearing his threat, Wang Xiangling narrowed her eyes and suddenly said, "Fine. I'll leave." "That's right. Go home and tell your grandfather to let the past be the past. Don't be so petty." Wang Xiangling said nothing and walked toward the door. Yi Feng relaxed a little. But unexpectedly, Wang Xiangling suddenly turned around, dashed toward him, and swung her fist at his face. Yi Feng didn't expect this woman to pull a sneak attack. Instinctively, he tried to grab her fist. His handsome face must not get damaged. But her fist suddenly changed direction, and struck directly at his Adam's apple. This blow was vicious. In her eyes, Yi Feng was a skilled fighter, so she had to seize any chance to defeat him. After being hit, Yi Feng felt like a lump of dry grass was stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow or spit it out. Clutching his throat, he looked at her and cursed hoarsely. "You damn, looks like I've really been too nice to you." Although Yi Feng had always followed the rule of not hitting women, of course, given how weak he used to be, he probably couldn't even win. But this woman went back on her word. That he could not tolerate. So, angry, Yi Feng ignored all principles and charged toward her. Wang Xiangling calmly backed away, then jumped high, stepped on the wall, circled behind him, and punched the back of his head. Yi Feng sensed danger in advance and quickly moved his head. Her small fist grazed his hair. Yi Feng, furious, grabbed her white fist, leaned forward, and executed a clean shoulder throw, slamming her to the floor. She hit the ground heavily. Seeing Yi Feng's fist coming at her, she quickly rolled away. Yi Feng's punch hit the floor tile, shattering it to pieces. He looked at Wang Xiangling, who had already stood up and was sweeping her left leg toward his head. Yi Feng raised his arm and blocked the kick, then stood up straight. Wang Xiangling was both ashamed and angry. Acting on impulse, she reached toward Yi Feng's vital point and said through clenched teeth, "You're pissing me off. I don't believe this today." Seeing her hand aiming at that place, Yi Feng's eyes widened. He looked down at her vicious hand, and his mouth twitched. Staring at the blushing, furious Wang Xiangling, Yi Feng, sweating from the pain, reached out and cursed. "Since you're being ruthless, don't blame me for being dirty. Secret technique, golden finger." If she wanted to fight dirty, who couldn't? Wang Xiangling didn't expect Yi Feng to do something so shameless. Her whole body froze, and her breathing suddenly grew rapid. Just when both sides were fully exerting themselves, each wanting the other to surrender first, the slightly ajar room door was suddenly pulled open, and then the downstairs neighbor, cursing and mumbling, said, "This damn place, and it's not even noon and your home is being demolished." When the big brother downstairs saw the scene before him, he was completely stunned. Yifeng glanced sideways and saw someone appear at the door. He hurriedly focused his gaze on him. Seeing it was his downstairs neighbor, he quickly stopped, then looked at him and said, "Big bro, sorry. My girlfriend and I hadn't seen each other for days, so we got a bit excited. We disturbed you. I'm really sorry. Baby, hurry and apologize to big bro." Wang Xiangling, seeing Yifeng still making her apologize, bit her lip and said, "In your dreams. You're so disobedient. See how I'll settle you. Big brother, sorry, we'll keep our voices down." Hearing Yifeng's words, the downstairs big brother finally recovered and kindly advised, "Brother, youth does not know what's precious, old age looks at what's worrying. You must restrain yourself." "Got it, big bro. Good, I'll close the door for you." After he spoke, the big bro slammed the room door shut. Looking at the closed door, Yifeng slowly turned his gaze to Wang Xiangling, whose face was red with shame, and coldly said, "You stinking woman, let go of my hand now." "You let go first." "Fine. Then we'll keep this standoff going." "Standoff it is." However, Wang Xiangling didn't finish her sentence, she couldn't utter a single word. Finally, after holding out for half an hour, she was the first to admit defeat. After all, Yifeng's trick hit her precisely where it hurt, making her unable to resist. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me." Seeing her about to cry, Yifeng sneered a little and let go of her. Wang Xiangling's legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground, then after some time leaned against the wall to stand. Looking at the tall Yifeng standing before her like a mountain, Wang Xiangling just gave him a fierce glare, then tidied her disheveled skirt, and awkwardly pushed open the door and walked out. Seeing the woman finally leave, Yifeng slumped into a chair, exhaled a long breath and said, "That woman struck way too hard." Downstairs, Wang Xiangling looked up at Yifeng's home, ground her teeth and cursed. "That damn man actually treated me like this, I definitely won't let you off." After the curse, Wang Xiangling supported her weak legs, sat into the Ferrari parked roadside, then hit the gas and drove off into the distance. Evening. Yifeng iced his body all afternoon, and the faint sadness eased a bit. He bought some food and came to the hospital, only to find Lin Wenwen was also there. Lin Wenwen was speaking with Yui. Seeing Yifeng arrive, she gave a slight smile and said, "You're here. Wenwen, how is your wrist?" Facing Yifeng's concern, Lin Wenwen touched her left wrist and said, "Not a big issue, just rest it for a while and it'll be fine. In that case don't worry about your work now, first get your wrist better. We'll see." Seeing that she still didn't want to give up trying to assassinate Li Mengyao, Yifeng sighed deeply in his heart. Lin Wenwen said nothing further, greeted the siblings, and left. Yui ate a mouthful of rice, looked at the troubled-looking Yifeng and asked, "Brother, are you worried about Wenwen's sister?" "Huh? Why would you think that?" "Because I saw you enter just now with a big smile, but after seeing Wenwen's sister the smile disappeared and you looked worried. Did Wenwen's sister get into some trouble?" Seeing this little girl could read the situation, Yifeng patted her head, smiled and said, "Your Wenwen's sister's fine. Eat while it's hot." Yui ate a piece of vegetable, sighed and said, "The other day when I fainted at the bus stop, if you hadn't found me, I..." Seeing Yui bring it up again, Yifeng interjected, "That was just fate. Don't recall it too much, eat now." "Okay." Looking at obedient Yui eating, a comforting smile appeared on Yifeng's face. He and Yui's meeting this time was quite a coincidence. That day he got up early to catch the bus, but a girl suddenly fell to the ground. Yifeng saw others just watching coldly, being kind, he ran to Yui's side and found the girl looked familiar, but there was no time to think. He immediately got a car to take her to the hospital. After the doctor's rescue, Yui woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw Yifeng's handsome face, she instinctively called, "Brother." Memories from childhood also surfaced in Yifeng's heart. Since Yifeng beat up the old bully from the orphanage, none of the other kids dared to mess with him or Lin Wenwen anymore. But the two of them were completely isolated by the other kids. However, for Yifeng and Lin Wenwen it didn't matter, no one bothering them was better. At that time Yui had just arrived at the orphanage. Because she was also isolated and bullied, she was alone all day. Until one day she decided to change. She dragged her dirty toy bear to Yifeng and shyly said, "Brother, sister, can I join you?" Back then Yifeng was kind-hearted, thought she was pitiful, so he agreed. From then on Yui followed the two of them, nose dripping, calling them brother and sister sweetly. Recollecting the pitiful, obedient little Yui of the past, sadness flickered on Yifeng's face. If they could choose, who wants to be an orphan? And no one wants to stay in a place like the orphanage. Just as Yifeng was feeling sentimental, the head nurse walked into the ward. Seeing him also there, she said, "Relative of Yui, could you step out? I have something to tell you." Seeing the head nurse had something to say, Yifeng told Yui to keep eating, then hurried out of the ward. He closed the door and looked at her and asked, "Head nurse, what's the matter?" "To be honest, I really didn't want to ask you. But the director gave me a direct order to move your sister into the corridor. I'm also forced." Facing the nurse's helplessness, Yifeng definitely wouldn't accept this. "I'm not unable to pay hospital fees, so why move my sister into the corridor?" "I know. I'll speak frank with you, the director's rural relative came to the hospital for treatment. All regular wards are full. So the director told me to move your sister to the corridor so his relative could stay in the ward. I also know this is unfair to you, but I have no choice." "The director, is it? I'll find his ass." Yifeng could endure things concerning himself, but when Yui was involved he would absolutely not endure. Angrily, he stormed into the director's office. Seeing the old bastard typing, he coldly asked, "Director, on what basis did you move my sister into the corridor?" The director glanced at him, then said calmly, "This is hospital arrangement." "Hospital arrangement, my ass. I see you're doing this." The director ignored Yifeng, pressed a button on the landline and said, "Send some security guards. I have a hospital disturbance in my office." Seeing the old bastard turn things back on him, Yifeng rolled up his sleeves and cursed. "A hospital disturbance? Then today I'm going to give you one." Although Yifeng was an easygoing and kind person, if he kept enduring such things, then he really wouldn't be a man. So Yifeng rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat the director until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. But just then, several security guards rushed in from outside and immediately went forward to hold him down. Seeing the security guards arrive, the director gained confidence. He suddenly slapped his desk and stood up, pointing at Yifeng's nose and cursing. "You still want to be a hospital troublemaker? You think you're worthy? Let me tell you straight right now, from this moment even the hallway beds are gone. Your sister can only stay in the bathroom. Hurry up and throw him out." Just as the director was being domineering, a few people suddenly walked in from outside. Judging by their clothes and appearance, they looked like people from the underworld. When the director saw the man wearing sunglasses and a big gold chain, his eyes lit up. He quickly jogged over and said with a fawning smile, "Isn't this Boss Xiao? What brings you here today?" Facing the director's flattery, Boss Xiao cursed. "Why the hell would I come to this damn place if I had nothing to do? My little girlfriend came to your hospital for an abortion. Hurry up and arrange a premium private room for her, the best one. And get the best gynecologist here." Hearing it was just an abortion, the director patted his chest and said, "No problem, Boss Xiao. I'll arrange it right now and make sure your girlfriend is satisfied." With just a sentence, the director solved the tense hospital bed issue. Then he yelled at the security guards holding Yifeng. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and throw this piece of trash out. Don't dirty Boss Xiao's eyes." Boss Xiao casually glanced at Yifeng, and the next second, he froze. He quickly took off his sunglasses, looked at Yifeng's angry face, and suddenly walked up, grabbed his hand, and said excitedly, "Isn't this Brother Yi? You're here for your girlfriend's abortion too?" Seeing this excited man in front of him, Yifeng shook off the security guards and looked at him puzzled, asking, "You know me? Brother Yi, don't you remember me? I'm Zhao Xiao." "Zhao Xiao?" Seeing Yifeng still couldn't remember him, Zhao Xiao quickly changed his tone, smiling and saying, "Brother Yi really forgets things easily. We met at Master Li's birthday banquet. I even toasted you a drink, remember?" Hearing Zhao Xiao's description, Yifeng thought hard but still couldn't remember who he was. After all, at Li Zhong's birthday banquet, he was sitting right next to Li Zhong, and the people toasting him were lined up. He remembered the big names, but Zhao Xiao wasn't one of them. Probably just a small-time business owner with no real presence. But Yifeng understood how to deal with people. He couldn't look down on someone just because they were a small boss. So he looked at Zhao Xiao and nodded. "So it was Brother Zhao. Sorry, I have a bad memory. I just remembered." "Brother Yi, don't say that. I'm already honored just knowing you remember me." The director on the side was stunned seeing Zhao Xiao so respectful to Yifeng, almost worshipping him. According to his information, Yifeng was just a regular guy with no background. How could someone like Zhao Xiao, who dealt in gray area businesses in Donglin City, treat him with such respect? The director quickly walked over to Zhao Xiao and asked tentatively, "Boss Xiao, you know him?" "Bullshit. If I didn't know Brother Yi, what's the point of living? Get lost and don't interrupt me while I chat with Brother Yi." Zhao Xiao pushed the director aside and smiled while holding Yifeng's hand. By the way, Brother Yi, what brings you here? He didn't seem like he was here for an abortion with Li Mingjiao. Besides, he hadn't heard about her being pregnant. Facing Zhao Zhao's question, Yi Feng looked at the sweating director and coldly said, "Nothing much. He just took my sister's hospital room for his relative and wanted to make her stay in the bathroom." Hearing this, Zhao Xiao immediately saw his chance to shine. After all, at Li Zhong's birthday banquet, President Li kept calling Yi Feng his grandson-in-law. Anyone with a brain would know Yi Feng was going to marry Li Mingjiao. And Li Mingjiao controlled the biggest company in Donglin City, which meant Yi Feng would be the future boss of Li Real Estate Group. If he could suck up to Yi Feng now, there'd be huge benefits later. So Zhao Xiao, knowing exactly what to do, suddenly raised his hand and slapped the director hard, then pointed at him and cursed. "You blind mutt, you must be tired of living. You dare take Brother Ye's sister's hospital room?" The director didn't even dare get angry after getting slapped. After all, Zhao Xiao dealt in shady businesses and had his own gang. If he offended him, his days would be over. The director covered his red, swollen face and anxiously said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know he knew you, Boss Xiao. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared do that." Hearing that, Yi Feng interjected. "So what you're saying is, if he didn't know Boss Xiao, you would have still taken my sister's room?" Zhao Xiao immediately understood Yi Feng's point. Who was Yi Feng? The grandson-in-law of the Li family in the capital, the boyfriend of Li Mingjiao. Someone like that wouldn't need to rely on anyone else's help. Realizing that the director's words were hurting him, Zhao Xiao broke into a cold sweat. He quickly slapped the director again and kicked him to the ground, then pointed and cursed. "If you can't talk properly, then shut the hell up. It's my honor to know Brother Yi. And you say he's riding on my coattails?" Zhao Xiao cursed again, then looked at Yi Feng apologetically and said, "Brother Yi, don't listen to his nonsense." Seeing Zhao Xiao was genuinely scared, Yi Feng smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, you're overthinking it." Yes, I was overthinking." At this moment, the director crawled to Yi Feng's side, completely losing his earlier arrogance. Anyone who could make Zhao Xiao so respectful, he, just a small hospital director, couldn't afford to offend. If he'd known Yi Feng had such strong backing, he'd have treated him like a god from the start. Realizing he'd caused big trouble, the director's voice trembled as he said, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was blind. I'll immediately arrange a VIP room for your sister. Please forgive me." Zhao Xiao yelled from the side. "Arrange what VIP room? I think your office is nice, vacate it now for Brother Ye's sister. Go." The director didn't dare object. Forget his office, even his house would be fine. He quickly nodded and ran out to make arrangements. Seeing the director run off, Zhao Xiao pulled out a business card and handed it to Yi Feng, smiling. "Brother Yi, this is my card. If you ever need anything, call me anytime. I'll make sure it's taken care of." Yi Feng took Zhao Zhao's card, reached into his pocket, pulled out one of his own and said, "This is my card." Zhao Xiao accepted it with both hands, excitedly saying, Great. Then I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, he ran out of the room like a 200-pound child in joy. Yi Feng looked at the card in his hand and muttered, "Seems like going to the capital with Li Mingjiao this time was really worth it." Previously Yi Feng didn't understand, but now he really understands. In the eyes of ordinary people the hospital director is the ceiling, but in the Li family's eyes he's nothing more than an insignificant bottom-layer person. To pinch him to death is really no different from pinching an ant to death. Having sighed, Yi Feng strode out of the office. The director's work efficiency can be described as light speed. In just a few minutes Yui was pushed into the director's office. Lying on the hospital bed, Yui somewhat dazedly looked at Yi Feng. "Brother, what's going on?" In response to Yui's question, Yi Feng touched her somewhat pale little face and said, "The director said that an ordinary ward isn't suitable for you to recuperate in, so he specially cleared out his office so you can stay there first." Huh? No matter how stupid Yui is, she knows this is simply impossible. But Yi Feng didn't explain, instead he glanced at the director standing to the side, cold sweat streaming, body trembling. The director, seeing his gaze fixed on him, immediately understood he should speak, so he hurriedly smiled and said, Yes, in an ordinary ward your condition would not do well, so I discussed it with your brother, and moved you into my office." Hearing that her illness is so serious, Yui grabbed the bed sheet and worriedly said, "My illness, the cause hasn't been found yet? I'm forming a consult with experts nationwide tonight and will definitely find the cause as soon as possible." After the director finished speaking and ran out, Yi Feng sat on the bed beside Yui, holding her somewhat cold little hand and comforted. "Don't worry, brother promises you, you will definitely get better." In response to Yi Feng's comfort, Yui nodded and nestled into his embrace. When Li Mengyao opened the door and looked at Yifeng standing in the doorway, she folded her arms and asked, "You come to my house more often than you go to work. If you don't want me here, I'll leave now." Seeing this guy turn his head to leave, without a trace of pause, Li Mengyao shook her head slightly, then turned and walked into the villa and said, "Close the door." Hearing her say that, Yifeng knew she had allowed him in, so he happily ran into the villa. Li Mengyao lazily reclined on the sofa, sipping red wine while watching a useless TV drama. Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony. He sat directly next to her, placed her beautiful leg across his lap, then held her jade-like foot and gently began to rub. Seeing Yifeng behave so conscientiously, Li Mengyao teased, "Did I tell you you can touch my foot?" "No, but I know you want me to rub your foot." "Nonsense, I don't have that idea at all." Seeing her argue and preparing to pull her foot from his hand, Yifeng smiled and said, Okay, it's me who wanted to rub your foot. After all, your feet are so pretty, I thought about them all day if I don't touch them." "Pervert." Li Mengyao coquettishly gave him a glare, then did not pull her foot away, instead focused on enjoying the foot treatment he gave. Yifeng gently kneaded her soft toes, and asked, "Do you know old Wang's granddaughter?" In response to Yifeng's question, Li Mengyao, lying on the sofa, raised her head, looked at him and asked warily, "Why are you asking about her?" "Don't misunderstand, I have no interest in her, I just saw her gait and thought she might know some kung fu." Hearing that was the case, Li Mengyao lay back down and lazily said, "I heard Wang Xiangling followed some master to train kung fu since childhood. I don't know the specifics, probably just some mediocre kung fu." Yifeng thought that was definitely not mediocre kung fu. It was precisely because he possessed super strength that he could form a stalemate with her afterwards, and relying on Kato Taka's ultimate technique he achieved victory. If he were just an ordinary person, he would have died at her hands long ago. Realizing that this woman definitely wouldn't let it go easily, but Yifeng wasn't afraid. After all, his golden finger wasn't trained in vain. Li Mengyao lay on the sofa watching the focused Yifeng. The more she looked, the more she thought he was handsome. Thinking that such a handsome guy was rubbing her feet, this made Li Mengyao's heart experience some changes. She pondered a moment, looked at Yifeng and asked, "Besides rubbing feet, do you know any other massage techniques?" "Yes. I know all kinds of massage techniques. Do you want to try one?" "Seriously?" Seeing her say that, Yifeng said with a laugh, "Of course it's a serious massage, though I also know some not serious ones, depends which you want to try." Imagining the not serious techniques was his big hands wandering on her body, this made Li Mengyao's face flush slightly, and she looked away and whispered, "I don't want the not serious ones, give me a serious massage." "All right." Yifeng laid Li Mengyao's legs smoothly on the sofa, stood up and looked at her delicate curves, feeling a bit nervous. At this moment Li Mengyao was wearing a floral silk ultra-short nightdress, barely covering her buttocks, which meant her long, white, slender beautiful legs were fully exposed to his view. He wanted to touch them, but didn't have the courage. He shook his head to dismiss the stray thoughts, and placed his hands gently on Li Mengyao's shoulders, and Li Mengyao's body reflexively tensed. Yifeng sensed her tension, so he smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, relax." Under Yifeng's guiding voice, Li Mengyao gradually relaxed her body. Yifeng gently kneaded her fragrant shoulders and said, "Since you often sit in the office, over time you'll get frozen shoulder. I'll massage you a bit to relieve the pressure on your shoulders, that way you won't get frozen shoulder." Listening to Yifeng's explanation, Li Mengyao closed her eyes and enjoyingly said, "You know quite a lot. Love what you do. When I wanted to learn this massage technique, I followed a blind master to learn for a long time. Then how much money did you later earn from massage?" "Don't mention it. I had just finished learning, and the next day the foot therapy shop I worked at got shut down, the boss got arrested and sentenced to 10 years. Pfft." Seeing Li Mengyao unable to hold back her laughter, Yifeng's big hand gradually moved downward, reaching her beautiful back. While kneading her back he said, "This position is called the sinew point. It relieves palpitations, insomnia, anxiety, and regulates cardiovascular functions." After massaging the back for a while, Yifeng's big hand continued downward. He gently placed his hand on that slim ant waist, and continued. "Massaging the waist can relieve lumbar disc protrusion." Listening to Yifeng's explanation, Li Mengyao bit her lip and asked, "Then do I have a lumbar disc protrusion?" "Not yet. In future I'll massage your waist often when I have time, that way you can prevent lumbar disc protrusion." Hearing Yifeng say that, Li Mengyao was silent. His meaning was that in future he would often have such intimate movements with her. Once or twice is okay, but over time who can guarantee nothing will happen? Thinking it over, Li Mengyao figured she was overthinking. Maybe Yifeng just said that casually, and he doesn't really intend to massage her for a lifetime. She shook her head and didn't think about it further. And Yifeng, after massaging her waist for a while, his big hand continued downward. Feeling his fingers slide from her waist downward, this made Li Mengyao suddenly tense up. He finally still couldn't hold back. It makes sense, giving a beauty like her a massage, which man could hold back? Except if he really did that, then would she refuse or accept? Just as Li Mengyao was tangled, Yifeng's big hand slowly stopped on her perky buttocks. Feeling the warmth coming from behind, Li Mengyao's breath abruptly paused, and her heartbeat sped uncontrollably. She froze on the spot, her mind racing. What should she do now? Should she act as if nothing is wrong and continue standing, or should she turn around and question him directly? Since when did Yifeng become so honest? He shouldn't be. While she was tangled in her thoughts, that barely their touch quietly withdrew. It turned out the other side was just passing by, and there was no improper move. Her taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and she quietly exhaled, but immediately a faint, indescribable sense of loss surged. Perhaps, if he moved a little closer, would tonight's atmosphere become different? Her eyes fixed on Yifeng's handsome face for a while, and a few times she almost wanted to end his stay tonight with his consent. But the words reached her lips and she didn't know how to start. Entangled for a long time, eventually Li Mengyao exhaled deeply, buried her face in her long hair and softly said, "You can leave now." Hearing her let him go, Yifeng didn't overthink, nodded and left. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Li Mengyao covered her face and shamefully said, "How could I have such a wanton thought? In future I must never be like this." But despite her words, the scene of entanglement with Yifeng again appeared in her mind. Yifeng didn't overthink as much as Li Mengyao, he simply wanted to repay her for helping Yui get justice. Back at his home, when he turned on the light he slightly froze. Slowly his gaze fixed on the sofa, he saw Wang Xiangling sitting on the sofa, in her hand was the painting he had placed in the wardrobe. Because he had suffered a big loss at Yifeng's place this morning, Wang Xiangling came prepared today. She wasn't wearing a short skirt anymore, but tight jeans. Though wearing jeans, they made her already slender beautiful legs look even longer. Wang Xiangling crossed her legs, raised the painting roll in her hand, and asked Yifeng, "What are you going to say about this painting?" Facing her question, Yifeng thought a moment and calmly said, "If it's my own thing, why should I explain it to you? Haha, really laugh your teeth off. Who in Kyoto doesn't know that this lotus and mandarin ducks painting was given by my grandpa to Li Zhong, and you actually claim it's yours? As for who owns this painting in Kyoto I don't know, but in Donglin City it's mine, give it to me." Seeing Yifeng reach out to take the painting, Wang Xiangling sneered, stood up, walked in front of him, he was about a head taller than her, and coldly said, "In that case, do you dare to go back to Kyoto with me and say that in front of my grandfather and Li Zhong? Damn you!" Yifeng cursed and reached out to grab, but Wang Xiangling already guessed his intent, quickly stepped back to dodge his hand, then lifted her long beautiful leg and fiercely kicked at him. Wang Xiangling had always been proud of her body skills. Having suffered a big loss this morning at Yifeng's place, she didn't think it was because of weaker skills but due to being careless. So this time she sneaked into Yifeng's home, found the genuine lotus and mandarin ducks painting, but instead of immediately taking it back to her grandpa, she decided to stay and give Yifeng a good beating first, avenge the mourning, then take the painting home. Yifeng could clearly feel that Wang Xiangling's kick was both fierce and stable, and realized she was serious. He dared not be careless, quickly raised his arm to block the kick, then moved to grab the painting from her hand. But Wang Xiangling didn't comply with Yifeng's wish, she quickly lowered her leg, then continued to kick at him. As a result, Yifeng could only delay grabbing the painting and focus on defense. However, Wang Xiangling withdrew her continuously kicking right leg and quickly switched to the left leg attack. With only brute force, Yifeng didn't react in time, got kicked in the waist, lost balance and heavily crashed into the wall. Seeing Yifeng was hit, Wang Xiangling sneered. "If you hadn't set a sneaky trap this morning, how could I have lost to you? You really think you're something, huh?" Facing her mockery, Yifeng rubbed his waist and looked at her with a serious gaze. It seemed he had to give this woman a bit of a shock. Yifeng slowly closed his eyes, then began recalling the boxing matches he'd seen on TV earlier. He memorized all the boxing techniques in his mind, then opened his eyes and looked at her coldly, and said, "You say I'm no good? Then I'll show you whether I'm capable or not." After he spoke, Yifeng assumed a boxing stance. Wang Xiangling sneered. "Mediocre kung fu and you still dare to bring it out to embarrass yourself. Since that's so, I'll let you see what real kung fu is." When the two erupted into conflict again, the rough man Yifeng, who earlier had no technique, actually transformed into a top boxer. He flexibly dodged Wang Xiangling's continuous flying kicks, then swiftly moved behind her and punched at her lower back. But suddenly he thought about how that punch would surely break her spine, maybe leave her paralyzed for life. After all, he had wronged her grandpa. If her granddaughter then came and he knocked her paralyzed, then the Wangwei nation would definitely not let him off. Yifeng currently didn't want to invite trouble, he just wanted to make money so he and Yui could live well. So he rapidly thought, then quickly lowered his fist, and precisely struck her beautiful buttocks instead. Although the punch looked soft on Wang Xiangling, it still sent her crashing hard to the ground. Wang Xiangling, tearful, looked at Yifeng and choked out, "You hurt me, sobi sobi sobi." Seeing her say that and sit on the ground crying, Yifeng frowned. In this either you die or me die situation, how could he indulge in pitying her? So Yifeng looked at the tearful her and coldly said, "Give me back the painting, and today's matter I'll consider it never happened. For you. For you." Seeing her cry and throw the painting over, Yifeng hurried to grab. But Wang Xiangling's eyes full of tears suddenly glinted with a harshness. She slapped the tile floor with one hand, then her body bounced up. Just as Yifeng grabbed the painting, Wang Xiangling had already rushed in front of him. Looking at his somewhat surprised face, she swiftly extended her right hand, her face sinister. "Haven't you heard that in war all's fair? Take this." When her words fell, Yifeng's pupils shrank sharply, big beads of sweat instantly covered his forehead. Yifeng now was not easy to mess with. He stood up and with his right fist swung out, striking toward Wang Xiangling. Wang Xiangling sidestepped, reversed hand grabbing his wrist, used his momentum to pull him, while raising her knee to crash into his abdomen. Yifeng grunted, but caught her shoulder in momentum and with a turn threw her out. Wang Xiangling flipped in midair, landed steadily, touched off with her toe, and rushed in again. Her fist wind was fierce, every move aimed straight at vital points. Yifeng blocked with both arms, but was still forced back several steps. Seeing her sweep kick coming again, he suddenly bent, his right leg sweeping, forcing her to retreat. They separated briefly, breathing slightly messy, yet both had their fighting spirit even stronger. Wang Xiangling gave a cold laugh. "So this is all you can do?" Yifeng still had some confidence in his current strength. "I have a lot more skill than this." Before his words fell, he changed method, fist and palm alternating, his assault like a tide. Wang Xiangling did not yield an inch, her fists and feet meeting his, their figures intertwined, the strong wind stirred, fighting hard to determine superiority. Just when both sides had summoned full strength waiting for the other to surrender first, the door was suddenly pounded harshly, then the big brother downstairs shouted loudly. "In the morning you caused trouble, now at night you still cause trouble. If you both had this energy, going out to sell yourself would be so much better." Yet the two in the room ignored him, after all they were in the middle of a battle concerning dignity. In order not to lose this fight, Wang Xiangling painfully held on until midnight 12. Exhaustion plus drowsiness made her hardly able to keep her eyes open. At this time Yifeng was also extremely tired. Both almost simultaneously closed their eyes, then bowed their heads and dozed. But at this moment a Ghostfire youth roared past downstairs on a broken motorcycle, the huge noise startled them, and they hurriedly opened their eyes. When they saw the opponent in front of them, they recalled they were still in a dignity battle, and hurriedly their hands reached out toward each other again. In a moment, they started contending once more. But Wang Xiangling still couldn't hold on. After dozing for a while, her head rested on Yifeng's shoulder and she fell asleep. Yifeng was also nodding off, suddenly feeling Wang Xiangling's hand slacken made him hurry to become alert. Seeing Wang Xiangling's head on his shoulder asleep, he was overjoyed and instinctively prepared to push her to the ground. But his hand had just placed on her shoulder when he heard her murmur, "You bastard, give me back the painting." Seeing her even in her dreams still asking him for the painting, Yifeng sighed slightly. Actually Wang Xiangling hadn't done wrong. If someone framed her grandfather, then Yifeng definitely wouldn't let them off either. So knowing he was in the wrong, Yifeng didn't push the sleeping Wang Xiangling aside, instead he reached out, lifted her around the waist, then gently placed her on the bed. He picked up the blanket, covered her body, looked at her rosy little face and softly said, "I know I did wrong, but this world is just this cruel, so, sorry." Wang Xiangling slept until bright daylight. The half-night of turmoil yesterday had left her exhausted, so this sleep was especially sweet. Sitting up and stretching, she said comfortably, "This sleep really was so good." As her words fell she paused. Because this did not seem to be her room. Looking around, the memory of last night instantly surged. How could I have fallen asleep in that pervert's home? Sensing that the problem was very serious, Wang Xiangling hurriedly lifted her shirt to check her body. Clothes were intact, no marks of assault, even the pants Yifeng had torn were replaced by a pair of sweatpants. These pants certainly were not her own change, so it must be. Suddenly hearing sounds from the kitchen, realizing Yifeng must be in the kitchen, Wang Xiangling nimbly jumped off the bed like a cat, then pushed the bedroom door open a crack and observed outside before stepping out. Arriving at the kitchen entrance, looking at Yifeng cooking, Wang Xiangling thought for a moment then quietly walked into the kitchen, prepared to give him a surprise attack. That bastard had tormented her all night, she must get revenge. But Yifeng, cooking with his back to her, suddenly said, "You're awake. Go wash your face and prepare breakfast." Hearing Yifeng's words, Wang Xiangling was startled. Next second, frowning, she coldly said, "Breakfast my ass. I'll send you to drink Mangpa soup." With those words she quickly ran behind Yifeng and swung a punch at his back of the head. But Yifeng's back of the head seemed to have eyes, he easily dodged her punch, then turned with 2 bowls of noodles and calmly said, "I don't want to fight you anymore. Come out, I have something to talk to you about." When he finished the words he carried the noodles out, this made Wang Xiangling coldly say, "Saying no fight, you're dreaming." Fuming, Wang Xiangling walked out of the kitchen prepared for a final duel with Yifeng, but seeing Yifeng seated at the dining table, seeming to await her taking a seat, she fell into thought. After yesterday morning and evening's fight, Wang Xiangling truly recognized she could not beat this man. Continuing the fight meant humiliation for herself. So Wang Xiangling changed her original idea, and coldly said to him, "I want to see what tricks you still can play." Yifeng saw Wang Xiangling sitting across from him looking coldly at himself, put his chopsticks in front of her and smiled and said, "I made clear soup noodles for you, try it. Spare me this act? Speak, how do you want to talk to me?" To this question, Yifeng picked up his chopsticks, stirred the noodles, and said, "About that painting, it's true I was wrong. I'm here to apologize to you." "Ha, if apology worked, then what would I need to do? I know you will not forgive me. I also don't expect you to forgive me." After he finished the words, he started eating. This made the waiting Wang Xiangling, who had waited so long for his next words, say angrily, "You could continue speaking." "Finished speaking. You're finished? Are you teasing me?" Facing her dissatisfaction, Yifeng put down his chopsticks and calmly said, "I'm not teasing you. What I mean is I owe you an apology. I admit I was wrong. But I will not give you the painting back. And I will not go to Kyoto to tell your grandfather about this." Smack! Wang Xiangling slammed the table hard, pointed at Yifeng's nose and fiercely said, "You are plainly humiliating me. I tell you, the Wang family is not easy to bully. We'll see." After saying that she stormed out, this made Yifeng slightly shake his head. But the next second Wang Xiangling returned, lifted her bowl of noodles, coldly snorted at Yifeng who looked a bit stunned, then stormed off. Seeing Wang Xiangling so angry yet still not forgetting to eat, Yifeng scratched his head and muttered, "Really can't understand this woman? Oh right, after you finish, remember to return the bowl to me. You big-headed ghost." Wang Xiangling muttered softly then hurried downstairs, got into her Ferrari, took a small bite of the noodles and immediately her face lit up with surprise. "So delicious. Didn't expect this guy's cooking to be pretty good too." Li Real Estate Group. Yifeng had just entered when Wang Hai hurried over. "Brother Feng, Zhou Jianing and them came early this morning, waiting to see you." "Why does Zhou Jianing want to see me?" "Not sure, maybe it's about paying back money." "Go to finance to pay back money, what use is seeing me?" Yifeng replied and went straight to his office without seeing Zhou Jianing and the others. Looking at the repayment form from finance, he saw 80% of active employees had repaid, far exceeding his expectation. He initially estimated 30% would repay and he'd consider it a big blessing, but after Li Mengyao personally stepped in and told that group to repay, the efficiency increased greatly. The remaining non-repayers were old employees who had long since left, some emigrated overseas, some could not be contacted, some were even dead, so recovering money from them would be very hard. While Yifeng was somewhat troubled, the office door was knocked, then Zhou Jianing pushed it open and walked in. Previously Zhou Jianing always haughtily acted, even if Yifeng greeted him he never responded. But now he smiled proactively. "Manager Yi, are you busy?" "Oh, isn't this President Li? What wind blew you here?" "I came about the money repayment matter." "Telling me about the repayment doesn't help. I only execute President Li's commands. If you have things to talk about, go talk to her." Hearing this, Zhou Jianing said helplessly, "President Li gets angry at me just seeing me now, so I hardly dare talk to her." "Then I can't help you." "Don't, Brother Yi, it's not that I refuse to repay, just that I can't pull out that much money right now. So can you talk to President Li and give me some time to gather money?" With that Zhou Jianing came to Yifeng and with a sly smile said, "Brother, I know you and President Li are close, so I trouble you." Saying that he shoved a bank card into Yifeng's hand, making Yifeng raise an eyebrow. "Mr. Zhou, what's this?" "Just a token of goodwill, don't worry, I won't tell anyone." "Heh heh." CEO's office. "President Li, this bank card is the one Mr. Zhou tried to bribe me with. After I received it I came to you. Inside is 200,032 yuan, I've not touched a cent. After all, it was the first time someone tried to bribe him, so Yifeng really felt hard not to look at how much money it had. Hearing Yifeng's truthful report, Li Mengyao looked at the bank card on the desk and softly said, "You're very honest. You can keep this card as a reward for your work lately." Hearing she asked him to accept Zhou Jianning's bribe, Yifeng asked in surprise, "You mean you want me to accept a bribe? If you keep it without my approval, that's a bribe. But if it's with my approval, it's a reward, understand?" In an instant Yifeng understood Li Mengyao's meaning, quickly took the card and said with a smile, "I understand." After putting the bank card away, he suddenly thought of something and asked Li Mengyao, who was still working at her desk, "How should I respond to Zhou Jianning? After all, I've accepted the gift. He and the others borrowed huge amounts and the number of people involved is too complicated. Even if we send them to the police, we won't get the money back. Give them 1 more month to gather the funds." Hearing this, Yifeng smiled and said, "Understood. I'll tell Zhou Jianning. Go ahead." After Yifeng left, Li Mengyao slightly shook her head. She knew that 99% of the money taken by Zhou Jianning from the group went into Li Jianjun's pocket. Getting that money back was harder than climbing to heaven. Actually, Li Mengyao didn't truly need all the money recovered, she just needed to tell him and the rest of the Li family that now the Li family enterprises in Donglin City are decided by me, Li Mengyao. If you still want to feed off this place like before, don't blame me for being unkind. When Zhou Jianning learned he had 1 month to gather money, he thanked Yifeng profusely. After all, people in the group had already been arrested for failing to repay. People like Zhou Jianning definitely did not want to be sent to prison, but selling houses and cars takes time. That was why he approached Yifeng. Faced with his thanks, Yifeng waved his hand and said, "We are colleagues after all. If I can help you, I will. All right, hurry to gather the money. I must get busy too." Evening. After a busy day, Yifeng hurriedly left the company when Wang Hai chased him. "Brother Feng, come on, I'll treat you to a drink." Earlier, Wang Hai was like a grandson in the marketing department, punished by leaders, cursed by clients, even scolded by the cleaning lady for making a mess in the toilet. But now he's so full of himself, wherever he goes people greet him Brother Wang. Even pretty young women actively fawned on him. So Wang Hai is hugely grateful to Yifeng. However, Yifeng waved his hand and said, "I need to deliver food to my sister. Maybe another day. Then I'll come with you, then we'll have a drink after." "Maybe another day, gotta go." Yifeng didn't not want to drink with Wang Hai, he worried about Yue. Last night one call from Li Mengyao got Director Wu dismissed. Yifeng truly feared this guy might retaliate against Yue. He bought some food and hurried to the hospital. Just as he entered the director's office, he was stunned. Yue was sitting on the bed, in front of her were refined dishes. Seeing this scene, Yifeng curiously asked, "Yue, where did this food come from?" "Brother, the head nurse just came and said the hospital will cover all my food and lodging. Then they sent me all these dishes. I don't know how it happened, so I didn't dare eat." Hearing this, Yifeng was not too surprised. After seeing Li Mengyao's power last night, even the nation's top medical experts came to see Yue. He didn't feel too much. After all, that's the benefit of privilege. After eating dinner with Yue, Yifeng went home, and downstairs he ran into Lin Wenwen. He hurried over and happily said, "Wenwen, what are you doing here? I came to chat with you, not sure if you're free." "As a single man I'm obviously free, come up." Yifeng opened the door, then turned to Lin Wenwen behind him and said, "My place is a bit messy, don't mind." Before Yifeng finished speaking, a knife full of murderous aura slid out from the door and slashed toward his throat. Yifeng hadn't reacted yet, after all the guy swung the knife too quickly. Seeing the sharp blade about to scrape his throat, at that moment Lin Wenwen behind him suddenly pushed him aside, then pulled a short blade from her arms, colliding with the knife that was trying to take Yifeng's life. In an instant, sparks flew. The man inside the door didn't expect Lin Wenwen, the Chang Yao Jin, to suddenly pop out, hurriedly sheathed his knife and prepared to deal with her first. But Lin Wenwen charged straight in holding the short blade. The two only exchanged a few rounds, the opponent got cut several times, while Lin Wenwen, fighting single-handed with him, was unscathed. The man immediately realized he was no match for Lin Wenwen, so he didn't fight on, he ran over to the window and jumped out. Lin Wenwen walked to the window and saw the man limping away, which made her brow crease slightly. She thought this man came to kill her, but looking at his level it's obvious he's weaker than herself. Coming to kill her is basically suicide. If not to kill her, could it be to kill Yifeng? At that moment Yifeng also ran to Lin Wenwen's side. Seeing that the man had already vanished, he cursed. "This place of mine's like a public toilet, anyone can come in." Hearing him say that, Lin Wenwen frowned and asked, "Has anyone else come in?" Others aren't important. Considering Wang Xiangling's big careless manner, she likely wouldn't send someone to kill herself, especially since this man's strength is weaker than Wang Xiangling's anyway. Focusing his gaze on Lin Wenwen, about to speak, he suddenly noticed the short blade in her hand and at once didn't know what to say. Anyway, he knew she was an assassin. Should he expose her identity now? Lin Wenwen saw Yifeng staring at the knife in her hand. Realizing that he had seen how she fought the killer earlier, she hurriedly explained. I like eating apples, so I carry a knife to peel apples. Reasonable, right? Lin Wenwen's explanation only made Yifeng ask. You carry a 40-centimeter long knife to peel apples? Sometimes I also use it to cut watermelon. Okay, you're awesome. Seeing she didn't intend to confront him, Yifeng didn't push further. The two sat on the sofa. Lin Wenwen looked at the pensive Yifeng and asked. Have you recently offended someone? Yifeng had offended quite a few. Chen Ming, Zhang Chang in the company, Wang Xiangling in Kyoto. Wang Xiangling could basically be eliminated, so left were Chen Ming and Zhang Chang. But he was collecting debt at Li Mengyao's instruction. If they were unhappy they'd go kill Li Mengyao, not him. He didn't know who exactly did it, so he shook his head. Seeing he didn't know, Lin Wenwen took off her coat and said. Then I'll stay tonight. Don't misunderstand, I'm afraid that person will come back for you. Alright, then you sleep in the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa. No need. Don't be polite, it's late, hurry, lie in the bed. Seeing Yifeng still cared for her like when they were kids, Lin Wenwen felt the feeling of being protected again after 20 years. Because Yifeng rented a one-bedroom, bedroom plus living room in one, he could lie on the sofa and still talk with Lin Wenwen on the bed. Yifeng covered himself with the blanket and asked. Wenwen, have you been alright abroad? To Yifeng's question, a memory she didn't want to recall surged. Shaking her head she softly said. Okay, I guess. Really okay? Then I'm relieved. Ever since you were adopted I've been worried about you abroad, afraid you'd be bullied. Too bad I never had the ability to find you. Seeing Yifeng feel guilt, Lin Wenwen smiled a bit and said. I'm happy you remembered me. That's my job, after all I promised you'd protect you for life when we were kids. Mentioning childhood made Lin Wenwen's thoughts return to the most carefree time of her life. Midnight. Yifeng had just fallen asleep when suddenly heavy rain started outside. Opening his eyes to look out the window, frowning he said. The weather forecast said no rain. Oh well, sleep some more. Just as he closed his eyes to continue sleeping, a lightning bolt struck from the sky, and a huge thunderclap echoed in his ears. Yifeng, though not afraid of thunder, still got startled by that thunder. He hurriedly opened his eyes ready to curse. Lin Wenwen suddenly sat up, covering her ears and crying. Yifeng! Yifeng! Suddenly remembering Lin Wenwen's childhood fear of thunder, didn't expect she was still so afraid even grown up. Yifeng hurriedly tossed off the blanket, jumped from the sofa, sat beside Lin Wenwen who trembled and said gently. Wenwen, don't be afraid, I'm here. Hearing Yifeng's voice, tear-flooded Lin Wenwen raised her head, looking at the handsome, dashing big boy in front of her, asked unbelievingly. Yifeng, is it really you? I suppose it is me. Getting his answer, Lin Wenwen, still half asleep, stretched out her hand and tightly hugged him, crying. I'm so glad you're still by my side. Seeing herself so important in Lin Wenwen's heart made Yifeng silent. Gently stroking her head he softly said. Don't be afraid, I'll always stay by your side. We'll never part. Okay, never part, sleep now. After gaining Yifeng's promise, Lin Wenwen nodded quickly and slowly closed her eyes. Seeing her soon fall back asleep made Yifeng sigh deeply. Looking at her face still with tears, he said in pain. I don't know how you've gotten by all these years. If I'd known you were treated poorly after adoption, back then I should have taken you away from the orphanage, at least I could always protect you. With a sigh, Yifeng laid down holding her. Morning. Yifeng woke up in a suffocating feeling. Discovered his face buried in a fluffy mass. Last night he accidentally rolled the blanket into a ball and got smothered. Just as he wanted to adjust, he heard a light laugh next to him. Turning he saw Lin Wenwen hugging a pillow, mischievous look on her face. You sleep like you're fighting a fight? She couldn't help laughing. Just now I heard you mumble, don't crush me, and you rolled into a dumpling blanket. Yifeng rubbed his face, complexion turned purple, helplessly said, I thought something attacked me, nearly got scared awake. Hearing Yifeng's cry for help, Lin Wenwen hurriedly released him. Breathing heavily again, Yifeng looked at Lin Wenwen with lingering fear and said, Man, this really is killing without a trace. Hearing Yifeng say this, already embarrassed Lin Wenwen's face reddened immediately. Hurriedly she threw off the blanket, jumped off the bed, and looking at the panting Yifeng asked stammeringly. You how come you ended up on the bed? In response to this question, Yi Feng sat up, rubbed his face and explained. The thunder struck suddenly last night, then you woke up scared, calling my name everywhere, so I ran onto the bed to accompany you. But rest assured I only stayed by your side, didn't do anything to you. Although Yi Feng had the usual lustful faults of men, he still had a bottom line. He couldn't possibly take advantage of Lin Wenwen while she was unconscious. If he were going to take advantage, it would be when she was awake. Lin Wenwen still had some doubts about Yi Feng's character. This guy started studying her body when they were kids. Grown-up versions of his childhood moves weren't impossible. But for Lin Wenwen that wasn't important. In any case her body had long since been studied by him thoroughly. Straightening her messy clothes, taking a deep breath to suppress the panic inside, she said to Yi Feng. You know I've always been afraid of thunder, especially when I'm asleep. I know that. I just didn't expect you to still instinctively call my name like when we were kids. Habit, I guess. With a vague explanation, Lin Wenwen saw outside the window the sky was already completely clear, so she said. I have to go deal with my matters. You be careful. Yi Feng knew she meant the killer from last night, so he nodded and said. Don't worry, I'm not that weak. Hope so. After she said that she lowered her head and left, Yi Feng exhaled slightly, rubbed his face and muttered. Though I couldn't catch my breath, the suffocating feeling was kinda fun. After a busy day, Yi Feng still as usual went to the hospital to be with Yue, then to Li Mengyao home to give her a half-body massage. Li Mengyao, from initial nervousness, gradually adapted and then enjoyed it. Seeing her lying on the sofa letting his big hand roam her beautiful leg, Yi Feng subconsciously licked his lips. Shouldn't say it, but being able to openly take advantage of Li Mengyao, this kind of feeling really was damn good. After Yi Feng's big hand released Li Mengyao's delicate jade-like foot, Li Mengyao slowly opened her eyes and said. Since you've been giving me massages, I feel more relaxed than ever, now I can sleep straight to daylight. Yi Feng thought, I still have more unique massage techniques, I could make you sleep a whole day and night. His mind was pretty lecherous, but his mouth very serious. As long as you can rest well, then my massage wasn't done in vain. Here's 50,000 yuan, as a reward for you, do well in future. Seeing he'd even get money made Yi Feng delightfully happy. Taking advantage of such a top-tier beauty like Li Mengyao and she still pays me, where in the world is there a better deal? For a moment Yi Feng happily said. Thank you, President Li. I promise in future I'll work well, let you every day be comfortable, sleep until daylight. Though Yi Feng's words weren't wrong, Li Mengyao thought they sounded weird. But she didn't think much, got up, put on slippers and said. All right, I'm going to sleep. When you leave close the door. Got it. After leaving Li Mengyao's house, Yi Feng looked at the bank card in his hand and smiled. Didn't expect serving rich people to be this fun, seems I've taken another step towards my small goal of life's peak. When Yi Feng returned home, first he cracked the door open a small gap, made sure no one was waiting to stab him outside, then entered his home. He pressed the switch on the wall and the dark room lit up. Where the hell did you go, only now you come back? Suddenly hearing Wang Xiangling's voice, Yi Feng quickly fixed his gaze on the bed. At this moment Wang Xiangling sat on the bed, looking at him displeased. Today's Wang Xiangling wasn't wearing long pants again. Since anything she wore this guy could tear apart, she simply wore a pleated short skirt. Yi Feng first glanced at her slender beautiful legs, then looked downward. When he saw a man with a face covered in blood under her feet, Yi Feng froze. Pointing at the wounded man, he asked Wang Xiangling. Who is he? You ask me? I want to ask you. I came into your house this evening, and this guy pulled a knife and came chopping at me. If I hadn't reacted fast I'd be disfigured right now, and I still got cut by him. Hearing Wang Xiangling was hurt, Yi Feng examined her body and found no wounds, then curiously asked. Where on your body did you get cut? Finger, see. Seeing her raise her middle finger, Yi Feng walked over and examined it, thought a moment and said. This wound of yours isn't small, bigger than your chest. Damn, a pinhole-sized wound and you call that bigger than your chest? Faced with Yi Feng's teasing, Wang Xiangling reflexively looked down at her mountain peak, realizing he was mocking her, and immediately got angry. At this moment the man at her feet couldn't help laughing, which made her viciously kick him and fiercely say. Laugh your mother laugh. Speak. Who sent you to assassinate me? Seeing Wang Xiangling turned her anger on the man, he hurriedly said. I wasn't after you, I came to kill him. Hearing that he indeed came to kill him, Yi Feng crouched in front of the man and coldly asked. Who sent you to kill me? Chen Ming. He gave me 200,000 yuan to kill you. Brother, I truly messed up, please spare me. Seeing the man say that and repeatedly bow his head, Yi Feng frowned and cursed. That Chen Ming really is sick, actually hired an assassin to kill me. After the curse, looking at the still bowing man, Yi Feng thought and asked. If I let you go now, will you come back to kill me again? Brother, if you'll just spare me, you'll be my ancestor. However great a rebel I am, I wouldn't dare kill you, ancestor. Then go. Seeing Yi Feng actually letting him go, the man asked incredulously. You really agree to let me go? Well, would I keep you for dinner then? Get out. I'm out. I'm leaving now. Watching the man get up and limp out of his house, Yi Feng sighed deeply. Wang Xiangling, watching him look dejected, curiously asked. You just let that assassin go? Killing is easy, hiding the corpse is hard. With unspoken meaning, Yi Feng said. He looked at Wang Xiangling, confused, and asked. By the way, how did you get in? With your house's crappy lock, one piece of iron wire can open it. Seeing she held a piece of iron wire in her hand, Yi Feng muttered quietly. Looks like tomorrow I'll have to ask the landlord to change the lock. You come to my house again for what? In response to this question, Wang Xiangling stood up, walked in front of him, sneered and said. Of course I came to settle a contest with you, goddess picking peaches. Yi Feng directly opened the hand she extended, cursed. Picking your mother's, wait, you're not addicted to this yet, are you? Facing Yi Feng's question, Wang Xiangling's pretty face instantly turned red. She hurried to argue. How could I be addicted? I just want to take the lotus and mandarin ducks painting back to my grandpa. I'm done with this. Yi Feng was truly annoyed by Wang Xiangling. Even though the lotus and mandarin ducks painting was worth 50 million, he couldn't let Wang Xiangling keep bothering him forever. Besides, if time went on, more people would definitely find out. By then, not to mention selling the painting, even not getting chased by both the Wang family and the Li family would be a blessing. To keep things from becoming even more serious, Yi Feng could only spend money to avoid disaster. He walked into the kitchen, took out the painting hidden behind the dish rack, tossed it to her and said impatiently. Here's the painting. Stop bothering me from now on. Wang Xiangling looked at the painting in her hand, then at Yi Feng's annoyed face, thought for a moment, then walked over and hugged his arm, saying. Then come back with me and explain things clearly to Li Zhong. Seeing her pulling him toward the door, Yi Feng shook off her hand and coldly said. I already gave you the painting. Stop pushing your luck. I am pushing my luck. Just tell me, are you going back to Kyoto with me or not? Go back to your damn mother. Then it's my fault now? Fairy picks peaches. As soon as she finished, she stretched her hand toward him. Yi Feng rubbed his forehead helplessly. Big sister, can you use a different move? If you aren't tired of it, I am. You know nothing, this is called one move that works everywhere. This is my final warning, let go of my hand. Facing Yi Feng's threat, Wang Xiangling raised her chin proudly. I'll never let go. Not in this life. I'm really done with you. Since Wang Xiangling was already being shameless, he no longer had any reason to be polite. Midnight. Looking at Wang Xiangling sleeping contentedly on his bed, Yi Feng sitting on the sofa felt more and more that something was wrong. After a moment, he looked at her pretty face and muttered. This woman is definitely addicted. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have used that move on her. Damn, what am I supposed to do now? Yi Feng knew very well, inviting a god is easy, sending one away is hard. If Wang Xiangling really clung to him, that would be troublesome. Even though she was pretty, had a great figure, and a good family background, her family was the mortal enemy of Li Mengyao's family. Her staying 1 or 2 days was fine, but what if she stayed longer? What if Li Mengyao found out? So Yi Feng decided to talk to Wang Xiangling properly after sunrise. Next morning, Wang Xiangling woke up, stretched, and happily said, that sleep was so good. She walked barefoot to the kitchen and urged, is breakfast done yet? I'm starving. Hearing her urge him, Yi Feng's lips twitched unwillingly. People who didn't know might think she was his girlfriend. When Yi Feng didn't answer, she rolled her eyes and went into the bathroom. After using the toilet, she looked at the toothpaste and toothbrush and asked, do you have any unused toothbrushes here? No. Then forget it, I'll just use yours. She finished speaking and grabbed Yi Feng's toothbrush. Hearing the brushing sound, Yi Feng rushed in. Seeing her use his toothbrush, he said speechlessly. Big sis, that's my toothbrush. I know. So what? What do you mean, so what? A toothbrush is personal. You don't have a spare one. So I can only use yours. Stop being stingy. Go cook the noodles. She shoved him out of the bathroom. Yi Feng's face turned black. Damn, she really started freeloading. After washing, Wang Xiangling sat down and started eating without hesitation. Seeing her eat so happily, Yi Feng said, Miss Wang, I returned the painting. Can't you just let me go? Hearing this, she ate a mouthful of noodles and mumbled. No. What will make you let me go? Come back to Kyoto with me to explain everything to Li Zhong. Otherwise I'll bother you every day. Yifeng thought, bother me? You're clearly coming over to enjoy yourself. He sighed and ate his noodles. Whatever. Do what you want. Seeing Yifeng compromise, a subtle smile appeared on Wang Xiangling's lips. After breakfast she left. Yifeng went downstairs and saw Lin Wenwen. He rushed over smiling. Wenwen, why didn't you come up? I knew you'd be leaving for work soon, so I didn't go up. Did that killer come again? He came. But after catching him, I got him to confess who sent him. You caught him? Seeing her surprised face, Yifeng didn't know how to explain Wang Xiangling. And he couldn't reveal that trick he used, it would ruin his heroic image in her heart. So he shrugged. Not me. My friend caught him. Lin Wenwen thought he meant a male friend and smiled. Seems your friend is quite good. Something like that. Then I'm relieved. Go to work, I'm leaving. Watching her walk away, Yifeng murmured. You still care about me deep down, right? At the company, he didn't look for Chen Ming. He acted like nothing had happened. Chen Ming, seeing Yifeng alive and well, quickly called the assassin, but the phone didn't connect. Thinking the killer took the money but didn't work, Chen Ming slammed the table. Damn. Killers these days have no work ethics. Evening. Chen Ming got into his car to meet a real estate agent to sell his house. He had already been brought in for questioning and was told to return the money to get leniency. Having no other choice, he had to sell his property. Just as he was about to leave, the passenger door opened and Yifeng sat in. Seeing Yifeng suddenly appear, Chen Ming jumped in fear. But thinking Yifeng shouldn't know he sent someone to kill him, he calmed down and asked coldly. Yifeng, why are you in my car? Yifeng curved his lips slightly and smiled. Nothing much. Just wanted to talk about you hiring someone to kill me. Hearing this, Chen Ming's pupils shrank. In the suburban area, in a certain deserted wild place. At this moment Chen Ming was holding his head and screaming in pain, while Yifeng kicked him and scolded. I was doing my job fairly. If you're unhappy, go take revenge on Li Mengyao. Why the hell are you taking revenge on me? I was wrong, stop hitting me. You even hired someone to take my life, and I can't hit you twice? After cursing, Yifeng kicked him in the face. Seeing Chen Ming lying on the ground with blood all over his face, gasping heavily, Yifeng took out a tissue from his pocket, wiped off Chen Ming's blood from his hands, and said, Now I give you two choices. You go surrender yourself, and however long they sentence you, I'll accept it. Facing Yifeng's options, Chen Ming spat out a tooth, then looked at him and asked, Then what's the second choice? You die. Chen Ming didn't know whether Yifeng was bluffing or really going to kill him, but in this situation going head-to-head was definitely unwise. He had to stabilize him first. So Chen Ming hurriedly said, I choose to surrender myself. Seeing the man make the choice he wanted, Yifeng said coldly, You'd better keep your word, otherwise I won't mind personally sending you to the Yellow Springs. Don't worry, I'll go surrender right now. I hope it's true. After Yifeng finished speaking, he shot him another cold look, then turned around preparing to leave. But Chen Ming's face suddenly revealed a hint of viciousness. Letting him surrender was impossible, but he also didn't want things exposed, so the only way was to make Yifeng shut his mouth forever. Chen Ming grabbed a stone, then got up and rushed behind Yifeng, swinging the stone hard toward the back of Yifeng's head. But what he didn't expect was that Yifeng tilted his head and easily dodged the stone. Yifeng suddenly turned around, met Chen Ming's panicked eyes, and said in a low voice, I already gave you a chance. Not only did you not cherish it, you even want to kill me to silence me. Don't blame me then. Seeing Yifeng's eyes filled with killing intent, Chen Ming hurriedly tried to beg for mercy, but Yifeng's fist smashed into his face. Thud. Chen Ming was knocked to the ground by Yifeng's punch. He hurriedly tried to get up and run. Because he realized Yifeng really wanted to kill him. But how could Yifeng let him run? He kicked him hard in the back. After kicking him flat on the ground, Yifeng sat on top of him and locked his arm around his neck, then said coldly, In your next life, be a good person, and don't bully hardworking nobodies again. No. Crack. As his neck was twisted, Chen Ming's eyes widened, and his pupils gradually dilated. Yifeng threw the lifeless Chen Ming onto the ground, then stood up, panting heavily. He had acted on impulse just now, so he didn't think too much. But seeing Chen Ming's corpse, Yifeng realized what he had done. Damn it, I actually killed someone? Yifeng was dumbfounded. He actually did something like this. He hurriedly crouched down and slapped Chen Ming's face anxiously. Chen Ming, I know you're not dead, stop pretending, hurry up and get up. But no matter how he tugged at him, Chen Ming had no reaction. Seeing he was completely dead, Yifeng fell back to the ground, panicking. It's over, I'm done for. Although he hadn't meant to kill him, getting charged with a crime of passion was no problem at all. Thinking that he was about to go to prison, Yifeng began to collapse. A happy life was just within reach, yet he committed a huge mistake. As Yifeng held his face in despair, Lin Wenwen walked over with her hands in her pockets. She first glanced at Chen Ming's body, then said to the mentally collapsing Yifeng, "Dead is dead. He deserved to die anyway." Hearing Lin Wenwen's voice, Yifeng quickly looked up. Seeing her indeed standing before him, Yifeng muttered, "But even if he deserved it, it shouldn't have been me who killed him. Alright, don't think too much. Rest here, I'll take care of him." After speaking, Lin Wenwen grabbed Chen Ming's leg and dragged him into a nearby grove. Yifeng took a deep breath to calm himself, then stood up and walked into the grove dazed. Lin Wenwen was very professional. After burying Chen Ming, nothing could be seen from outside. She clapped the dust from her hands, then looked at Yifeng staring silently at her and smiled. "I used to be a pet burial master, so I'm pretty experienced at burying bodies." Seeing she was still trying to fool him, Yifeng looked at the flat ground and asked worriedly, "But is this really okay? Trust me, no one will find out. Come with me to take care of his car." After she finished speaking she walked off. Yifeng looked once more at the burial spot, then said nothing and followed. The two drove Chen Ming's car to a reservoir. Lin Wenwen poured gasoline over the car, took out a matchbox, and set the car on fire. Watching the burning flames, Lin Wenwen turned to Yifeng and smiled. "When only the frame is left, we'll throw it into the reservoir." Hearing her explanation, Yifeng, now calm, looked at her and asked meaningfully, "Destroying evidence is also something you learned as a pet burial master?" "We're not destroying evidence, just burning a car nobody wants." After she said this plainly and turned her head away, Yifeng sighed deeply. After dismantling the charred frame and throwing it into the reservoir, the two walked back to the city. Midnight. Downstairs at Yifeng's building, Lin Wenwen looked at the absent-minded Yifeng and said, "I'll stay with you tonight." Yifeng, who had never even killed a chicken before and had now done something so serious, really needed someone with him. So he nodded and brought her upstairs. They entered the apartment. Seeing that Wang Xiangling was not there, Yifeng quietly sighed in relief, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain. Lin Wenwen saw Yifeng heading toward the sofa and said, "Sleep with me on the bed." Isn't that bad? Did you forget how we slept together every day when we were kids? Come here." Since Lin Wenwen requested it herself, Yifeng didn't refuse. As soon as they lay down, Lin Wenwen reached out and hugged him, gently stroking his head. "Don't worry, it's all over. I'm not really worried about myself. I'm worried you'll get implicated." Seeing he was worried about dragging her down, Lin Wenwen looked into his eyes and asked seriously, "If this had happened to me, you would do the same for me, right?" Yifeng nodded without hesitation. To him, Lin Wenwen was family. For family, he would do anything. Though satisfied with his answer, she was still worried about his mental state. After thinking deeply, she made a major decision. She held Yifeng's head, pressed his face tightly against her chest, and shyly said, "I know you like this, so I hope this will help calm you." In an instant, Yifeng couldn't breathe. Damn, this woman is addicted too? Yifeng tried to escape Lin Wenwen's embrace, but suddenly felt his panicked heart really calm down. So hesitating briefly, Yifeng did not struggle further, drew a deep breath, inhaled Lin Wenwen's fragrance into his lungs, and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Yifeng quickly fall asleep, Lin Wenwen stroked his head affectionately and said, "When we were kids you always protected me, now I'll protect you. Good night." Indeed, Yifeng had a good sleep in Lin Wenwen's warmth. In the morning when he woke up, feeling the softness on his face, he subconsciously reached out and scratched. Suddenly hearing a soft moan from Lin Wenwen, Yifeng then realized what he had done, and hastily withdrew his hand. The two were awkward for a moment. Lin Wenwen released Yifeng's head, sat up with a red face and said, "You rest a little more, I'll go make breakfast for you." After she said this she shyly left the room. Yifeng looked at his big hand and murmured, "Baiming has fish, its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so large, one hand cannot hold it." When Yifeng walked into the kitchen and saw Lin Wenwen cooking, he touched his nose in apology and said, "Sorry Wenwen, I wasn't trying to take advantage just now." Facing Yifeng's apology, Lin Wenwen paused while cooking porridge, then stammered, "No, it's okay. Thanks for staying with me last night. It's what I should do. Alright, go wash up." Seeing Lin Wenwen wasn't angry about his taking advantage, Yifeng gave a slight smile and went into the bathroom. He picked up a toothbrush and brushed for a while, then remembered his toothbrush had just been used by Wang Xiangling the day before. "Oh well, I'll make do." After washing he sat at the dining table and had breakfast with Lin Wenwen. After going downstairs, Lin Wenwen looked at him and said, "There are some things I can help you with for a while, but can't help you for a lifetime. So you still need to rely on yourself. Can you do that? Yifeng knew she meant the matter of him accidentally killing Chenming. He smiled slightly and said, I'm not as fragile as you imagine. I'm mentally very strong. Don't worry. If you can say that, then I'm reassured. I'll go now. Seeing Lin Wenwen leave, Yifeng gave himself a pep talk. Yifeng, you did right. Chenming deserved to die. Adjusting his mindset, Yifeng headed to the bus stop. Since Chenming was buried underground, he definitely wasn't coming to work. When Li Mengyao learned Chenming didn't come to work and didn't repay money, she summoned Yifeng to the office and asked, Do you know where Chenming went? Hearing this, Yifeng's heart pounded. Could this woman know what he did to Chenming? Thinking carefully, he believed she did not. He had purposely gone out to the wild suburbs last night so no one would discover. He took a breath to calm his racing heart and said, I don't know. He didn't come to work. No. His phone can't be reached. His family says he didn't return home last night. Seems likely he ran off. Seeing Li Mengyao clearly didn't suspect him, Yifeng's heart relaxed. However, Li Mengyao continued. Maybe someone killed him. Damn. Does this woman really have such a strong sixth sense? But Yifeng's mental strength was strong. He calmed quickly and guessed Li Mengyao was just speaking casually. So he said calmly, Who's got time to kill him? Murder cover-up. Cover-up? Yes, because Chenming knows many unknown things, so someone shut his mouth, that way he won't talk. Hearing this, Yifeng tentatively asked, You mean the person is? Forget it, I'm just saying. What did you do last night anyway? Why didn't you come to my house to give me a massage? Facing her question, Yifeng scratched his nose and lied. Last night I stayed with my sister too late. I thought you were asleep so I didn't bother you. Hearing Yifeng said he stayed with Yue and not with some wild woman, Li Mengyao said nothing. She rubbed her shoulder and said with a hint, This shoulder of mine kinda hurts. Yifeng immediately understood Li Mengyao's meaning. He hurried behind her, grabbed her shoulders and while kneading said, Presently, I'll massage you and it won't hurt anymore. Massage properly. Don't worry. While his hands pressed her shoulders, his eyes were fixed on her neckline. Today Li Mengyao wasn't wearing a white shirt but a white tight camisole, and her grand waves of curves were ready to erupt. Indeed, when Yifeng focused his mind on Li Mengyao's curves, the little anxiety inside him gradually disappeared. Li Mengyao glanced at the reports on her desk, then seeing Yifeng silent, instinctively raised her head to look at him. She discovered he was staring at her chest, so she lowered her head and looked down. Realizing he was peeking at her curves, for once she was not angry. If it were before, she'd either slap him or threaten to gouge out his eyes for looking. But in this moment Li Mengyao didn't think that, rather there was a small inner delight. Seems I really am that charming, to attract this guy so much. Not upset by his peeking, Li Mengyao didn't stop him and focused on her work. Yifeng was sitting in his office reading financial reports when Wang Hai hurried in, looking anxious. Brother Feng, big trouble. What big trouble? The news that you killed Chenming has come out. Now the court police are coming to your door to execute you by firing squad. Hearing Wang Hai's words, Yifeng's pupils shrank, anxiously saying, What? How did the matter of me killing Chenming get out? And they're not even investigating, just direct execution? They say it's to optimize workflow, improve efficiency, reduce waste of resources, so no trial, straight execution. Damn. This can't be. And I didn't premeditate, at worst a suspended death sentence, not execution. Then I don't know. They're already coming. As Wang Hai's words fell, Yifeng indeed saw a few court officers with guns aimed at him. In a moment Yifeng raised his hands and shouted, I don't deserve death. And damn it, I haven't even eaten my decapitation meal yet. Wang Hai, hurry buy me 2 gin of beef and green onion dumplings, freshly wrapped, remember garlic heads. Eat that after you reach hell, execution. Hearing the officer's words and seeing they pulled the trigger, Yifeng's pupils shrank, he cried out. No. Yifeng jolted upright, cold sweat pouring like a waterfall. Looking at the dark room he thought, is this the underworld? Now the underworld's efficiency is like this? After a while Yifeng realized he was at home, it was just a dream. Thinking he was shot in a dream made Yifeng deeply exhale. Damn, you scared me to death. Bad dream. Suddenly hearing someone next to his ear, Yifeng's goosebumps stood up. He quickly turned his head and saw a cute little face curiously looking at him. Seeing it was Wang Xiangling, Yifeng pushed her away and shouted. You almost scared your father to death. TSK. Look at how timid you are. No, why are you here so late at my house? To have a contest, of course, Fairy picks peaches. As soon as she said that she forcibly got onto his bed. Yifeng speechless. A contest my ass? Wait, why the hell are you taking my pants off? Seeing Yifeng tightly clutching his trousers, Wang Xiangling, as she pried his hand away, rightly said. After these 2 days of failures, I found the reason I failed is because of the trousers. Without this guy blocking the way, today's loss would definitely be yours. You've got zero logic. Stop fucking pulling, if you keep pulling you'll break it. However, Wang Xiangling, determined to redeem her previous shame, had racked her brains to come up with this method, so no matter how Yifeng struggled, it was useless. In the end the trousers, still unable to bear the weight, were torn by Wang Xiangling into strips. Looking at him wearing SpongeBob SquarePants boxer briefs, Wang Xiangling revealed a hint of sinister cruelty on her face. You little brat, let's see how arrogant you are today. Seeing this woman suddenly extend her hand, Yifeng hurriedly shouted. No. You motherfucker, I'll fight you. Maybe because she had adapted, facing Yifeng's counterattack Wang Xiangling wasn't panicking like before. Quite naturally she lay down next to him, rested her little head on his arm, blushing, breathing out warm air, and said, Today I definitely won't admit defeat again. Looking at her like that, there's no appearance of wanting to battle him, clearly she came to his side to enjoy herself. Realizing that this woman really was addicted, Yifeng shook his head helplessly and was about to let her go. After all, he didn't have time to trifle with her. But Wang Xiangling suddenly threatened fiercely. Did I tell you to take your hand away? Hurry up and put it back. Dude, are you sick or what? How do you know I'm sick? Holy shit, you really are sick, huh? Seeing Yifeng's shocked look, Wang Xiangling nodded seriously and said, The doctor said I'm calcium deficient, told me to take calcium. Taking calcium is no big deal, I have good stuff here, guarantee you'll get your calcium levels up after eating it. After saying that, she even raised her eyebrows at him in an ambiguous way, as if hinting something, which made Wang Xiangling subconsciously aim at his SpongeBob boxers. Suddenly recollecting something, her already flushed face turned fully red. Lowering her head, she shyly scolded. You actually thought to give me that to eat, you're really shameless, you filthy wolf. I was kindly giving you calcium supplement, and you still say huh? You say you're giving me calcium, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Well then you tell me what you're thinking. I'm too embarrassed to say. If you're embarrassed then get the hell away. After cursing, Yifeng slapped her hand away, jumped off the bed, took a small medicine bottle from the drawer, tossed it to Wang Xiangling and said, Eat this and it will supplement the calcium you're lacking. Wang Xiangling caught the bottle Yifeng threw, and when she saw it was actually calcium tablets, she stolidly asked. So by you saying you'll give me calcium, you mean calcium tablets, huh? Otherwise what? I thought it might be that other thing. Seeing her say that and stealing a glance at his body, Yifeng followed her gaze downward and immediately realized what this woman had been thinking about. For a moment he was completely speechless, and didn't even bother to explain further. He picked a pair of trousers from the wardrobe and put them on, then looked at her sizing him up and said, I gave you the calcium tablets too, can you leave my house now? I didn't come to your house to take calcium, I came to fight you, come lie down. She patted the bed, in a, sir, please come manner. Yifeng stayed silent. This woman's face is thicker than mine, going hard with her obviously won't work, yet being soft she won't listen either. Maybe I should just leave after all. After all, if you can't mess with someone, you can still avoid them, right? However, suddenly realizing he didn't really suffer a loss either, why be so afraid of this woman? Whatever she wants to do, let her do it. Anyway it seemed she wasn't actually going to harm him, otherwise she could have just snapped his neck while he was sleeping. Having thought this through, Yifeng strode to the bed, lay down next to Wang Xiangling and said calmly, I'm going to sleep. You can do whatever you want, but don't disturb me. Hearing Yifeng finish and close his eyes, Wang Xiangling stared at his body for a while, then didn't extend her sinful hand further, but obediently lay next to him. Seeing she no longer made a move at him, Yifeng exhaled softly and slowly drifted into dreamland. Whether it was because there was a beautiful woman lying next to him or not, anyway he didn't have another nightmare in the early hours, and slept straight through to dawn. Morning. Yifeng clicked his tongue once and then slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Wang Xiangling lying next to him, face to face, fast asleep, he was slightly stunned. These last few days this woman had been pestering him so much, so he hadn't really looked at her properly. Now observing her face up close, he realized she looked so good. Li Mengyao was that kind of cold elegant beauty. Lin Wenwen was that kind of gentle beauty. And Wang Xiangling was that cute kind of beauty. Sure enough, Wang Xiangling was only about 18 or 19, just at that lively cute age, her bearing different from that of a mature woman. That kind of cute beauty, Yifeng had seen the same in Yui before too, but he considered Yui like a younger sister, so he had no dirty thoughts. But Wang Xiangling was an outsider, different. Yi Feng was momentarily drawn by the cute beauty she displayed. Just as Yi Feng admired that pretty face of hers, Wang Xiangling suddenly reached out her hand and felt around in front of her. When she touched Yi Feng, she instinctively hugged him, then put her slender beautiful leg on top of his body, muttered something and fell back asleep. Seeing she treated him like a cuddly toy to hold while sleeping, Yi Feng sighed slightly. Grasping her smooth beautiful leg, he endured the urge to touch properly, removed her leg from his body and quietly climbed off the bed. Half an hour later, Wang Xiangling woke up. With closed eyes she extended her hand to feel beside her. Not finding Yi Feng, she opened her eyes. Seeing the side beside her empty, she rubbed her eyes and muttered, "Why did this guy get up so early again?" Walking out of the bedroom barefoot, she saw Yi Feng making breakfast in the kitchen and asked, "Aren't we having noodles again this morning?" Facing her question, Yi Feng replied calmly, "If you don't want to eat, you don't have to. I'm not begging you to eat." "I didn't say I don't eat, why are you so impatient?" Seeing her roll her eyes at him then walk into the bathroom, Yi Feng looked at the pot of noodles and said, "I'm such a cheap bastard, going out of my way to cook breakfast for this woman. No toilet paper left, get me a roll of tissue. Get your ass over here. Let it air dry. Fine then, I'll just use your toothbrush for now." "Use my toothbrush for now? Aren't you afraid of getting hemorrhoids?" Yi Feng stood at the bathroom door with a roll of tissue in hand and said coldly, "I left the paper at the door for you, you get it yourself when you come out. I'm in this shape, how do I get it myself? You bring it in to me." Facing Wang Xiangling's request, Yi Feng raised his brow. Looking at the toilet paper in his hand, then at the bathroom door, Yi Feng cautiously asked, "Are you sure you want me to bring the paper in to you?" "Of course. Hurry up, don't be so fussy." Seeing Wang Xiangling even getting impatient, Yi Feng took a deep breath and muttered, "Fine, I'll bring it in, it's not me who'll suffer anyway." As soon as he finished, Yi Feng pulled open the bathroom door, then looked straight at Wang Xiangling sitting on the toilet. He instinctively glanced toward that mysterious area, but Wang Xiangling still had some shame. She covered it with her hand beforehand, then shyly said to him, "Hurry and throw me the paper." Facing her urging, Yi Feng didn't dare keep looking. After tossing her the paper, he quickly closed the door. Leaning his back against the bathroom door, he murmured, "This time she makes me bring her paper while she's on the toilet. Next time when she takes a shower, will she make me bring her a towel? Is she here to get an explanation from me, or is she here to seduce me?" For a moment Yi Feng couldn't figure out what Wang Xiangling was thinking. He shook his head, pushed away the random thoughts, and continued cooking. Dining table. After breakfast, Wang Xiangling patted her flat stomach in satisfaction and said, "I'm so full. Oh right, tonight I won't come to challenge you. I have to go home, otherwise my grandpa will get angry." Hearing that this woman was finally leaving, Yi Feng, who was cleaning the dishes, couldn't hide his excitement and asked, "Are you serious? Don't tell me you can't bear for me to go? Big sister, you're overthinking. I can't wait for you to leave. TCH, you're just saying the opposite of what you feel. I'm leaving." After she said that, she put on her little leather boots and left. Yi Feng suddenly jumped up, clenched his fist, and said excitedly, "Great, that damn woman finally left." Yi Feng was really happy, even the confusion from killing Chen Ming disappeared completely, and he went to the company in a cheerful mood. As soon as he walked into his office, he heard Wang Hai say, "Brother Feng, President Li already arrived. She's waiting for you in her office." "Got it, I'll go now." When he arrived at the president's office and was about to knock, he suddenly heard Li Mengyao talking to someone on the phone. Although the sound was very faint, almost like a mosquito, Yi Feng still heard it clearly. "Have everyone lie in wait in the mall. As soon as that woman appears, grab her immediately." Hearing that Li Mengyao was planning to capture someone made Yi Feng frown. If she was going to so much trouble to catch one person, that person was very likely Lin Wenwen. He guessed Lin Wenwen had been secretly following Li Mengyao recently and got discovered, so now Li Mengyao set a trap to catch her. This made Yi Feng frown and say, "Wenwen again, why does she always clash with Li Mengyao? How much is her employer paying her to make her risk her life like this?" Muttering, Yi Feng was about to call Lin Wenwen to warn her, but at that moment the office door opened. Li Mengyao looked at him standing at the doorway and asked, "What are you doing sneaking around outside my office?" Facing her question, Yi Feng calmly put his phone back into his pocket and said, "I wasn't sneaking, I was just about to knock when you opened the door." "Fine, come with me." After she finished and walked off in her heels, Yi Feng hurriedly asked, "President Li, where are we going?" "Stop asking so much. I told you to come, so come." Although she didn't say where, it clearly had to do with catching Lin Wenwen. Yi Feng thought for a moment and didn't ask further. Asking too much would only make her suspicious. He quickly followed behind her into the elevator. When he followed Li Mengyao into the luxury mall, Yifeng was sure she really came to catch Lin Wenwen. He looked around and saw many shoppers glancing at Li Mengyao from time to time. Realizing these people were all bodyguards arranged by Li Mengyao, Yifeng started to panic. If Lin Wenwen really showed up, what should he do? If he saved her, he would completely fall out with Li Mengyao. If he didn't save her, Lin Wenwen was dead for sure. He had promised as a child to protect her for life. Before he died, he must not break that promise. But he also couldn't ignore Li Mengyao's feelings. Just as Yifeng was torn, he suddenly saw a woman flash by in the distance. Even though it was only her back, Yifeng was certain that woman was Lin Wenwen. Damn it, she really fell for the trap. No, how did such a stupid woman become a top assassin? Have the entry standards for top assassins dropped this low? Realizing he had to act, otherwise things would get out of control. He quickly looked around, and when he saw a staff member distributing flyers in a mascot costume, his eyes lit up. Right, I can do that. He quickly ran to Li Mengyao, held his stomach, and said anxiously, President Li, I ate something bad last night. I need to use the toilet. Hold it. President Li, humans have basic needs. If I hold it any longer, I'm gonna shit my pants. Seeing sweat forming on his forehead, Li Mengyao impatiently said. Hurry then, go and come back quickly. Okay. Yifeng rushed into a store that sold mascot costumes, and moments later came out wearing a bear costume. He looked around anxiously and said, Where the hell did Wenwen go? She's not even picking up her damn phone. Lin Wenwen had already put her phone on silent. Right now she was eating an ice cream cone as she watched Li Mengyao. She didn't plan to kill Li Mengyao in public, she planned to wait until she went somewhere with fewer people, then finish her there. After all, killing her in front of so many people would cause a huge mess, and escaping would be difficult. But Li Mengyao right now was standing still in the first-floor lobby, showing no signs of going elsewhere, which made Lin Wenwen anxious. The longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wenwen decided to take a risk. Even though the risk was high, she still had full confidence. Having made up her mind, Lin Wenwen walked toward Li Mengyao while eating her ice cream, pretending to be a random shopper, trying not to attract attention. She was almost next to her now. Lin Wenwen tossed the half-eaten ice cream into the trash, then reached into her clothes to pull out a knife. But at that moment, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Thinking she had been discovered, Lin Wenwen quickly turned around, only to find someone in a bear costume standing behind her. She was slightly stunned, but when she saw the bear costume's smiling face, a familiar figure appeared in her mind. That man who had appeared when she was most helpless and saved her life. The one who had given her a second chance at life. Looking at the man in the bear costume, she said in surprise, You're the one who saved me last time. Miss, our store is having a promotion. Come take a look with me. Hearing his voice and seeing the flyers in his hand, Lin Wenwen suddenly realized she had mistaken him for someone else and instantly felt disappointed. Of course, how could it be so easy to meet him again in this sea of people? She sighed softly, about to refuse, when from the corner of her eye she saw someone else wearing the same bear costume clumsily running toward her. Since it was Yifeng's first time wearing the thing, he had no experience. After 3 steps, he fell, tumbling all the way to Lin Wenwen's feet. Before she could even react, he quickly got up, bumped the flyer distributing worker aside with his butt, and anxiously said to her, Don't just stand there, come with me, quick. Hearing his voice, Lin Wenwen was overwhelmed with joy. This man, he was the one who had saved her before. She hurriedly grabbed his arm and happily said, I thought I'd never see you again. I didn't expect to meet you here. Aya. This is no time to catch up. This is a trap, you've been exposed. Come with me, now. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Lin Wenwen instinctively turned to look at Li Mengyao, but Yifeng wrapped an arm around her shoulder and forcefully pulled her away. At that moment, Li Mengyao also turned her eyes toward them. Sensing something suspicious, she quickly grabbed her walkie-talkie and said, That person in the bear costume and the woman with him, something's off. Send someone to check them immediately. Fire escape. Yifeng threw the bear paw gloves on the ground and tried to take off the headpiece, but no matter how he pulled, it wouldn't come off. Damn it, how do you take this thing off? Seeing him struggling, Lin Wenwen gratefully said, If it weren't for you today, I'd have fallen for it again. Thank you for saving me again. It's nothing, can you help me take this thing off? Okay. Just as Lin Wenwen reached out to help him remove the headpiece, the door to the fire escape was pushed open, and 5 bodyguards entered. Seeing them, Lin Wenwen's heart sank, she had been found. Yifeng also saw the men and cursed in his heart. He turned to Lin Wenwen and said, You go first. I'll hold them off. No way. You already helped me last time. I can't keep letting you protect me. Aya, now's not the time to be polite. Yifeng said, then pushed her and gave her a hard smack on the butt, urging, go already. Seeing him actually smack her butt, Lin Wenwen was a little annoyed. But she knew this wasn't the time to be mad, so she looked at him seriously and said, thank you. Go, go. Lin Wenwen nodded and quickly ran downstairs. Yifeng turned around to face the bodyguards rolling up their sleeves, and he sneered. Even though I'm still wearing this clumsy costume, beating you guys up is as easy as spanking a kid. Faced with Yifeng's arrogance, the 5 bodyguards exchanged looks, then approached him with cold faces. 1 minute later, the fire escape door burst open, and the 5 bodyguards with bruised faces staggered out supporting each other. Yifeng ran downstairs, ripped the bear costume into shreds, and rushed out of the fire escape. Li Mengyao was still waiting in the lobby for news when she saw Yifeng running over, dripping with sweat. She frowned and asked, why are you sweating so much just from going to the bathroom? Hearing this, Yifeng scratched his head and realized his hair was soaked. There was no helping it, the bear costume was thick and hot, with no ventilation. Wearing it was like steaming in a sauna. Wiping the sweat from his face, he made something up. I'm constipated. Didn't you say you had diarrhea? How come now you're constipated? I thought it was diarrhea, but turns out I'm constipated instead. Weird, right? Facing his excuse, Li Mengyao crossed her arms and said coldly, I don't think you're constipated, or had a stomachache at all. Hearing this, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be, she figured out he helped Lin Wenwen? It wasn't impossible. After all, the mall was full of her people, maybe someone recognized him. He started to panic, he didn't know how to explain it. Because no matter what, the fact remained, he had saved the woman who wanted to kill Li Mengyao. And knowing her petty nature, she definitely wouldn't forgive him. Just as Yifeng stood there clenching his fists, head down like he'd done something wrong, Li Mengyao suddenly softened her tone. You've got kidney deficiency, don't you? I'll find a traditional doctor to prescribe you some herbs. Realizing she had misunderstood, Yifeng secretly let out a breath of relief. Kidney deficiency? Sure, whatever, better than her finding out the truth. So Yifeng scratched his wet head and awkwardly said, just a little, nothing serious. All right, I won't laugh at you. Besides, I don't think your kidney deficiency is that bad. Hearing that, Yifeng instinctively looked up at her. But Li Mingyao's face turned red, and she turned away to change the subject. Wonder if they caught that woman. But Yifeng stepped in front of her, looked into her dodging eyes and asked, President, just now you said you don't think my kidney deficiency is bad. How do you know that? I was just talking. Just talking? Or, did you experience it yourself? Faced with his implication, Li Mengyao glared and scolded. You pervert. Get lost. She pushed him aside and walked off shyly. Yifeng watched her swaying hips and muttered while pinching his chin. I actually slept with a woman with such a great body. What a pity I was drunk that night, if only I wasn't. What are you muttering about? Hurry up and get over here. Yifeng was still reminiscing about that night's passion when he heard Li Mingyao's voice calling, and he snapped back, replying quickly. Coming, coming. When Li Mengyao learned from the bodyguards that Lin Wenwen escaped with the help of someone in a bear costume, she was furious. Damn it, she escaped again. But why the hell was that guy in a bear suit? Thinking about it, Li Mengyao slowly turned her eyes toward Yifeng, who looked completely nonchalant, and with hidden meaning asked. Yifeng, were you really in the bathroom just now? She asked this kind of question at this critical moment, which meant she had already started to suspect him. Well, his behavior was indeed too suspicious, it was hard not to arouse suspicion. Yifeng quickly adjusted his state of mind, nodded seriously, and said, Yes, I was in the bathroom the whole time. Who can vouch for you? The bathroom stalls are single rooms, who could vouch for me? Unless it's the poop I left behind. Want me to go to the sewage pit and fish it out for you so you can interrogate it properly? Psycho! Come back to the group with me. Seeing her curse and storm off, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. Looks like she had temporarily ruled him out. He would have to be more careful from now on. Back at the company, Yifeng looked at Li Mengyao, who was sitting silently in her office chair. He rubbed his nose and walked behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders and massaging as he said, President, I've figured it out. You didn't take me to the mall to shop, you set a trap to catch the woman who tried to assassinate us, right? Hearing Yifeng's words, Li Mengyao, who had her eyes closed and was enjoying the massage, calmly said, She's been following me recently, so I set up the trap to catch her. In the end, her accomplice ruined it. That means her accomplice is pretty smart. Yifeng complimented himself and then looked at her collar. But since Li Mengyao was wearing a white shirt today, there was no scenery to enjoy. Just as Yifeng was feeling disappointed, Li Mengyao took the initiative to unbutton the top 2 buttons, then fanned herself with her hand and said, if her accomplice was really smart, she wouldn't have let her come to the mall today. Why is it so hot? Is the air conditioner broken? Seeing Li Mengyao pick up the remote and press buttons, Yifeng licked his lips at the deep cleavage and smiled. Presidently, you're right. So her accomplice is a fool too. No, I suspect her accomplice didn't know she came to the mall to kill me. That's why she took her away before she could act. But why does her accomplice always cover their face? Is it because they're afraid I'll recognize them? If that's the case, then it must be someone I know. Seeing she was going down this line of thought again and would soon suspect him, Yifeng quickly pointed at her collar and said, a cockroach just flew into your shirt. Hearing cockroach, Li Mengyao instinctively jumped up and started slapping her shirt, panicking. Help me get it out, quick. Don't worry, I'll help you right now. Yifeng immediately reached into her white shirt with his big hand. Feeling his hand roaming freely inside her shirt, Li Mengyao bit her lip and anxiously asked, did you catch it or not? Almost, got it. Yifeng pulled his fist out of her shirt and asked, boss, do you want to see it? See my ass. Hurry and throw it away. Okay, I'll go throw it out. Seeing Yifeng rush out of the room, Li Mengyao, with her messy shirt, looked up at the ventilation duct and muttered, where are all these cockroaches coming from? 10 p.m. evening. Yifeng dragged his tired body back home. Massaging Li Mengyao wasn't physically tiring, but it was mentally exhausting. There wasn't a single flaw on that woman's body. Massaging her made him feel things. He was practically on edge the whole time. Suppressing that urge was more exhausting than anything. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. The kitchen light was on. Then he heard sweeping sounds coming from the bedroom, and instantly realized, it was that woman Wang Xiangling again. He had thought she finally left for good and he could enjoy some peace. Who knew that clingy woman came back again? Yifeng was instantly furious. He yanked the bedroom door open, ready to curse, but then he saw Lin Wenwen inside, holding a broom and cleaning. He froze. Wenwen. Seeing Yifeng return, Lin Wenwen smiled and said, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. How did you get in? Facing his question, Lin Wenwen took out a piece of wire and said, pick the lock with this. Seriously? Anyone can pick that lock with just a wire? Well, for an assassin like Lin Wenwen, picking locks was as easy as eating or drinking. So Yifeng didn't argue. He snatched the broom from her hands and said, I can't let you do this. Your hand is still injured. Sit down and rest. Seeing Yifeng start sweeping, Lin Wenwen smiled and said, I'm going back tomorrow, so I bought some food and came to have a meal with you. Hearing she was leaving tomorrow, Yifeng paused mid-sweep. He looked up at her and cautiously asked, leaving so soon? Looks like the job can't be done. Staying any longer would be meaningless. I might as well head back. Oh. Hearing his casual oh, and watching him lower his head to continue sweeping, Lin Wenwen knew he didn't want her to leave. So she said, I'll come visit when I get the chance. Okay, got it. Are you upset? No. Anyway, you sit for a bit. I'll cook. After saying that, he quickly left the bedroom. Lin Wenwen lightly shook her head. Yifeng used the vegetables Lin Wenwen had brought and made 4 dishes and 1 soup. Then he took out a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor. After pouring a glass for Lin Wenwen, he apologized. Sorry, I never drink wine, only baijiu. So bear with it. It's fine. Baijiu works too. Then cheers. Cheers. After 3 glasses, they started chatting more freely. They reminisced about their childhood days in the orphanage. Yifeng tossed a peanut into his mouth, looked at Lin Wenwen's blushing face, and said, if you're ever unhappy out there, come back to me anytime. I'll always be your best friend, and my home will always be your home. Hearing Yifeng's heartfelt words, Lin Wenwen was reluctant to leave. She thought after 20 years apart, Yifeng wouldn't care like before. But unexpectedly, he still treated her with the same sincerity. He gave her a sense of home. Still, assassinating Li Mengyao was now impossible. Staying would just waste time, so Lin Wenwen sighed and said, got it. Good. Now sit for a while. I need to take a leak. As he got up and staggered toward the bathroom, Lin Wenwen, who had also gotten tipsy, stood up and supported his arm, saying, be careful. Don't fall. I'm not even drunk yet. No way I'd fall. Seriously. As he said that, Yifeng suddenly gave her a strong smack on the butt, then walked into the bathroom holding the wall for support. Lin Wenwen stood still, staring at the closed bathroom door, dazed. Just now, when Yifeng smacked her butt, it felt strangely familiar. After relieving himself, Yi Feng staggered out of the bathroom and saw Lin Wenwen standing at the door. She gently supported his arm and said kindly, "I'd better hold on to you." Yi Feng didn't refuse and, with her support, made his way back to the dining table. In the end, Yi Feng drank an entire bottle of baijiu by himself. You could say he was happy. It was the first time in 20 years that he had such a heartfelt conversation with Lin Wenwen. But you could also say he was sad, because this might be the last time they would ever talk like this in their lives. So, with mixed emotions, Yi Feng ended up drinking himself drunk. Lin Wenwen helped Yi Feng onto the bed. As he kept muttering about wanting more wine, she gently said, "You've had enough today. Drink more next time." "But I won't see you again after today, so I have to drink tonight." "Who said you won't see me again? You'll see me often in the future." Hearing that, Yi Feng, whose head was spinning, tried hard to focus on her and slurred, Really? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, we can pinky promise." Seeing her extend her pinky, Yi Feng hooked his with hers. Then he closed his eyes and muttered, "Pinky promise, hang ourselves, never break it for 100 years. After saying that, he fell asleep. A gentle smile appeared on Lin Wenwen's face. She picked up the blanket and covered him. Looking at his sleeping face, she softly said, "Sweet dreams." As Lin Wenwen turned to leave, Yi Feng suddenly grabbed her hand in his sleep and mumbled, Don't leave me, don't go." Seeing how much he cared for her, Lin Wenwen's heart warmed. She no longer chose to leave. Instead, she took off her shoes and lay down beside him. As soon as she lay down, Yi Feng tightly hugged her. Then, as if on instinct, he groped around her body, found the right spot, and buried his face in her chest. Despite Yi Feng's pervy behavior, Lin Wenwen didn't get angry. She gently stroked his head and softly said, 20 years ago, you appeared and saved me when I was most helpless. And now, 20 years later, when I was on the brink of death, you saved me again. Thank you for always silently protecting me. Thank you. Lin Wenwen was a very sensitive person, especially when it came to being spanked. She could remember that feeling for life. The way Yi Feng smacked her butt, his strength and technique, was exactly the same as the man in the bear costume who saved her at the mall. That was when Lin Wenwen realized, the mysterious man who saved her twice was this same person who had been protecting her since childhood, her red-threaded fate. The next day, when Yi Feng woke up, he was dazed for a while. He had drunk too much the night before, and his head was still spinning. After a while, he gradually remembered what had happened. He quickly looked around the small room. Not seeing Lin Wenwen, he lowered his head and said sadly, So she left already? Will we ever meet again in this life? Yi Feng's feelings toward Lin Wenwen were very special. She was his friend, his sister, and maybe even his first love. More importantly, she was his family, the kind you cling to for warmth. So Yi Feng truly didn't want to part with her again. But life follows different paths. She had her own life, friends, career. He was just a passerby in her story. How could he selfishly interfere with her life? Shaking his head, Yi Feng buried his feelings deep inside and got up, leaving the room. He glanced at the kitchen, then walked into the bathroom. But the next second, he rushed out, saw Lin Wenwen cooking porridge, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This isn't a hallucination, right? Lin Wenwen slowly turned her head. With a sweet smile, she said, You're awake. Go wash up, breakfast will be ready soon. Realizing she was real, Yi Feng smiled bitterly and said, I thought you already left. What, were you hoping I'd leave? No way, I wish you'd stay forever. All right, go freshen up. Yi Feng nodded, gave her a deep look to make sure she wouldn't vanish in the next second, then finally walked into the bathroom. After having breakfast together, they left the house together. Downstairs, looking at Lin Wenwen in front of him, Yi Feng hesitated for a while before finally summoning the courage to say, What time are you leaving? I'll see you off. After saying that, he clenched his fists nervously. He hoped so badly that Lin Wenwen would say she was staying and never leaving. But things never go as hoped. Lin Wenwen glanced at her watch and said, I'm taking a boat in a bit. You should get to work, no need to see me off. Will we see each other again? When he asked this, his eyes turned red. Lin Wenwen smiled and nodded. Of course we will. Eat well and stop staying up so late. You too, I'm going now. As she waved goodbye and walked away, Yi Feng let out a long sigh. Looking up at the sun in the sky, he muttered, Everyone has their own fate. Living my own life well and taking care of you is my mission. As for Wenwen, I just hope she'll be okay. At the company, seeing Yi Feng sitting on the sofa lost in thought, Li Mengyao curiously asked, What's going on with you? Facing her question, Yi Feng shook his head slightly. Seeing he didn't want to talk, Li Mengyao continued asking, Got dumped? Yi Feng wasn't dumped, but emotionally, it felt just like that. Of course, he wouldn't tell her about Lin Wenwen, this was personal. So instead, he looked at her stunning face and said calmly, I never even dated anyone. How could I get dumped? Then why do you look like a guy who just got dumped? I drank too much last night. Still feeling it a bit, I'll be fine in a bit. Hearing that, Li Mengyao got up, stepped over in her high heels, and sat next to him. She patted her beautiful leg and said, I know a method that can ease hangovers. Rest your head on my lap. Today, Li Mengyao was wearing a tight business mini skirt. Her long legs were so pale they almost shone. Seeing her invite him to lay on her thighs, Yifeng couldn't believe it and asked, You sure? Of course I'm sure. This works really well, come on, lie down. Since she was offering, Yifeng didn't hold back. He instinctively swallowed, then gently laid his head on her thighs. And wow, these legs were the perfect pillow. So soft and comfy. Li Mengyao gently massaged his temples and asked, Feeling better? Yifeng, with those beautiful legs filling his thoughts, subconsciously nodded. Seeing it worked, Li Mengyao kept rubbing his temples and said, This method was taught to me by an old Chinese doctor. It works great. Turn on your side, I'll massage the back of your head. She meant for Yifeng to face outward, but instead he turned inward. As a result, due to the angle, everything under her skirt was now in full view. Yifeng blinked and instinctively said, Damn, lace and a bow? Hearing Yifeng's words and seeing the stunned look on his face, Li Mengyao's face turned bright red. She gave him a hard shove and stood up, scolding with a red face. I was trying to help you kindly, and you're taking advantage of me? Hearing her angry voice, Yifeng, whose mind was still filled with images of the bow, snapped back to reality. He quickly stood up and tried to explain. Presidently, I didn't see anything. I didn't see that it was light blue, and definitely didn't see the bow. Hearing him say everything he supposedly didn't see, Li Mengyao was furious. She reached out and shoved him back onto the couch, then straddled his lap and started punching him with her little fists while scolding. You bastard! Not only did you peek, but you also said it out loud. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Although she was acting fierce, her fists were soft and powerless. They didn't hurt at all when hitting Yifeng. It looked less like punishment and more like a girlfriend throwing a tantrum at her beloved boyfriend. And Yifeng knew better than to resist at a time like this. If he did, she'd only get angrier. So he instinctively placed both hands on her waist and said as he begged for mercy, Presidently, stop hitting me, I was wrong. That's what he said, but in his heart, he was praying, please hit me a few more times, this feels way too good. While Yifeng was enjoying the moment, the office door suddenly got knocked, and before Li Mengyao could react, it was pushed open. Her secretary stepped in and quickly said, Presidently, someone from the Feng family is. But she froze before she could finish. Li Mengyao was sitting on Yifeng's lap. And Yifeng's hands were holding Li Mengyao's waist. What they were doing didn't need any explanation, it was easy to imagine. Realizing she had walked in on something inappropriate, the secretary quickly said sorry and ran out in a hurry. As the door closed, Li Mengyao finally snapped out of it. She jumped off Yifeng's lap, straightened her slightly messy skirt and shirt, then shot him a fierce glare and coldly called toward the door. Come in. The secretary outside froze, she knew she'd messed up big time. Now, whether she'd be spared or fired would depend on whether what she came to report was important enough. Terrified, the secretary walked in, head lowered, and nervously said, Presidently. Seeing how nervous she was, Li Mengyao coldly said, You know my rules. If I don't say come in, no one enters my office. It's my fault, Presidently. I promise it won't happen again. What is it you came for? Right, Feng Gaofei is here. He's in the lounge waiting for you. At the mention of Feng Gaofei, Li Mengyao frowned. She thought for a moment, then said, Got it. I'll go see him now. She walked to the door, then turned and coldly said to Yifeng, who was still staring at her. What are you still sitting there for? Go back to work. Ah, got it. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes and walked out of the office in her high heels. As the secretary was about to leave too, Yifeng hurried over, grabbed her hand, and whispered, Who's this Feng Gaofei? Why does it feel like President Li doesn't like him? Normally, that would be Li Mengyao's private business, and the secretary wouldn't dare gossip. But thinking about Yifeng's relationship with Li Mengyao, who knows, maybe one day he'd be the boss. So she patiently explained. Ever since President Li returned to China, Feng Gaofei has been pursuing her. But she doesn't seem interested in him. Hearing that, Yifeng let go of her soft hand and curiously asked. If she doesn't like him, why not just have security block him? Why meet him personally? It's not that simple. Feng Gaofei's Feng family is rich and has major partnerships with our group. So for the sake of business, President Li can't just cut ties. Oh, so that's how it is. Got it. Go ahead and get back to work. The secretary nodded and quickly went after Li Mengyao. Watching her swaying figure as she walked off, Yi Feng rubbed his chin and muttered. Looks like Li Mengyao's situation isn't as easy as it seems. She not only had to run a big company, but also fight for power within the Li family, and now she even had to deal with an annoying suitor, one who was from a key business partner's family. Yi Feng could imagine how tired she must be. He wanted to help, but didn't know how. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and walked off with his hands in his pockets. Reception room. Feng Gaofei, with slick back hair and a flashy suit, stood up as soon as Li Mengyao walked in. With a cheesy grin, he said. Dreamy Mengyao, you're here. Li Mengyao ignored his enthusiasm. After sitting down, she looked at him coldly and said. If you have something to say, say it. I'm busy. Feng Gaofei was used to her coldness by now, so he sat down and said with a smile. No big deal, just wanted to ask when you'll agree to marry me. I've said before, it's never going to happen. You shouldn't speak in absolutes. This is one thing that is absolute. If you've got nothing else, I'll be going now. As she got up to leave, Feng Gaofei twirled the jade ring on his thumb and muttered viciously. Heh, won't be long before you're begging to marry me. Evening. After work, as usual, Yi Feng went to Li Mengyao's place to give her a massage. 1. It let him get a feel of her body. 2. He earned some extra cash. Why not? Yi Feng was working his hands up and down her beautiful legs when he suddenly noticed that all the wine bottles on the coffee table were empty. He looked at Li Mengyao holding a wine glass and saw her part her red lips and down the whole glass in one go. He stared at her in surprise. From what he knew, Li Mengyao usually only sipped red wine, at most, half a glass per meal. But drinking a whole bottle in one night? Never happened before. After putting down the glass, Li Mengyao looked at Yi Feng and said. Go get me another bottle. Still drinking? You've already finished one. Just go get it. Why so much nonsense? The boss was mad, so Yi Feng didn't say more. He obediently fetched another bottle of wine. Seeing her gulp it down again, Yi Feng carefully asked. Presently, is something bothering you? She stood up with the glass and coldly said. None of your business. I'm going to shower. Then she walked barefoot toward the bathroom, and Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. But just as she reached the door, she turned and said. Did I say you could leave? Come with me. Yi Feng froze. Did he hear that right? She's going to shower, and she wants him to come with her? Could it be that this secretly horny, chicken-hearted man was about to get absurdly lucky tonight? Yi Feng followed Li Mengyao into the bathroom and saw her running water into the bathtub. Just imagining her lying in there later while he sat nearby admiring the view made Yi Feng feel incredibly excited. After all, what man wouldn't be excited in a situation like this? Li Mengyao tied up her long, waterfall-like wavy hair with a hair tie, tested the water temperature with her hand, and then, under Yi Feng's eager gaze, stepped into the bathtub. Thinking about what might happen next made Yi Feng so nervous that he gulped hard. He was finally going to see it all, and this time, while sober. But what he didn't expect was for Li Mengyao to get into the bathtub still wearing her nightgown. He'd been anticipating this moment for so long, and this was it? Come on, who the hell takes a bath with clothes on? Li Mengyao let out a long sigh and, seeing Yi Feng's disappointed face, said calmly. Don't just stand there like a dummy. Come give me a massage. But you're in the tub already. How am I supposed to massage you? Massage my legs. She lifted one leg, still dripping with water. Yi Feng didn't say anything more and walked over. He grabbed a small stool, sat down beside the bathtub, and began massaging as instructed. Watching Yi Feng massage her seriously, Li Mengyao yawned and slowly closed her eyes. Yi Feng didn't know she had fallen asleep and continued massaging carefully. 10 minutes later, he noticed her breathing was calm with her eyes shut, clearly asleep. Yi Feng leaned closer and whispered. Presently, let's get you back to bed. You'll catch a cold like this. Half asleep, Li Mengyao mumbled. Carry me back to the bedroom. That's no problem, but the issue is, you're still in the bath. Help me. Presently, I'm not your maid. Wait, help you with what exactly? Li Mengyao responded with a faint and fell completely asleep. Yi Feng stood up, looked at her soaked nightgown, then at her stunning face. He scratched his head and muttered. She probably wants me to dry her off. Do I help her or not? What she just said was probably unconscious rambling. If he actually did what she asked, she might accuse him of being a pervert the next day. But if he left her like that, wouldn't she get all pruny? Yi Feng didn't know what to do. After thinking it over, he decided to do as she said. After all, Li Mengyao seemed like a decent person. She probably wouldn't frame him. His hands trembling slightly, he slowly reached toward her. A while later, Yi Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained. That really was exhausting. Next time, don't fall asleep in the tub. After grumbling, he looked at her again, took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, then stood up and grabbed a dry towel. Looking at the still sleeping Li Mengyao, he muttered. I didn't do this to take advantage of you. Don't blame me when you wake up. After shifting the blame in advance, he began gently drying her body with the towel, like he was handling a delicate work of art. Time flew by, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He wasn't just physically tired, he was mentally exhausted too. Even back when he worked part-time at a pet store, washing a 100-plus kilo Alaskan Malamute wasn't this tiring. Looking at Li Mengyao asleep in the tub, Yifeng muttered. You're lucky it was me, a rare gentleman. Anyone else, and you'd have no place to cry. After praising himself, Yifeng suppressed his inappropriate thoughts and carefully lifted her into his arms. Carrying Li Mengyao to the second-floor bedroom, he gently placed her on the bed, then went to the wardrobe and found a nightgown. He was about to dress her but hesitated. Getting this kind of opportunity was pure luck. Who knew when, or if, there would ever be a next time? Was he going to take advantage of it like a beast, or walk away like less than a beast? After thinking for a moment, Yifeng decided to be less than a beast. Some lines, once crossed, you can never take back. He suppressed his animal instincts and gently dressed her, finally letting out a long breath. Looking at her peacefully sleeping face, he murmured. You're sleeping so soundly, but you have no idea how much I'm suffering. Please don't give me another chance like this, or I might not be able to hold back. He sighed, pulled the blanket over her, took one last look at her beautiful face, and tiptoed out of the room. Outside Li Mengyao's house, he stood by the door, cursing under his breath. Damn, if anyone finds out I didn't take advantage of her, they'll laugh me to death. The next day. When Li Mengyao woke up, she rubbed her temples to ease her hangover. As she lifted the blanket to head to the bathroom, her eyes froze. She clearly remembered going to sleep in a black nightgown. Why was she wearing a pink one now? After thinking for a moment, she suddenly recalled falling asleep in the tub while Yifeng was massaging her, but everything after that was blank. Yifeng's handsome face popped into her mind. Holding the nightgown, she narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Did that guy do something to me? Downstairs. Taking a bite of bread, Li Mengyao tapped on her laptop. A surveillance video appeared. She lived in such a big house alone, of course she had surveillance cameras. She wanted to see if Yifeng had done anything to her. Although she trusted his character, with her figure, she couldn't rule out the possibility of temptation. The moment she saw Yifeng carrying her out of the bathroom, she crushed the bread in her hand. Clenching her teeth, she continued watching the footage from the bedroom. Seeing Yifeng lay her on the bed and stare at her without moving made her nervous. She truly admired Yifeng and didn't want to believe he'd do anything to her. If he did, she wouldn't call the police, but she'd never speak to him again. So she silently prayed, Please, Yifeng, resist the temptation. Watching him stretch out his hand in the video, she shouted at the screen. Yifeng. Hold it in. Don't disappoint me. It was as if heaven had heard Li Mengyao's prayer. When she saw that the Yifeng in the video only helped her put on her nightgown and then left the room, she let out a deep sigh of relief. She threw away the bread in her hand and smiled, saying, This guy actually has pretty good character. Looks like I wasn't wrong about him. Group headquarters. Wearing a white blazer and a short skirt, Li Mengyao walked into the office and said to the secretary behind her, Tell Yifeng to come over. The secretary nodded and quickly went to find Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng had just arrived at the office, still thinking about what happened the night before. Of course, what he was really thinking about was Li Mengyao's flawless body. After all, her figure was amazing. Just then, Li Mengyao's secretary knocked on the door and said, Manager Yi, President Li wants to see you. Hearing that Li Mengyao was looking for him, Yifeng guessed it must be about last night. He took a deep breath and said toward the office door. Got it, I'll go now. President's office. Seeing Li Mengyao sitting in the boss chair signing documents, Yifeng cautiously asked. President Li, you wanted to see me? Without looking up, Li Mengyao said. Explain what happened last night. Last night? You mean when I helped you change into the nightgown? What else? You asked me to. You said to carry you back to your room, and also asked me to dry you off. I originally didn't want to help, but thinking that leaving you in cold water all night would definitely make you sick, I had no choice. But President Li, don't worry, I only dried you and helped you change into the nightgown, nothing else. Hearing Yifeng's explanation, Li Mengyao slowly raised her head and looked into his eyes. Seeing her silently staring at him, Yifeng knew she was trying to judge whether he was lying by looking into his eyes, so he adjusted his mindset and tried to relax. After looking into his eyes for a while, Li Mengyao suddenly smiled and said, I was just asking. All right, go back to work. Seeing that she just believed him like that, Yifeng gave her a strange look. Did this woman really trust his character, or did she just not care whether something had happened or not? Of course, Yifeng had no idea that Li Mengyao had already seen everything through the surveillance cameras. Noon. Yifeng was preparing to take a nap in the office when Wang Hai suddenly rushed in, excitedly saying, "Brother Feng. The finance department just transferred some money to me, said it was a bonus from President Li. A whole 20,000 yuan." Hearing that even Wang Hai, a junior employee, got a 20,000 bonus, Yifeng, as a department manager, figured he should at least get 50,000. However, when Yifeng eagerly checked his bank account, he found no money had been transferred in. Seeing Yifeng frown, Wang Hai curiously asked, "Brother Feng, how much did President Li give you?" "Not even a penny." "Not a penny? That's impossible. Right? You got 20,000, there's no way I got nothing." Hearing this, Wang Hai murmured, "Maybe President Li's taken a liking to me, so she gave me a bonus just for that?" Hearing Wang Hai mumble to himself, Yifeng walked over to him, pulled 10 yuan from his pocket, handed it to him and said, "Buddy, go buy yourself a mirror and look at your face. Then consider taking that back." After Yifeng mocked him and walked out of the office, Wang Hai quickly shouted, "Brother Feng, maybe President Li just likes ugly guys." President's office. Seeing Li Mengyao eating a boxed lunch, Yifeng thought for a moment and asked, "President Li, you eat boxed lunches too?" Facing Yifeng's question, Li Mengyao calmly said, "Am I not worthy of eating boxed lunches? That's not what I meant. I just thought you'd eat out at a restaurant for lunch. Who eats out every day? No matter how much money I have, I can't waste it like that." Seeing that Li Mengyao was actually quite frugal, Yifeng touched his nose and didn't say anything more. Li Mengyao glanced at Yifeng, who was standing there silently, then thought for a moment and asked, "Have you eaten?" "I just finished my tasks. Haven't eaten yet. I can't finish this. You eat it for me." Seeing that she wanted him to eat her lunch, Yifeng blinked and said, "President Li, that's not really appropriate, is it? You dislike me?" "No, no, no, how could I ever dislike you?" "Then hurry up and eat. Stop wasting time." Facing Li Mengyao's domineering tone, Yifeng didn't say anything more and obediently walked over to her. Just as he was about to take the lunchbox to the couch to eat, Li Mengyao stood up and pointed to the boss chair. "Sit here and eat." Seeing her point at the chair only she usually sits in, Yifeng was slightly stunned, but didn't think too much and just sat down to eat. Whether it was because Li Mengyao had already eaten from it, or because today's food was just good, in any case, Yifeng found the boxed lunch especially delicious. Seeing him eat so happily, Li Mengyao placed a bank card in front of him and said, "You've been doing quite well lately. This is your bonus. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID number." Seeing that Li Mengyao had also prepared a bonus for him, Yifeng quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and said in a falsely modest tone, "President Li, it's just what I should be doing. You don't need to be so generous." "All right, stop pretending. Take it." "Thanks, boss." Although he didn't know how much money was on the card, it must be more than Wang Hai's. Seeing how happy Yifeng was, a bright smile appeared on Li Mengyao's face too. This man really was easy to please. Evening. After work, Yifeng rushed to a nearby bank. Looking at the balance on the card, he muttered, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 followed by 6 zeros. How much is that? He scratched his head and then suddenly realized what that meant. Yifeng said in shock, 1 million? Li Mengyao opened the door and saw Yifeng at the entrance quickly say, "President Li, did you give me the wrong card?" "Nope. But there's 1 million in this card." Seeing that it was about this, Li Mengyao turned around and walked into the villa, saying, "As long as you perform well, I won't shortchange you." Seeing that she really meant to give him 1 million yuan bonus, Yifeng didn't know how to thank her. He quickly followed her into the villa, smiling as he said, "Boss, don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. I believe in you. Take this." Seeing her hand him a small bottle, Yifeng looked at the label and muttered, "Moisturizing massage, what does this mean?" Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Li Mengyao, back facing him, slowly remove her nightgown. Then, under Yifeng's stunned gaze, she lay down on the sofa. Li Mengyao turned her head to look at him and flirtatiously asked, "You know how to do spa, right?" Yes, I do." "Then what are you standing there for? Start." Yifeng instantly understood what Li Mengyao meant. Looking at the massage oil in his hand, he dumbly said, "Did I just get unbelievably lucky again?" Brushing aside the strands of hair falling around her face and doing her best to hide her flushed cheeks, she quietly said, "Don't just stand there, hurry up." In response to Li Mengyao's urging, Yifeng hurriedly shook off his distracting thoughts, rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands carefully, then walked to the sofa. Looking at Li Mengyao lying motionless on the sofa, Yi Feng took a deep breath, forced his racing heart to calm, and then began the spa treatment like something from a TV show. Li Mengyao had had many spas done before, but always with women. This was the first time with a man. So Li Mengyao was a bit nervous, her small hands clenched into fists. But at that moment a large hand gently grasped her hand, and Yi Feng's soft voice said, "President Li, relax. Don't be nervous." Hearing his voice, Li Mengyao exhaled slowly and gradually let her body relax. And once she relaxed, she felt unprecedented comfort. All her fatigue vanished. Before long, Yi Feng was done. Looking at Li Mengyao lying still on the sofa, he leaned in and whispered, "President Li, I'm done. What shall we do next?" Li Mengyao, still entirely relaxed, replied softly, "Have you done spa for other women before?" Because Yi Feng's technique was as good or better than those in beauty salons, Li Mengyao suspected he had done spa for other women, maybe at least 100, otherwise he wouldn't be so skilled. Suddenly she felt a tinge of jealousy. How dare he touch other women's bodies? It was too much. Yi Feng didn't realize she was jealous. He thought she was just asking casually, so he answered honestly, "I haven't done this for others before, you are my first client." "Impossible." Li Mengyao immediately retorted, then looked him coldly in the eyes and said, "Your technique is more professional than the professionals, and you still say you've never done it for others? You mean that? Back when I was an intern vet, a farmer's pigs ate too much and got bloated, I would massage those pigs. That's how I developed this technique." "Pigs?" Seeing Li Mengyao's shocked expression, Yi Feng, not realizing how serious the problem was, nodded and obediently said, "Yes. Pigs. But they weren't as obedient as you. They ran around. It was exhausting just to catch them. But you don't run, don't fear me." Yi Feng suddenly stopped mid-sentence because of Li Mengyao's dagger-like gaze. "Damn. Seems I said the wrong thing. I just compared top beauty Li Mengyao to pigs." Realizing she was angry, Yi Feng quickly tried to explain. "President Li, I didn't mean you're a pig, after all you're far cuter than pigs." If he hadn't explained, maybe it would have been fine, but after his explanation, Li Mengyao's once rosy face turned deathly pale. Knowing he was only digging a deeper hole, Yi Feng simply walked toward the door and said, President Li, if there's nothing else I'll go ahead. If I don't leave now, when will I?" Seeing Yi Feng preparing to run, Li Mengyao glared at him and said angrily, "Did I say you could leave? Come back." "Not right now, President Li, I was just joking, please don't retaliate." "Retaliate my ass. Get back here and keep massaging me, if you don't serve me well, you'll pay the price." Hearing it was just more massage, Yi Feng breathed a big relief, then hurried back over. Just as Yi Feng was about to resume the massage, the second-floor balcony door was suddenly pushed open. Though the sound was faint, Yi Feng heard it clearly. Realizing someone had snuck into Li Mengyao's house, Yi Feng quickly looked at Li Mengyao on the sofa and whispered, "President Li, someone broke in. They're upstairs on the second floor." Li Mengyao, with her eyes still closed, on hearing that someone sneaked into her home, quickly turned her head toward the stairs. After a moment's thought, she asked Yi Feng, "Who is it?" "I don't know, but most likely they're not here for niceties. We should hide." "Hide where?" "The first floor cloakroom." "Quickly carry me there." "Got it. But can't you walk yourself?" Seeing Yi Feng's confusion, Li Mengyao silently cursed him for being obtuse. She raised her foot then said, "If I walk I'll still have to put on slippers, stop talking and carry me now. You're lazy as hell." With a grumble, Yi Feng tossed the nightgown from the sofa to her, and, watching her put it on, reached his arms under her and princess carried her. Li Mengyao instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. From the girlfriend's POV, watching this man carry me like this, I'm looking better and better. If he could carry me like this for life, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. When she imagined herself and Yi Feng walking into the wedding hall, she froze for a moment. What the heck am I thinking? She quickly shook off the weird imagery. Yi Feng rushed the carried Li Mengyao to the first-floor cloakroom, opened a cupboard door, and placed her inside. Li Mengyao, seeing Yi Feng put her into the closet, was about to push the door shut when she grasped the door and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to check what kind of person it is." "No, I'm scared." Seeing her vulnerable side, Yi Feng was a little stunned. That formidable woman Li Mengyao, always composed, when did she ever show fear? She's always been strong outwardly, interiorly soft. Because no one else could rely on her, she always had to be strong. But after Yi Feng appeared, she seemed to discover she finally had a harbor to lean on. So now she let down her guard and showed her true self. Looking at the pitiful Li Mengyao, Yi Feng hesitated. But after a moment, he nodded and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll stay with you." Hearing Yifeng promise to stay, Li Mingyao's expression softened into a sweet smile, and she quickly made space beside her. When Yifeng climbed into the closet with her, he gently closed the door. Meanwhile, a man was sneaking down the stairs from upstairs. The man walked to the sofa, glanced at the essential oil bottle on the tea table and the nightdress on the sofa, reached out and gently touched the sofa. He discovered it was still warm, then looked around with a serious expression. Inside the wardrobe, Yifeng heard the footsteps stop suddenly, which made his brows furrow slightly. By the faint step sound he ruled out Lin Wenwen. If it wasn't Lin Wenwen, then who could it be? After thinking a moment, Yifeng pushed open the wardrobe door a crack and prepared to listen carefully, but at that moment a warm body embraced him from behind. He focused his gaze on Li Mengyao, who was holding him. Feeling her soft body, Yifeng swallowed, instinctively, and softly said, holding her slender waist, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you." At Yifeng's promise, Li Mengyao looked into his determined eyes through the sliver of light at the door, nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you. This is what I as a man should do." As Yifeng said this, Li Mingyao's eyes filled with love for a moment. Just as she was about to lean in to kiss him, Yifeng's ears twitched. Someone from outside was coming. He hurriedly shut the wardrobe door and held his breath. When the faint footsteps suddenly ceased, Yifeng knew the person was standing right outside the wardrobe. The man stood before the wardrobe, glanced at the door, then extended his hand toward the handle. Just as his hand was about to touch it, the wardrobe door burst open from inside and Yifeng dashed out. The man saw someone rush out, instinctively jumped off his toes and retreated swiftly. Yifeng hadn't expected the man to react so fast. After missing him, Yifeng pushed off the floor and lunged toward the man again. The man dodged underfoot, then raised his leg and kicked toward Yifeng's body. Yifeng didn't react in time and got hit in the waist, then slammed heavily into the wall. The man, not letting Yifeng a chance to fight back, stepped in behind him, wrapped one arm around his neck and prepared to twist and break it. But Yifeng quickly grabbed his arm and with both hands squeezed hard, a bone-cracking sound echoed in his ear. The man's eyes popped wide open. Because Yifeng's hand power had actually broken his arm. Realizing Yifeng's strength was greater than expected, the man did not dare underestimate him. He raised his knee and rammed toward Yifeng's spine. But Yifeng, like an eel, twisted his waist and slipped past the knee, then snapped his elbow up and back fiercely. Bam! Yifeng's elbow struck the man's neck hard and accurately, sending him flying out of the wardrobe, crashing heavily to the ground. The man was indeed tough. After taking Yifeng's iron elbow he still staggered to his feet. He shook his head, wiped the blood from his nostril and, looking at Yifeng like a professional boxer, said, "So you think knowing some boxing means you can beat me? You're too naive. I'll show you real kung fu now." As the man finished speaking, his hands formed eagle claws, and he shouted, "Eagle claw fist." In an instant his speed multiplied, and in one breath he reached Yifeng's front. His nails, like sharp blades, full of murderous intent, flew toward Yifeng's chest. Just as his palm was about to touch Yifeng's shirt, Yifeng suddenly caught his hand. Under the man's stunned expression he squeezed hard. Crack! Hearing the sound of palm bones crushing, the man panicked. He knew Yifeng had tremendous grip strength. He'd chosen the eagle claw technique because of that, but who knew this guy was also so fast? The man tried to withdraw his hand, but Yifeng's next punch followed immediately, smashing into his chest. Pfft! The man spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Yifeng looked down on him from above and coldly snarled, "Eagle your mother, Eagle. Stop insulting martial arts." Without giving him a chance to recover, he kicked his head hard. Seeing the man's eyes roll back and pass out, Yifeng exhaled slightly and looked at his fist and said coldly, "In the face of absolute strength, some kung fu is nothing but flashy moves." At that moment, Li Mengyao, who had witnessed everything from the wardrobe, walked out. First she saw the strange man lying on the ground, then fixed her gaze on the domineering Yifeng. When Yifeng slowly turned his head and gave her a sly smile, her heart skipped a beat. A moment later, Li Mengyao touched her flushed face and said in a daze, "So handsome." After Yifeng defeated this professional killer in just a few moves, his figure in Li Mengyao's eyes had grown dramatically. What is a hero? This is a hero. And one who's both handsome and can fight. For a moment, Li Mengyao's look at Yifeng was nearly melted with admiration. Yifeng found a rope and tied the man up, then asked Li Mengyao, who was standing beside and looking at him with affection, "President Li, what should we do with him?" Hearing Yifeng's question, Li Mengyao shifted her gaze from his face to the tied man, and coldly said, "Make him spit out who is behind this. I want to see who sent killers after me again and again. But I have no experience questioning people." "That's fine. I'll have someone else do the questioning. I'm calling right now." After Li Mengyao turned and waddled off to call, Yifeng looked at the unconscious man and mocked. Looks like you're in for a lot of pain. After the bodyguards Li Mengyao called carried the man away, Yifeng checked the time and noticed it was almost midnight. He said, "President Li, since your guards are here, I'll head off for now." Having said that, Yifeng walked toward the door. At that moment a warm, jade-like small hand grabbed his arm, and Li Mengyao's voice sounded somewhat pleading. "Yifeng, tonight, could you stay and keep me company?" With a beauty taking the initiative to ask him to stay, Yifeng had no reason to leave. Besides, he would just be alone at home, so it was better to stay in Li Mengyao's mansion and mooch a night's sleep. So facing Li Mengyao's earnest request, Yifeng didn't hesitate and nodded. "All right." Seeing him agree, Li Mengyao, who was afraid he'd say no, showed a happy smile. That sweet smile on Li Mengyao's face made the old bachelor Yifeng a bit dazed. This woman was just too perfect, even an ordinary smile from her was so beautiful and charming. Yifeng thought she would arrange a guest room for him, but unexpectedly, this woman directly brought him to her own room. Standing at the door, Yifeng looked at Li Mengyao, who had lifted the blanket and was sitting on the bed. He rubbed his nose and asked, "President Li, where should I sleep?" Faced with Yifeng's question, Li Mengyao glanced at the side of the bed, then lowered her head, fiddled with her fingers, and shyly said, "I'm a little scared, so, just sleep in my room." "Oh, then I'll sleep on the floor." Seeing that Yifeng didn't get her hint, Li Mengyao opened her mouth, wanting to ask him to sleep on the bed, but she was too embarrassed to say it. So after hesitating for a while, she didn't say anything in the end. Yifeng lay on the floor, hands behind his head, looking at the ceiling and said, "President Li, sleep well tonight. I'm not going anywhere." Hearing Yifeng's words, Li Mengyao eventually gave up the idea of letting him sleep on the bed. After a moment of silence, she turned around to look at Yifeng lying on the floor and asked, "I didn't expect your martial arts to be that good. Did you train before?" Faced with this question, Yifeng met her eyes and shook his head. "I never trained." "Then how are you so strong?" "I don't know either. It's like I suddenly became very strong." Besides suddenly becoming super strong, he also had night vision as bright as daylight and a photographic memory. These special abilities all seemed to appear suddenly. As for why he suddenly had these powers, Yifeng couldn't figure it out either. But the truth from Yifeng's mouth looked like modesty in Li Mengyao's eyes. She knew Yifeng was someone who liked to keep a low profile, but she didn't expect him to be this low-key. Still, the more low-key he was, the better impression Li Mengyao had of him. If the full score was 100, Li Mengyao would give him 90. The remaining 10 would be scored after another experience. Suddenly remembering the night when they were lost in wild passion, Li Mengyao's face flushed slightly. Looking at Yifeng's handsome face, Li Mengyao thought for a bit, then bit her lip and hinted, "It's a little cold. Aren't you cold sleeping on the floor?" Yifeng seriously felt the room's temperature and shook his head. "I'm not cold. Are you cold?" "A little, yes." Seeing her like this, Yifeng blinked his innocent eyes and cautiously said, "How about I get you a thicker blanket?" "Forget it, just make do." After hearing her say that somewhat angrily and turning over, Yifeng sat up and looked at her, confused. Li Mengyao sighed and thought, no wonder this blockhead is still single. With emotional intelligence like that, it'd be strange if he wasn't. But this was also good, it showed he didn't have any naughty thoughts. While Li Mengyao was trying to comfort herself, the blanket was suddenly lifted, and a strong body hugged her from behind. Li Mengyao froze slightly and quickly turned around to look at Yifeng, who was holding her, and asked nervously, "Why are you in the bed?" Facing her obvious question, Yifeng leaned to her ear and breathed warmly. "Because you're cold. If I hold you while you sleep, you'll be warmer." Seeing that Yifeng had finally gotten the message, Li Mengyao was caught off guard. At that moment, Yifeng's big hand was placed on her flat lower abdomen, massaging as he said, "You had stomach pain when your period came, which means you have a cold constitution. Let me massage it for you, it can drive out the cold inside your body." And it really worked. Yifeng's hand seemed magical, Li Mengyao's belly actually started to feel warm. Gently grabbing his hand that was massaging her stomach, Li Mengyao shyly said, "Didn't expect you to know Chinese medicine too." "I don't. I was just making that up." Faced with Yifeng's blunt honesty, Li Mengyao didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed. She lightly slapped his hand and said playfully, "You jerk, you were just fooling me? Well, who told you to be such an easy fool? You believe whatever people say. You're awful." Li Mengyao unusually acted coy and playfully twisted her body. But she didn't know that this subconscious movement almost killed Yifeng. He held his breath and forcefully suppressed the fire building up inside him. After finally getting it under control, Yifeng sighed in relief. He thought, "Li Mengyao, you better thank me for holding back, or you'd be crying right now with no one to help you." Li Mengyao didn't know Yifeng had just barely stopped himself from devouring her. She held his big hand and started chatting with him. But after chatting for a bit, she began to feel sleepy. Originally, she wasn't sleepy at all. After all, a man was lying next to her, hugging her tightly. Even the most carefree woman wouldn't fall asleep so fast. But after Yifeng massaged her belly, her body became extremely relaxed, and drowsiness followed. Li Mengyao didn't want to fall asleep so early. She still wanted to take this chance to talk more with Yifeng, but her eyelids quickly got heavy. She said something softly and then drifted into dreamland. Seeing her fall asleep, Yifeng reached out and brushed away the hair on her cheek, looked at her stunning face, and softly said, "Presidently, sweet dreams." Maybe Yifeng's words were magical, because Li Mengyao really had a sweet dream. In her dream, she and Yifeng were walking hand in hand on the beach. The sun shone on his handsome face, making him look extra attractive. As Li Mengyao stared blankly at his face, Yifeng reached out and cupped her cheeks, then kissed her bright red lips as she nervously looked at him. When Li Mengyao woke up and realized that beautiful scene was just a dream, she said a little disappointed. If only that dream had lasted longer. That kiss really felt so real. With a sigh, Li Mengyao closed her eyes, trying to return to that happy dream. But at that moment, a big hand wrapped around her slender waist, and a deep magnetic voice entered her ear. "You're awake." Suddenly hearing Yifeng's voice, Li Mengyao was slightly stunned. Instinctively, she turned around and looked at Yifeng's handsome face with a faint smile. Her heart started racing, and her breath became rapid.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.